So holy crap, there actually is a way that I can invest in my future and no one can take it from me. Is the way that humans were designed to eat. So that's the second piece I wanted to add is, yes, it helps build resilience against inflation, but actually it allows you to have an alternative route to get basically become your own bank, because you can't do it anywhere. And I would say a lot of, like, if you look at a lot of the propaganda, there's so much propaganda around, investing in farms right now, and like if you look at all of it, they got these beautiful icons of farmers with hats and stuff. Then you go in and ask for a loan. So, well, what kind of canola are you going to grow? No, I'm going to have like a grass-fed beef operation. We're sold out for 3 years in advance. Like, here's my. Oh, sorry, we can't lend to you. And I would say the same thing is true for a lot of other small businesses. Unless you're one of the big guys who has a guy, in the parliament, you're not going to get financing as a small business owner. And then the third piece that I want to add on there, which also as a farmer, I'm really excited about, is the censorship resistance. We've already been targeted multiple times on our farm for the practices that we've been engaging in, because it doesn't fit with the.
What kind of practices? Like
humanely harvesting animals on farm, raw milk. It's illegal in Canada to sell chicken feed unless you have a license from the government. It's basically illegal to not be a Fiat farmer in Canada. Either like through direct regulations that they will enforce, or just by the doors being closed to you.
Limited access to the grants and the money.
Totally. And so inflation proof, the ability to be your own bank, and then having kind of FU money that no one can touch is what I'm really excited about as a small business owner, particularly as a farmer.
Yeah, that's crazy that, from my perspective, I found Bitcoin and that helped me shape a worldview. But from your perspective, your worldview helped you find Bitcoin, which is such a unique position. And I think it just goes to show that when you adopt a first principles approach to money and to what sound money needs to be, good money, real money needs to be, you find yourself in a freedom mindset. You find yourself in a mindset that I think enables your sovereignty. And it's so crazy that the secondary, tertiary, and further levels down of how the fiat money getting eroded, when free money gets handed out to who? Only the people that grow the food that we want them to grow. To who? Only the doctors that push the narrative that we want them to push. To who? Only the businesses or the news outlets that say the stuff that we want them to say. And we realize how deep this well goes. We realize that when you adopt Bitcoin, and over 2 or 3 or 4 years of this low time preference mindset, you actually have the ability to say, no, actually, I want to sell raw milk, and well, I guess this is online, so you obviously don't, but it's but it's a very it's empowering, it's freeing, and that's cool. It's good for you. That's interesting. Dale, over to you. What do you think is, or someone who's ready, someone who is sitting here, on the cusp, probably owns some Bitcoin personally, but has a small business, unrelated to Bitcoin, maybe even unrelated to the freedom community as a whole. What are some of the steps, or what advice do you have to someone into how they integrate Bitcoin, either on their balance sheet or just into their general operation?
I think that my big thing that I would say to people is that rules are rules. Be as above board as you possibly can. Be completely transparent. If you buy Bitcoin and put on your balance sheet, from an accounting point of view, it's super easy. It's just a ledger entry, right? But when you have it on your balance sheet and you're doing your taxes, and let's say you get, CRA comes to audit you for whatever reason, right? They will, if they see you have Bitcoin on your balance sheet, they will probably ask you for your public key. They won't ask you for your private, but they'll want your private, or your public key. So you have to get it, right? What choice do you have, right? They'll see, they want to verify. They don't trust us as much as we don't trust them, right? So, and banking too. Be as honest, open, transparent as you possibly can, and be prepared to give that information when it's asked for. In 2018, 2019, the bank that my business deals with, my bank, I went to them. Like, they didn't come to me. I went to them and I said to them, I said, this is what I do. If you have any problems with it, let me know before you send me that letter in the mail, right? So at least if you give me a heads up that you're not okay with what I'm doing, that gives me an opportunity to find other banking or do something else. When you're a Bitcoin business buying and selling in the space, the banking is terrifying, right? And you just don't know when you're going to get that letter. And I've gotten that letter. Fortunately, my original bank is still okay with what I'm doing. But again, it's that relationship. You be open and honest, and that's my best advice for a business wanting to, get into it. So.
Yeah, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it gets back to that question of, why would you want to do this? And why a business would want to do anything is for the betterment of the business. And so what you're really trying to do, if you have some capital, ideally it grows, but you're really just trying to take that money that you have and put it somewhere where it's going to at least not become less valuable, like the other money that you are using in the day-to-day operations of your business. And I think there's this, it takes a long time to get down the Bitcoin rabbit hole before people can really even just conceptualize what Bitcoin is. And that's actually what it is it's money that should theoretically not become less valuable. And by virtue of it doing that, it's appreciating right now, because that thing that has a premium in today's world of accelerating debasement of money. Having a money that is just designed to retain value is a very valuable thing. And that's the simplicity and the beauty of thinking about starting to hold some Bitcoin. What you're really doing is converting money that is designed to become less valuable into money that is just designed to retain its value. And that itself is a very simple concept. So if you think about, it's like you could have, two cash registers side by side, and you're really just taking some cash out of this one, and then you're putting it into this one. And this is also the beauty of why a strategy or thinking about holding some Bitcoin. So for me, what's the first step? It's understanding, why you might want to do that, and then, this is the second beauty of it from a business standpoint is it can be an incremental NGN. So it can be a decision first to say, we're going to hold 1% of our sort of non-emergency cash in Bitcoin, and we're going to see how that goes. And then as the comfort level grows, and step 2 of that is establishing some sort of SOPs, processes around the custody of it. How many people in your organization would have access? What sort of custody solution makes sense for your business? And that will have a lot to the size of your enterprise will dictate those decisions, right?
Yeah, I love that so much, that incremental piece that Bitcoin, and because of the the basis of how Bitcoin works, it's this small, frequent inputs of Bitcoin to a balance sheet that really help a business thrive. I was talking to a business owner a little while ago who has a Bitcoin Well ATM in their location, and we pay them a small amount of money to rent the 4 square feet that the ATM has. And it's been in there for a couple of years now. And he was saying that he collects his couple $100 into a Bitcoin wallet month over month over month. And a couple $100 to a small business, like irrelevant. A couple $100 gets eaten up. It's probably a rounding error for even a small startup business. But it's something that kind of just disappears into the payables. And he's been diligent in putting that away into a Bitcoin wallet for now the better part of 3 years. And when we spoke, he came to me, he was telling me the story, and he said, that Bitcoin wallet today has over $20,000 of value in it because it's been small incremental inputs religiously every month that he tucks away, forgets about, and then Bitcoin does its thing and it preserves value really well. And now, $1,000 is a meaningful amount of money to a small business. It's an expansion of operations. It's a new employee to hire. It's an increased marketing budget. It's very, very meaningful. And it's amazing how adopting this low time preference mindset can help people out, especially small businesses.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I love to pick on this real estate thing, but I really want to sort of drill on it just because I think it's become so ingrained as practice in our society to view real estate as a safe haven asset that we have a hard time understanding how absurd that is and what it's done to the valuations of real estate. And a lot of businesses, it's just like, in our individual financial planning lives, a lot of people as a side hustle have had to become, stock experts, and it's not just enough to have one job. You have to, our financial system has become so incredibly complex. And it's also true to say that a lot of businesses, basically as a side hustle, businesses become property management companies as a offshoot, landlords, as an accident. And so you shouldn't have to be a property management company if you're a barbershop as a secondary thing. This is not how it's meant to be. And to do that, you also need to typically go all in. These assets are very expensive and they're huge financial commitments. So this is also getting back to this idea that the flexibility of employing or exploring a Bitcoin strategy is something that is just going to create all kinds of new opportunities for being nimble as a business.
I feel like there's a really good opportunity to ask why you chose barbershop. Is there a business of choice here? But I'll leave that alone. Just to wrap up, I want to hear from each of you kind of the 60 to 90 second elevator pitch. We've kind of talked about why Bitcoin. Let's maybe talk about, again, in 69 seconds, how does Bitcoin actually fix that problem? We've talked about some of the why, some of the problems that exist, and Dale, we'll start with you and then come back this way. What properties does Bitcoin hold? Pitch me as the small business owner for why my small business and how Bitcoin can fix it.
Well, for me, personally, running a small business, how I get joy out of having Bitcoin on my balance sheet is that as a small business owner, you look at cash flows every day. You look at sales every day. You look at your costs. You look at what your profit margin is every day, and the cash flow. And some months sales are good, some months sales are bad, and you're hyper focused on that every day. And then, so you say you have a poor sales month, but you're sitting down doing your month-end accounting, and, you zoom out on your balance sheet, you say, oh, geez, it was a hard month, sales were low, and then you look at your balance sheet and you go, okay, no, things are okay.
Right.
right? You know, it's like, okay, things are still okay. We're good to go. For it's just a really good personal feeling that I get. Like it's, Bitcoin it's your foundation.
It's like the opposite of applying a fiat principle where, when sales go down, you're living on the fiat standard.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, things are worse.
Yeah.
But when you've got Bitcoin tucked away, it's like, I can breathe.
Yeah. No, at the end of the month, it's like, okay, things are good.
Dakota, what do you think? How does Bitcoin, which values and properties does Bitcoin hold that protects a small business?
Well, I think I've been really digging into the Austrian School of Economics lately, and they've laid out like the core principles of what a money has to be. Is it needs to be durable, divisible, portable, scarce, recognizable, and there is no other money in the world that has those properties other than Bitcoin. And once I got that, and then the next piece on top of it, which is like something that Michael Saylor said that like wakes me up at night, is like, if you as a business owner aren't making 24% returns, you're standing still.
Wow.
In the current inflation that in North America, let alone in places like Venezuela or Zimbabwe, where it's in the billions of percent inflation over the last 40 years. And so like that idea of just like, yes, I am actually making those kinds of returns in my business, but then like you said, just tucking that couple $100 away every month, and then investing whatever I need into my business to kind of keep the lights on and do that. It gives me hope for the future. And this is why, like in civilizations, the reason why every civilization has ever failed has been when the society basically turns on the environment that supports them, and they start to cut down their fruit trees, they cut down their long-term assets, they start to drain rivers because they're just desperate, they start to burn cow dung as opposed to using it for fertilizer in the soil, and it's just this desperate cycle. And so, to adopt that low time preference where I'm planting fruit trees, I'm looking after my soil health, like it's just changed my whole mindset of the future. And
yeah, man, there's this anecdote that I think Saylor also says this. He says a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody who has spent 100 hours studying Bitcoin is not a fan of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It is impossible to actually spend time researching, learning about, and trying to almost debunk Bitcoin. And 100% of the time, because of the first basic principles approach, you come back to being a Bitcoiner, which is like, I don't know if that's true of any other thing in the world. It's insane. Scott, we'll close it out with you. How does Bitcoin help? Which properties, which principles does Bitcoin bring in?
So I think of it as, I'm very sensitive to the disingenuous reporting around the CPI numbers coming down, the notion that inflation is coming down. Because everyone needs to understand this is a systemic problem with a 100% mathematical certainty of getting worse. This roller coaster is going to speed up.
The dollar's not volatile. It's guaranteed to go down. It's very good.
That's right. That's right. And so those forces which are already today challenging small businesses are going to get worse. It's going to get harder, more of an uphill climb. Minimum wage is going to go way up. The price of your input cost is going to go way up. And so the need or the urgency to find a way to preserve that financial energy that your business has been able to generate and accrue is going to be more important. And that's not a distant future thing. This is a problem that is objects in the rearview mirror are way closer than they appear. So in my opinion, like people just need to understand that we're entering into a new phase where the Canadian dollar is going to behave a lot differently over the next 20 years than it has over the previous 50. So anyone who's using financial planning strategies that worked over the last 50 years, thinking that those will be successful over the next 50, is probably in for a rough road, because we're going to see things like $20 for a cup of coffee at Tim Hortons. And that might not be next year, it might be, but these things are going to happen, and it's just going to seem strange. And so understanding how this tool can benefit your business as a way to preserve the value of capital is just something that I think until you understand that erosion of the value of that capital is something that the system's not broken, it's working perfectly. The system is designed to confiscate the value of your capital, and it's going to get better at doing that. And so this thing you can use today, like, get started trying to figure it out. That is the most important thing.
Small businesses, get off zero. That's it for us, guys. Thanks so much, and looking forward to a great conference.
If I can get the first one on the edge here. So yes, again, I had a little good morning and intro to you guys. Again, I'm Ben from BTC Sessions, but Mike, I'll let you introduce yourself as well.
And I'm Mike from Bitcoin Mentor.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
Yeah. So we decided to also throw our hat in the ring to sponsor the rodeo here, and we're super excited to be here. And we've been working together. We met each other, what, a year?
A little bit more than a year ago at one of the meetups.
Yeah, and very much through the local community here, we came together. I've been educating people for a long time, but you came to me with an idea.
Yeah.
I'll let you say what it was.
So, long story short, I was kind of helping onboard new Bitcoiners, getting them set up with self-custody, trying to help them figure out what Bitcoin is. And I kind of felt that the process was a little bit lonely doing it by myself. So I also thought there were other people out there that would be interested in onboarding that next wave of Bitcoiners. And I knew that Ben was obviously the preeminent educator in the space. And I thought there's an opportunity for us to collaborate and, you know, spread out the messaging and leverage Ben's time and messaging to a broader audience. And we decided to collaborate and bring on some of the best educators in the space to help onboard that next wave of Bitcoiners. And we kind of thought that the original interest would come from, you know, ardent Bitcoiners who were looking to step up their custody, maybe look at inheritance, all that kind of stuff. But it's been right across the board, right from the basics to the super advanced, and it's been fantastic.
Yeah, and at the time we met, it was kind of perfect timing because I was doing a lot of one-on-ones with individuals coming to me saying, oh, I need to learn self-custody, or I need to up my game, or whatever it may be. But it was to the point where I had no time, like I couldn't keep up with all of my other responsibilities because I was so busy. And so when Mike came to me and said, you know, let's start to piece something together, it was music to my ears, and I love the idea of having taught people for 8 years how to use Bitcoin, how to secure it, all of that, being able to teach the teachers and kind of cultivate a group of individuals that were just the cream of the crop was amazing. We put out the word for people to apply and become mentors with us. We had 350 applicants inside of a week or two.
Yeah, it was pretty intense, and lots of one-on-one meetings with some terrific people, and we just had to narrow it down, and the last stage of the process to become a mentor was onboarding Ben into, you know, a wallet or keys or setup or something like that. So we called that the gauntlet.
Yeah.
And we're fortunate to bring on an initial 16 mentors, one of whom is in the audience with us tonight. Mm-hmm. Nathan, make sure you go say hi. And yeah, it was quite a process. I know some people were pretty nervous about onboarding Ben, but he had to play the newbie.
Yeah, so I guess we just want to say again to the Bitcoin Rodeo and to Dave, thanks for having us. But also, if you're an individual who either is brand new to Bitcoin and you're sorting through some of the online tutorials and it's great, but it's not quite scratching that itch and you need a little bit of extra hand holding, you can come to us. But also, there's an interesting phenomenon of what I would call the Bitcoin Luddite, and that is the Bitcoiner who is forward-thinking enough to get into Bitcoin and learn some stuff, but then has stayed at a standstill. You learned one thing, and you haven't changed a thing in years, and you're maybe questioning how good your setup is. We can also help with that. So whether it be hot wallets, cold storage, multi-sig, running a node, privacy practices, any of that, you can check us out, bitcoinmentor.io, and we've got a booth right out front if you want to come talk to us or Nathan.
Please come say hi. And for any businesses, just touching on what we talked about here, interested in referring individuals or clients to Bitcoin Mentor, come talk to us about our affiliate program as well. We'd love to help you guys spread the word.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right. Check, check. No? Everybody?
Test. There we
There we go. All right. Awesome. So my name is Graham. We have Preston, Colin, and Eric. And we're going to be doing a little talk here about how enterprises will adopt Bitcoin. So I'm new to this. I'm excited to do this talk with these wonderful, talented gentlemen. We're going to be talking about enterprises adopting Bitcoin. I want to start with Preston here. Until recently, most large companies have been distracted by blockchain and crypto. Now some are realizing that there's a real opportunity in Bitcoin. So what's the most useful way for companies to use Bitcoin?
I think today it's pretty obvious that the store value prop is dominating Bitcoin. So if you're a business and you're trying to preserve your retained earnings, there you are, you're making money, you have free cash flows, you want to retain that onto your balance sheet. Historically, the way that businesses do this is they either have two choices. They can reinvest operationally back into their business if they feel like they can compound the money at, call it 20% or so operationally, internally. And if they can't do that, then they're going to go out into the public markets or private markets. They're going to buy some type of equity. They're going to stick that on their balance sheet that can hopefully return 10, 15%. And then they're just going to, put that on their balance sheet as a non-operational marketable security. And this is how they're preserving their buying power. They're preserving their retained earnings. And, some companies do this with used to do this with treasuries because for 40 years they just continued to appreciate in value when the interest rates were going down. But that game's over. So now they're forced to kind of reevaluate and rethink this balance sheet strategy, because once you peg interest rates down into the negative territory, I think we had $18 trillion worth of negative interest or negative yielding bonds on the market back in 2020. They aggressively started going into equities as their strategy. But the problem when you do that is you bid the prices of equities to the moon, and they get priced at probably 3% yields. And now you're kind of caught in this situation like, what the hell do I do with my balance sheet for all my retained earnings if I can't reinvest it operationally back in the business? So enter Bitcoin. Bitcoin will store and preserve that buying power because there's a scarce number of units. There's more and more people that keep coming to the network, which is going to continue to appreciate the value. And I think it's taken people a lot of time, especially from an enterprise standpoint. You had a lot of individuals that were figuring this out very early on, but a lot of companies that weren't figuring it out, mostly because of how the ownership and the voting rights of that equity is distributed, and it's difficult to get everybody to wrap their head around something as complex as this, as a total shift in the monetary units around the world. And so that's why I think it's taken so long for institutions and enterprises to really kind of wrap their head around what this shift in strategy should be from a treasury management, balance sheet, retained earnings kind of standpoint. But that would be my real broad brush overview of why and what.
And before I move on, Preston, what would you say is the best way to get people to wrap their head around it, that step that they need to kind of, that leap where they're like, okay, I can start to see how this is valuable now?
So the thing that makes this so hard is because you're literally having this cognitive bias that everybody, it's like a fish in water, right? Like if you ask the fish what water feels like, they would look at you and just say, what are you talking about? Because they're in it and they're so exposed to it. It's like us breathing air. And for businesses, they're so used to the dollar and whatever, the euro, the yen, all these major fiat currencies is the air that they're breathing or the water that they're swimming in. And when you go up to them and you say, I think all that's changing, I think that there's going to be a new unit of account that the entire planet's going to use. Not everybody, but 99.9% of people are looking at you and saying, yeah, right. That's not happening anytime soon. It's not happening in my lifetime. That's the one I hear all the time. It's not happening in my lifetime. It's not happening in your lifetime. And I'm looking at them saying, well, I've been Bitcoin for 10 years, and like my life has changed like dramatically from where I was 10 years ago. And for anybody else that has adopted Bitcoin for any 2 cycles worth of holding period, I'm sorry, your life's going to change whether you like it or not if you just continue to like dollar cost average into it. That's just how it's worked. That doesn't mean that's how it's going to be in the future, but all the trends and all the network effects and all the mathematics of like what that user growth adoption kind of looks like is telling me that that's just going to keep ripping. So how do you, back to your question, how in the world do you convince somebody that the air that they're breathing or the water that they're swimming in is being inverted and flipped upside down and there's going to be a whole new unit of account? Well, there's a tremendous amount of intellectual horsepower that has to be poured into that. And when you're dealing with a company that has, too big to fail banks that basically dominate every single publicly traded equity on the planet, and the shareholders are just these peons that are along for the ride because they don't own any real voting rights. It's all been usurped up to the level of the too big to fail banks to vote on their behalf. It continues to dupe everybody.
Colin, how about yourself? What do you see as the most useful way for enterprises to use Bitcoin?
Well, I mean, generally, I agree with what Preston is saying. Obviously, there's advantages for fraud as well, fraud prevention. There's also advantages in terms of like selling internationally. I mean, essentially, if I had to buy small things from different mining suppliers overseas, if you can pay in Bitcoin, it is so much easier. You're going to pay more in wire transfer than you are for something, say, maybe $80 part or something, right? So that's a big part of it. But I certainly do agree that the big story is the store of value narrative, and that's a big driver of where Bitcoin brings its value. And much like countries with bad money, when you look at the best performing companies, maybe it's not as exciting as an offer. I mean, essentially, if you're the most performing company, you're essentially outperforming inflation, like real inflation, 7 to 10% a year. But where Bitcoin is very interesting is MicroStrategies is now a big company. They were not that big before they started adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet. We're hearing what Dell is getting interested into. Michael Dell as well. Kind of a similar scenario where you have a founder, they're kind of in a maintain the business type arc where they're not really rapidly growing anymore. And I see this kind of helping companies which aren't growing 7 to 10% a year, prevent them from slowly dying. Essentially, they can maintain their business and avoid the embedded growth obligations that the fiat system has intrinsic to it. So if you're not growing 7 to 10% and your consumer is certainly not growing 7 to 10%, you're dying fairly rapidly. And I think this not only causes issues as far as the solvency of these companies, but it also has a moral effect on them as well, because to maintain that level of growth, and maybe innovation is hard to fake, you start sort of shaving corners and you start to sort of behave in a pathological way in some instances. So I think there's a lot of benefits to the companies that are not, your top performers necessarily on the S&P 500, that kind of thing. And it's simply a matter of putting it on their balance sheet, and suddenly they can sort of manage and maintain their business in a normal way, maybe with the ebbs and flows of the market, and suddenly, that the reaper isn't over their shoulder all the time.
You mentioned, I think it was cross-border payments. What other problems do you see Bitcoin solving for enterprises?
Well, ultimately, I think Bitcoin, among many things, leads us into sort of like a global free trade era. It's just so easy to make transfers. Why would you put, tariffs, et cetera, on them? It can just be done, and it's that simple. Intermediaries who hold the power are not necessary in that structure. And I think, obviously, for large amounts, again, it's like, okay, if I'm going to wire $250,000, do I care about the wire transfer fee? Maybe not. But for most commerce, there's a lot of friction as far as cross-border payments. And, either L1 right now or sort of L2 type solutions can really grease those wheels.
One follow-up on that. I know when the Silicon Valley Bank thing all happened, what was it, like a year and a half ago? You had businesses that had large cash accounts because of all their working capital concerns. And these businesses were literally sweating bullets that entire weekend when they had no idea how much of that was going to be actually insured. I forget how big one company, I forget which company it was, hundreds of millions of dollars in cash in that bank account, and they didn't know if it was going to be protected, like only $250K of that was going to be protected. And like literally poof, there goes their working capital, there goes all this cash on hand that they had on their balance sheet, because there was nothing that preserved it, or nothing that could actually preserve the keystrokes that the powers that be decide whether they're real or not. And so I remember that weekend, I remember talking to portfolio companies that had cash in excess of $250,000 in their bank account, and they're like, what do we do? What do we do? We got to get it into Bitcoin. And the conversations in those 3 or 4 days were so characteristic of how insanely broke this legacy system is, in that what you think is yours and the energy that you have frozen into cash or your bank account is kind of there, maybe there, depending on who decides and whether they like it there or not, and how much impairment they want the economy to have or not have. And it was totally insane, mind-bending.
Eric, for yourself, what do you see as the most useful way enterprises can use Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think these guys nailed it with the obvious or easier answer, where pretty much any business can benefit from the certainties that Bitcoin brings. Just like the small business panel before this, they focused on small businesses dealing with uncertain times and what Bitcoin can do for those businesses. And while it's a little bit different for large enterprises, those benefits are obviously similar. So anytime you can introduce certainty into the long term, which is ultimately what makes Bitcoin different than anything else, once you have this understanding of the most important rules that cannot change, such as the supply and the likely effect that has on long-term value, versus something that you are certain is going to depreciate over time, uncertain exactly when, or like Preston just touched on there, how that's going to come to affect you. Bitcoin brings some level of certainty in the long term, even if there is midterm or short-term volatility, even if there is short-term pain in switching over, because there definitely is pain, especially for large enterprises that need to pivot very, very slowly. These are massive, they're like massive ships versus small businesses, which are like agile little boats that can react quite quickly to changes in weather and storms. Large boats may be able to withstand those storms to a greater degree, but they are slower to change course and navigate away for some of the reasons that these guys touched on. So I think it's important I think we're going to see a lot more of this. There's not going to be a lot more Michael Saylors out there, unfortunately, I don't think, that are hyper Bitcoiners and completely bought into all the philosophy and principles. But it will look pretty obvious, I think, to a lot of companies who are seeing the success that this has brought MicroStrategy, and they're going to start seeing one competitor and then another one, and then another one start to embrace this instead of pretend it doesn't exist or keep going down the path that they're already on. And soon it's going to be adapt or die slowly. This is just going to become the standard, I think, with a significant portion of cash and cash equivalents on your balance sheet, and then also for other asset management. So real estate is a big one that is likely going to underperform Bitcoin in the long term, and is also very expensive to manage and maintain. There's entire departments at these large companies that are designated just to doing those things. And while Bitcoin might be more complex to pivot a strategy toward, it could save significant costs in just maintaining assets and keeping capital within the company for future years. So I think that's the obvious one that pretty much all companies can benefit from, because we all the enterprise businesses and all of the small businesses, we all operate in this monetary world, and it's pretty obvious that there's better technology out there. Some less obvious ones that I think really depend on the business itself would be, there are energy and oil companies out there that are starting to get into mining and have some specific advantages due to their close proximity to sources of power and the efficiencies that come with that. So I think that seems like a pretty natural fit. It's something that I think have been seeing in Texas and Alberta here as well. I think that continues. And then there's, I think, more efficiency to be found in the international operating companies, so not just in cross-border payments, but also in managing workforces across different countries. There's a couple companies that sponsor this event, I think, that see this opportunity where employees can opt into like a Bitcoin savings plan rather than your typical RSP matching, which can be different from country to country and can be very difficult to manage when you operate in a whole bunch of different countries and you want to provide some kind of benefit like that. Whereas a business or a Bitcoin-based savings plan like that could be standardized across the entire globe. It's simply a protocol, works the same in every country. You don't have to worry about the regulatory environment, the banking and payment rails that you have in each country. It's another efficiency, and in the long term, managing that entire part of the business would be a lot cheaper, more straightforward, and allow you to focus on your core business instead of all the things that come with managing a workforce and managing a company.
Cool. Thanks, Eric. We've talked about store of value as an obvious benefit. What about as a payment tool? A lot of corporations came in. Tesla started accepting Bitcoin, and then they stopped. So it was kind of like a trend. A lot of companies kind of jumped on this bandwagon. Do you guys see, this is open for anybody, do you guys see Bitcoin ready for mainstream adoption as a payment tool for large corporations?
The only challenge they have is essentially interfacing with the current accounting systems that exist. So that makes it a little bit more complicated. We encounter this with our company where, we are giving employees the option to take as much of their net salary in Bitcoin, but obviously all remittances have to be in Canadian dollars. And so that has limitations as far as sort of using it. So they have to have, there's a economy of knowledge as well. They have to understand at this period of time, you have to understand the ebbs and flows of Bitcoin a little bit, and you can't be afraid of it. I think we've seen some companies, even mining companies, where they're like, oh, well, we mine this coin and we sell it immediately to avoid the market risk, which is so backwards. You have to embrace the risk and understand what that means. So there's a bit of a learning curve to accepting that. The tech is there, in my opinion. It's just some of the interfaces with the legacy system are a bit chunky, but it's not insurmountable at this point. I expect it will only get easier.
Do you see the hurdle then as, again, sort of this awareness and this knowledge? Or what is the main hurdle, Preston? Do you see that?
Yeah, no, I don't see it being that at all. I see it as just basic incentives. So when we look around the world and we look at where most of the buying power is being transacted and sent between individuals and companies, one of the reasons why the dollar and all these fiat rails are still being so heavily used is because there's so much dollar-denominated debt, there's so much European-denominated debt, and as long as that's the case, you're an individual, you're getting paid, let's say you make $100,000 a year, your expenses are $80,000 a year, and they're all denominated in fiat, you can't handle something that has 70% annualized volatility, Bitcoin, where you receive a payment and your working capital, you're immediately flipping into Bitcoin to only maybe lose or get ahead for those expenses that are denominated in these dollars or euros or whatever. And so whether you're an individual or a company or whatever, everybody has to deal with that intense volatility against what all of their bills are denominated in, which are fiat. So that incentive hasn't changed. That incentive is going to take some time to change, especially for all developed nation states and citizens that are operating inside of those countries. Now, let's say you're in Venezuela or you're in El Salvador or you're in one of these other countries that has a horrendous currency. We're talking 80% plus debasement in an annualized kind of time frame. And you don't have a lot of bills that are denominated in dollars, you have them denominated in that local currency. Now, all of a sudden, when you're looking at how horrible that local currency is in the face of saving in Bitcoin, these are going to be the locations that are using payments first, because it just makes sense, because the debasement that's happening there is way fiercer than the volatility that they're experiencing by just saving in sats. And so what we're going to see is this like gradual transmutation that takes place all around the world, where it's going to start off, it's going to be most prominent in the most developed and underdeveloped and horrific currencies first, which in the grand scheme of things is, from a buying power, global buying power standpoint of like the monetary value, is like a pittance. And so like here in Canada or in the US, as we're talking about this stuff, it's almost like it's lost on us, like it's not even happening, because it's such a small amount of the overall global market share. But as time progresses, you're gonna find that it's going to slowly morph and leak into these other more developed nation states. And then at the same time, the store of value side in the developed nation states is going to start hitting the balance sheets really hard, and you're going to see that kind of like progress and like dominate. So what you're finding is, with time, I think you're probably 10 years, Saylor has said this out in Madeira, 10 years out, where I think you're going to start to see Bitcoin really start taking root from a payment standpoint, but we're probably like, I don't know, 6 to 10 years out before you're really starting to see that kick in. And so much of it just has to do with, what are all your expenses denominated in? What's the incentives? What's driving it? Where are we going to see it first? Where are we going to see it last? And all those kind of factors.
Do you agree with Colin that the technology's there for payments now?
I mean, I can pull out my phone literally right now, and like I could send Ben Sessions $100, and I could probably do it within 15 seconds right here on stage. Right? And I don't need him to send me an address. I don't need him to tell me anything. I can just go on the Nostr, I can find his profile, I can type BTC Sessions, I click on the little wallet, I type in the amount of sats that is, and I hit send, and boom, it's gone. And like, so good luck competing with that, because he could be in China right now, or he could be wherever. I don't even know where he would be, and I can send him that payment today.
Do you see that being something that corporations, enterprises using Nostr as a payment rail?
Well, I look at, so what Bitcoin has done for transmitting energy units to another person without anybody's permission, I see Nostr being the same protocol, but for the communication layer. So if you go and do work for me, and I have no way to communicate the contract of you performing work for me, and how many energy units I'm going to give you after you perform that work, if we cannot communicate that in a way that the communications channel can't be jammed, then we have an issue to transact the energy packets. So I see Nostr as being that protocol that allows us to have decentralized communication to establish what the terms and conditions are of the energy packets, and then Bitcoin are the decentralized energy packets that we can then transact with. So yeah, I see it as a technology that is an enabler that doesn't allow a government or anybody to step in the way of it. I think there's still concerns with respect to centralization, with the relays and all that kind of stuff.
Hi, folks, this is Colin here from
I'm not
Farm.
well versed enough technically to kind of like go into all the nuances of it, but I see it as a very powerful and complementary technology that allows us to establish the terms and conditions.
Eric, how do you see payments? Is Bitcoin ready for the mainstream for payments for large institutions?
The irony in
I don't think so, no.
situations that we're literally
But I think I'm optimistic that it will be. I think a lot of the foundational technology exists now. There's a couple parts to this. So I think the pain point is not large enough for large enterprises to prioritize this, and therefore you don't have a bunch of companies building solutions specifically tailored to these companies. So like Preston mentioned there's a lot of innovation going on in third world countries where the pain exists. A lot of people who don't even have banking or payment processing are able to accept sats with a Lightning invoice or URL. I've done that myself in Bitcoin Beach, paying somebody who did not have an alternative for that, which is really cool. Here it's a little bit different. Our pain points as individuals and as companies, I think, it's much less around payments. It's around protecting our value right now, and that's something that Bitcoin is obviously optimized for right now, today. Whereas, yes, we can send each other Lightning payments here. There's going to be a lot of that in the next day or two, I think. And that's great, but I think that's still very early on in the grand scheme of things. And I think for large enterprises to adapt this kind of stuff, they're going to need something a little bit more robust than that. And I think there will be companies that step in to prioritize that and even specialize in specific niches, types of companies, types of solutions. Something that I've seen being in this space for a while now is the rapid decentralization of companies, small startups addressing very specific niches of the Bitcoin space, which is really cool to see. And I think that you can run a business much smaller and more efficiently than ever before. And the future is going to be built on all of these protocols with all of these little companies on top of them, basically operating working very well together because they're all using the same protocol. It's very different than what exists today in the payments industry, where you have these closed source networks, like Visa, for example, and then to be a payment processor on the network, you need to be approved. You need to go through this very slow, often expensive experience of onboarding, and you need to be quite big as well, whereas anyone can sign up and start building a Lightning-based payment processing company today, and you can aim at solving a very specific problem. So in general, I'm very optimistic that we're going the right direction, and as those needs increase, you're going to see the solutions increase. But I guess the short answer is today, no, but I do think that we're on the right path, and with all the innovation going on in this space, we're going to get there.
How long do you see that out? Do you see it 10 years out? Do you see it 5 years out? Do you have an idea of when you see this coming?
With what I've seen in the past 5 years even,
you can see there's an access.
It's crazy to think about what things could look like 5 to 10 years from now. I would say 10-ish years now, I think is when you're going to start seeing the transition. And it might be slow specifically for large enterprises. They're not going to immediately adapt. They're going to wait till the concept is proven, till the benefits are proven, till it's the obvious move. But I think you're going to see this slow transition maybe start in the next 10 to 15 years. Whereas Bitcoin's main use case in our part of the world is going to remain that kind of store of value for a while. And that makes sense when it comes to adoption of money. It starts out as a more attractive store of value. Later on, payments start to become something that you can kind of add on, I guess. Like I said, I think we're going the right direction, and there's been a lot of Lightning FUD and liquid FUD this year even that I've been seeing, and yeah, there's a lot of things that are not perfect about it, but I don't think that these are unsolvable problems. I think that there's no one solution either. It's going to be a bunch of different solutions, all with different trade-offs, all with specific use cases that it might make the most sense for, and it's never black and white. It's just like custody today. Custody is, we all, or a lot of us believe, or used to believe, that everyone should hold their own keys and everyone should run their own node and everyone should do everything, but it's not realistic for everybody in the world and every business in the world to become a Bitcoin expert. They're going to have to outsource a lot of that. And custody is also not a black and white thing. There are some kind of gray area solutions that are starting to become more adopted now. And I think that all of that stuff, as it just kind of comes together and gets better integrated, and a lot of these solutions start to be worked out. Even what Preston mentioned there about sending sats to just an address and not needing an invoice, that's relatively new. That was a big pain point not too long ago. And it's amazing how well adopted that's already been within the Bitcoin space. So you're going to see a lot more solutions like that take away one of those pain points, and then we never really think about it again. And I think that that's just going to continue for 10 years, 15 years. Who knows what it looks like by then.
Cool. MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor have had great success with adopting Bitcoin as a treasury asset. Do you see this as the best way for Bitcoin to be used, or are there other ways that you see that are potentially greater for Bitcoin to be used?
I think today that's the obvious one and the best one. If I was running a business of any size, Bitcoin is the obvious play for me to lock up assets that I don't need for today. And that has some other secondary benefits as well. I think that forces your business to be more capital efficient, because every dollar you waste is not just a dollar, it's Bitcoin, which will be more valuable through time. So I think it makes you plan things a little bit more efficiently, maybe think through investments a little bit differently, lowers that time preference, like we like to say. So I do think that that is kind of the main benefit now, but it leads to a whole bunch of other different business decisions as well. Payments, like I said, will come later, and for specific types of companies that maybe have payments benefits or the ability to offer that to a whole other part of the industry. So I do think you'll see payments companies or payments as a service start to become a lot less gated. I think that there's going to be a lot of payment companies that basically bootstrap themselves and just use Bitcoin and the existing layer 2s, and someday those will make sense as an additional payment rail for a whole bunch of companies, but then maybe someday just as the only payment rail as we get a little bit further down the road.
Colin, did you want to say something, Preston?
Yeah, on that one, and I want to give Colin a chance to talk, but this is something that I find really fascinating about MicroStrategy that I think is lost on pretty much all of Wall Street. When you look at financial valuation of securities, everything has been dominated on the income statement, how much cash flow they're generating from a net income standpoint. And where I think this is shifting, especially in the coming 10 years, is the balance sheet is going to play such a different role, especially for publicly traded companies. And here's why. So when we look at MicroStrategy, Michael's, I believe his numbers are somewhere between like 75 to 100 million a year in net income. So his business, all the employees, they're working hard, all the money that comes in the top line, the expenses that go out, what's left at the end of the day after a year's worth of work inside of that company is about 75 to 100 million bucks. So if you were going to value that company in traditional, financial valuation, you'd look at that and you'd say, 25 times earnings because it's a publicly traded company. The earnings are very stable. They're always profitable quarter to quarter. They've got a kind of a stranglehold for that enterprise software solution. So let's do 25 times earnings. So here's a company that's banging out 100 million. So now you're talking about a $2.5 billion valuation on the company. That's traditional security analysis. With this, now he is able to tap into public markets through convertible debt offerings, and he can just issue more common stock, transmute that into Bitcoin at opportune times, or let's say he thinks that the price right now is affordable for where maybe it's going with further on network effects that maybe take it to 200,000 or whatever. And so by doing that, and let's just talk about taking common stock, issuing it into the market at the current market price, call it whatever PE, and you can't even value MicroStrategy off of PE anymore, but you put it out there, he raises all this cash, and then he immediately just turns it into Bitcoin and sticks it on his balance sheet. And it's like, well, how do you value this access to public markets as an additional asset on his balance sheet? Because if we're just valuing the enterprise business, you heard the math real fast on like how I did that. But how in the world do we value his ability to stack more and more Bitcoin, tens of thousands of Bitcoin onto his balance sheet for the nothing that is being done other than his CFO and his small staff? How do you value that asset? Because it's listed nowhere on his company balance sheet, but it's adding more and more Bitcoin to his balance sheet, like every quarter. And I'm not even talking the convertible debt side of it. So now you can talk the convertible debt side of it. He's issuing all this convertible debt. Now you have all the fast money from Wall Street that's coming in, and they have to take both sides of the trade, and they're capturing a spread. And so they're incentivized to come in and take both sides of the trade to make easy money, quick money. But what does that do to the MicroStrategy common stock, even though we're talking about fixed income over here? What does that do to the common stock? Well, it adds an enormous amount of deep liquidity and volume into his common stock because of the way they have to cover the convertible debt, which could turn into common stock if they decide to exercise it that way. Okay, so now his common stock's getting super deep in volume, which allows him to put on even more of the strategy where he is issuing more common stock because there's so much liquidity in his common stock, which allows him to put more Bitcoin on his balance sheet. So what I'm describing is a very absurdly, I've never seen anything like it in my life, financial engineering scenario where maybe he has an additional 50 million, 25 million, I don't even know what the number would be, but let's just call it an additional 25 or 50 million dollars of retained earnings that are happening because he just has access to public markets through the common stock and the convertible debt. Nobody, and I'm telling you, nobody on CNBC or anywhere in the world is talking about this and how it's basically like giving him a 25, 50%, I don't even know what the number would be, kicker on the money that he's making inside of the company. And guess what? You now have some 22-year-old kid, Dylan LeClaire, doing this over in Japan on some company that had a market cap of like 50 million bucks. He's running the same strategy that Saylor's doing. And like, I'm sorry, but if you're not paying attention and you're like in finance, like, what's the meme where the person's like sitting forward from the GameStop? It's like, you might want to lean forward and start paying attention. If you didn't understand anything I just said, pull out your notebook and start doing some homework.
Amen to that. Colin, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think these are all, and listen, there is a sweet spot for a certain size of company to maybe access a debt facility like that, but that is quite rare in general. And I think what he's doing is amazing and can be duplicated in some edge cases, but it's not going to be the main story here. I mean, this is also a product of Bitcoin is in a price discovery arc right now. And very much in the mining industry, it's the same story. Like, these big miners want to be large. They want to be able to, they're not really worried about price so much. They're worried about the upward trajectory of it. But eventually, we talk about, time frame for adoption in sort of a enterprise level or for e-commerce. I mean, this is going to get boring. I mean, I think in 20 years, it's going to be weird that we're even talking about money in such an exciting way, because nobody cares about money now. Nobody cares about, like, the Lightning Network probably works a lot better than your debit card. But if you run a node, you're like, there's some issues here. But the back end, you don't see any of that. And so I think that if that's something that certain companies are able to duplicate, absolutely. That is a winning macro strategy. But it is kind of an edge case. I think, the more you have, the time in the market beats obviously, anything else. But over time, this is just going to become boring and simple and linear. as far as a monetary system goes and a system for payments.
So I disagree with that. I think that this is not, well, it's an edge case today because I don't think anybody has a clue as to what he's actually doing. But when you look at the debt to equity on MicroStrategy, you would think, after watching him issue all this debt, hundreds of millions of dollars, everybody just sees the headline, oh, he just borrowed another $500 million. He has to be in debt up to his eyeballs, right? No. Go look at the debt to equity on this company. It's like super healthy. Look at the quick ratio. Look at all these ratios that you would say, like debt to equity. If it's under like a 0.5, that's a really like good debt to equity. Like that company is very healthy. By health metrics, if you go look at MicroStrategy, it's absurd how healthy it is despite all the debt that he's been issuing. And I mean, it's convertible debt anyway. If it was unhealthy, he wouldn't be issuing coupons at 3% or whatever this last one was. Before that, it was 25 bips. 25 bips when the rest of the market, corporate was, at least 100 bips higher than that. Why is it priced so low? Well, it's priced so low because he's so healthy, okay? Here's the other thing that I think people are just totally missing, is once you start doing this type of stuff, it gets easier and easier to do more of it while staying healthy. And that's something that I think is super counterintuitive from looking at it from the outside. Because I think most people looking at it from the outside are just saying, oh, there's no way this can go on. And why can he do this? Because he makes money. Because he's this thing called profitable. And if you're a company like Apple or Google or any other company that is actually profitable, you can run this strategy. It's that simple. But if you're not profitable and you have a lot of variance in your company from a net income standpoint, you're profitable this quarter, next quarter you're not profitable, well then you can't run the strategy. And guess what? There's a lot of zombies in this world right now that are being held together by central banks. And so what kills the zombies? Bitcoin kills the zombies. And we need that from a competition standpoint. We need to, it's like catching a forest on fire. Now you have room for the healthy stuff to grow, right? That's what needs to happen.
I think, I don't think we're necessarily disagreeing. I think I have a little bit of a different perspective. As a company that's in the Bitcoin space, you essentially, this kind of pivot requires you to be a successful fiat company. Yeah. If you're a Bitcoin company, access to debt is virtually impossible. Yes. So that is the kind of nuance hair I see on it as a kind of guy who owns as a mining company. It's very, very difficult for us to access that type of capital. So if you have a traditional fiat business that's doing well, there is facilities for you. But it's like, as long as they don't see you as a Bitcoin company, and so far, Michael Saylor's towed that line perfectly.
So we got to wrap up here. We got a few minutes left. Can we end with predictions? What you guys see coming? What's the next institution, enterprise? And also personally, I want to know if you can throw in there in the last few minutes that we have, how you see this changing business, how you see this changing the culture of business. Eric, we'll start with you.
Maybe I'll start with that last one first. So I think it's going to continue to change business in the way that efficiency is going to become king, profitability, this whole raise a whole bunch of VC money and grow at literally all costs, or even the cost of like unsustainable costs, I think is more or less a thing of the past. You may still see a fair bit of that, but I don't think that we're going to see an entire industry kind of popped up by that same practice anymore. I think the companies that prioritize actual productivity and value and profitability over all else, and longer term view, lower time preference view, and with that comes adopting Bitcoin. I think those are the companies that you're going to see thrive, and they're going to benefit from this massive network effect and rise in adoption that is going to get exponential. So I think that that's going to be very much a pattern. You're going to see a lot of these MicroStrategies, although they might not be as extreme or as quotable as Michael Saylor. I think that you're going to see a lot of these companies have that kind of success, where once they kind of commit to a different framework, a different principled way of moving forward, you're going to see benefits from that, and those are the companies that are really going to fraud. So as far as which companies, I think that's a really tough one for me to answer, but I'll throw a couple out there. So Saudi Aramco, very large oil company in the Mideast, is one that I'll throw out there due to all the geopolitical things going on right now with the oil companies and oil industry over there in Russia and China, and how they've been looking to basically get off the US dollar. That's not going to be Bitcoin anytime soon, but you know that they're kind of going down this path. They're starting to change the way that they think about this. They see that the US dollar is not the future, and they know which way they're going in the short term, but I think that they've been spending lots of time and resources on this kind of thinking, this kind of research, and I think that those paths all lead to Bitcoin eventually. So I'll throw that one out there. I don't know how confident I am in it. And then I'll throw out Apple because it's a fun one. I don't think that they're going to do it very soon, but adopting it not just because they have such a large cash asset on their balance sheet, but if they were to center their kind of philosophy around Apple, they kind of have this very unique ecosystem, everything from hardware to software to payments. And if you built an ecosystem around Bitcoin or prioritizing Bitcoin, they could become the #1 wallet provider, payment processor, and everything else almost overnight. And they could onboard millions of people to Bitcoin without them really even knowing it. That's a lot of the friction point these days is, I like to offer to pay people in Bitcoin who I know will say no because it's fun. Because they don't have a wallet, they haven't done the backups, they haven't had to go through that yet, they haven't had a reason to. But if they had to do that because they got a new iPhone and it was just part of the setup process where you had to just like pick a wallet and you have an address, then their answer might change. You and be like, oh yeah, okay, sure, let's try it out, because the friction point has kind of been removed. So I think that would be really cool just to witness. Again, I don't know how likely it is, but fingers crossed.
Nice. I think for at least the interim, the model is kind of there. It's like, I see companies who are going to adopt this as companies who have, in their DNA, they have the founder that's kind of involved still. So they don't have a corporate CEO necessarily. They've got sort of a gunslinger mentality. They're more or less stable. They're kind of maybe past a major growth arc, or their business has sort of stabilized in terms of earnings. And maybe possibly they've had a tremendous success in the past that's kind of buoyed them to this point. So I see companies, obviously, again, we talked about Michael Dell a little bit being interested, but like, what about Nokia? What about the Nintendos of the world? What about Oracle? Companies like this make a lot of sense in this kind of paradigm to be adopting Bitcoin and just suddenly having a similar situation where they have great debt facilities. They have probably a pretty strong balance sheet, and they're going, well, we have a melting ice cube here. What can we do better with it? Look at what Michael Saylor's doing.
And how do you see the changing culture of business? Do you see any do you have any sense about that, how it will change business in the future?
Well, I think that, again, in the inflationary environment we exist, it's like quality will suffer, hours get longer, everything just kind of gets continually worse as that invisible tax hits the product and their customer. And so I think that it's going to tourniquet for that a little bit. So that looks like sort of a more return to quality, a almost slower corporate culture in a way. You don't have to outsell last quarter by 10%. And so that has a lot of compounding effects on society that I think are generally positive. I think compelling people not to save is immoral in many ways and lends them to not think of the future. I think consumer culture is a direct product of the fiat system, and this would sort of divorce them of that, divorce culture of that need to buy, and to sell, and to have to create the methods and the marketing and the psyops that make people want to do these things. So it's a bit of a pathogen at this point. We're in a debt spiral, we're in a fiat spiral, and it impacts
many things that we sort of naturalize that probably shouldn't. So it's hard to extrapolate exactly what that looks like in a modern sense, but it's certainly not perfect, but I would say it's definitely better.
Preston?
Yeah, instead of trying to name the companies, I would just describe the incentives that would produce the larger, like Saylor, strategies. You have to look at the voting rights of the equity. So when we look at private equity versus public equity, when we would just kind of analyze it, is mostly held by too big to fail banks, because most people own it through some type of ETF vehicle, and then the surrogate too big to fail bank gets the seat on the board, and so all the voting rights are very distributed and smushed out, and so you don't have any like real decisive founder like these two had mentioned, like a Saylor, that has a significant portion of the voting rights of the business to make these bold decisions and get the board on board with the decision. So, most companies, you look at Apple, you look at that distribution of the voting rights, and you look at how it's kind of set up, and then you look at Tim Cook and how he's the employee working for the board. I don't know. They may take a position, but it's going to be probably a small marketable security, 5% at most type size on the balance sheet. It's going to preserve and protect kind of that treasury that they have as far as the other marketable securities on their balance sheet. And that's going to be, I think, the common setup that we see kind of playing out in the next 5 to 10 years is something like that, especially for publicly traded companies. From the private side of the house, I think you have founders that still have sometimes very large stakes of the voting rights and the control of the company, call it 30% to 50% by a single person. In those scenarios is where you might see a much bolder balance sheet treasury strategy with respect to Bitcoin. And I think all of this is pretty obvious when people kind of look at it just from like the incentives and the control standpoint. To answer the other side of your question, which is culturally, I think you're just going to see a massive shift towards like just focusing on products and services that actually create value. Because if you are not profitable, foot stomp, if you're not profitable, you can't save in Bitcoin. You can't, there's nothing to preserve if you're not profitable, because you can't handle the volatility of having that security on your balance sheet because of your working capital like starts playing into it, and all the expenses still being denominated in fiat. So if that's true, describing, well, all of a sudden that company's looking at all their product line and their service line, and they're saying, well, there's no margin on that, let's just stop doing that. This is where the lion's share is at. We have to be experts at this, and we're just going to focus on that. And so you're going to see this cultural shift where before it was like, how close can we get to the money printer so we can keep sucking on this and just doing all these things and just growing like a behemoth? And even though it's not like all that profitable, we're concerned more about the network effect at super low margin. Like I think a lot of that thinking is going to really kind of start disappearing as this continues to play out in the coming decade. And you're just going to see everybody hyper-focused on high margin type activities, and it's going to change everything in the way that businesses have to function and operate.
Awesome. That's our time, guys. Thank you so much to Preston, Colin, and Eric for sharing your insights. Thanks, everyone.
Up next, we're going to have a brief word from Sebastian Ilani from Outsiders Law. Give him a round of applause.
So yeah, I was going to ask him to lock all the doors before he said that I was coming from a law firm, because as you probably know, the best way to kill a conversation or empty a room is to say, hey, I'm a lawyer. I'm thrilled to be here. Outsiders Law, this is actually the very first thing we've ever sponsored. And I'm a huge Bitcoin fan. I'm a huge fan of what they've done. They brought in some amazing speakers. So we have a bit of an offering, and it's nothing overly special. We're offering these free consults for anyone who's looking to start a business, expand their business, buy a business, sell a business, you name it. We are like here to support Bitcoin entrepreneurs. And so let me tell you a little bit about myself so you know why outsiders can probably help you. So I've been practicing law for 16 plus years. I started my career at one of the largest law firms in the world, and I became the head of the tax group here in Calgary. I then moved over to one of the big four accounting firms where I was hired to like build out their business law practice. So I became a commercial lawyer. I now call myself a commercial lawyer with a tax twist. I have been in this space since late 2017, got my first client in the space, an exchange in 2018, have done a number of projects in the space relating to cross-border payments using stable coins as a back rail. I've helped, I've bought and sold ATM businesses, Bitcoin ATM businesses, so I know the space. And actually, in 2020, I was involved in the startup of a Bitcoin mining operation in Medicine Hat, Alberta. So this is a space that I'm interested in. I'm not just interested in, I'm a Bitcoin maxi, so if you bring me some other blockchain-related project, I may not like it. But if there's a way I can help you, I will do so. So if you need anything, you can scan that barcode, or you can go to our website, and we'd love to talk to you about whatever it is you're doing. So thank you.
Oh, there we go. You got to take the far one. You got to sit by the picture.
Yo! What's up, Canada? You guys seem a little, hello? Do you guys like Bitcoin? Do you guys own Bitcoin?
No, on the exchange, that doesn't count.
Do you guys self-custody Bitcoin? I didn't hear, one person I didn't hear, and shame on you, you should leave the building.
We are back to do something that we did last year. That was a lot of fun that I quite enjoyed, which was reminiscing on some of the bad Twitter takes so far this year. And so we've we painstakingly put together far in advance of this event. We're kind of doing it this morning. We've aggregated a number of bad Twitter takes, and so we're just gonna have a little conversation. We're gonna chat about all the shit takes that are out there. So this is our bad Twitter takes. I guess we'll jump to the first one and see what we got here. We got to bring back the old classic. We couldn't, Peter Schiff says a lot of things, so really, this guy doesn't deserve a lot of attention. But we'll just walk through and analyze a little bit of where he's at. So Peter Schiff here says, "Congratulations, Bitcoiners, on the halving. Are you guys commemorating this occasion by throwing parties tonight? I haven't been invited to any. I think halving is an appropriate name for what's happening as soon as #Bitcoin #hodlers will experience a halving of their net worths." I mean, he's been calling this for quite some time, Nico, hasn't he?
Dude, I mean, I think he's been saying this since 2014. And I understand, Bitcoin's a humility test at the end of the day, and this guy can't stand. He's doubling and tripling and quadrupling down. I think they tell you to walk away from a casino after you lose a couple bets, but he just keeps doubling down on it rather than eating his humble pie, buying Bitcoin, benefiting from number go up technology. But he would rather make himself seem like a total asshole, and that's okay. Bitcoin isn't for everyone, I guess.
Yeah, and now I need to ask the audience. There's some speculation out there. There's Bitcoins are no stranger to conspiracy theories. So some people think that Peter Schiff is actually just doing this for engagement, but in the background he's secretly stacking sats. So if you think that Peter Schiff is just has Bitcoin derangement syndrome and just can't let it go, and he's just never going to buy any, give a round of applause. Okay. All right, and if you think that he's low-key stacking sats in the background, give a round of applause. Oh, all right. I was right. Bitcoiners are conspiracy theorists.
So he's been doing this the entire time just to, I guess, suppress the price so he can get cheaper sats?
I think so. Yes, obviously. All right, let's take a look at this one. So Dave Ramsey, this is great. This is obviously not a new thought of his, but Dave Ramsey, I will agree with a number of things on Dave Ramsey in terms of like spend less than you earn and save and things. You know, he teaches some good lessons in that regard, but he can't get past, you know, that he's still stuck on the Bitcoin is a beanie baby thing, even though it's like north of $1 trillion asset class, and it's like people are using it around the globe for all of these different things. He can't get past it. Anyways, throwback from 2014 when Bitcoin was $800 a coin. The quote from Dave Ramsey: "Bitcoin is the Iraqi dinar of the internet. It's a really good way to turn $1 million into nothing. $1 million worth of Bitcoin bought then would be nearly 100 million today." So again, he and there was we had another tweet from him that's more recent, and he's just doubling down, and he's comparing it to Beanie Babies. He's comparing it to, you know, whatever other stupid analogy he could find, but he can't get past the idea that you could. He understands scarcity. He understands when something is scarce and desired, then the price must go up to meet the demand. But he can't piece that together with a digital asset. He doesn't understand that that's even possible. So I don't know. What's your take on Dave here?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously Ben and I are YouTubers. I think he makes great content. However, you know, Bitcoin is a humility test. And clearly, Mr. Dave has not passed that humility test. I mean, what is that? More than 100x from $1 million worth of Bitcoin back then with 100 million today. Like, holy cow, that must hurt, right? And what I would say is, like, generally he gives great financial advice, but I think times have changed. I think we're living in an era where owning Bitcoin is not an option. I think owning Bitcoin is the only way to survive. I think one of the things, I know you guys are Canadian, I get it, but you know, I'm a first generation American. I moved to the United States, and you get sold on this idea of the American dream. And the American dream is dead if you've been living on a fiat standard. But if you've been living on a Bitcoin standard, not only is the American dream thriving, but it's actually been exported all around the world, right? And people like Dave that have these massive audiences, you know, those are the types of people that if they start talking about Bitcoin and start promoting it to their audience, like it would really, really move the needle, you know? Ben and I, we make Bitcoin content for Bitcoiners. Dave's out of that echo chamber, and unfortunately, it's a shame that he's not, you know, talking about Bitcoin, because it would really solve a lot of, like, he gets these phone calls. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the show, but he gets these phone calls and people tell him the financial situation. Like, if I was in his seat, I would just say, just buy Bitcoin, and it would just solve 99% of the issues that people were experiencing.
Yeah. There's a pretty easy formula. Again, as a Bitcoiner, I've said it a few times. I said it we had the market yesterday and everything. But the formula for living on a Bitcoin standard is create value for others, spend less than you earn, and save the fruits of your labor. All of your savings should be saved in a mechanism that cannot be printed for free by anybody else. And if you can do those three things, then, like, yeah, there's going to be ups and downs, but over a longer time horizon, your life will get considerably better. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, we'll jump here. Okay, this guy is my favorite of the year. I'm so excited for this bouquet of tweets that we're about to go through here. So, Guy talks finance, just full of great advice and really knows the inner workings of Bitcoin. So let's start walking. Let's start, and Canadians in the audience will particularly like this first one. Why is having the government involved in my transactions a bad thing? Yeah, there's already, I wish people at home could hear like the raucous laughter through the crowd already. I like the FDIC insurance, the protection and protocols the government gives my money. Why should I not like that? Or why is Bitcoin better for this? I mean, we learned this firsthand 2 years ago. You know, like it was, oh, you have a different opinion than what the government is telling you? We're going to need to turn off that bank account right away. So yeah, we saw a bunch of that. Also, I mean, the FDIC insurance in the U.S., do you remember the figures on that?
Dude, they're totally, like, they can't pay everyone back. Oh, and by the way, it limits you to, I think they moved it up from 100K to 250K, but essentially, like, for whatever reason, I don't know why you would do this, but if you have more than 250K in a bank account and that bank goes bust, they're only kind of quote unquote insure you up to that amount. But the thing is, they only have a fraction of everyone's deposits. And the funny part about it is also, if they were to make everyone else whole, like the bank that went under, they would just have to print the difference, right? They just have to print the money, which I find absolutely hilarious. And one last thing about this guy, which I think is very fitting and very symbolic, he calls himself the finance guy. So that's how the finance people think, which is hilarious.
Yeah. I want to keep going here. Can USD not be, wait, let's go back. There we go. Thank you. I did that entirely by myself with no help from anybody backstage. Just kidding. Lanny's awesome, and she's working magic back there. Can USD not be replaced with a digital USD that does the same thing as Bitcoin? What would prevent the government from doing this? Well, what prevents the government from creating a sound censorship-resistant money is their own interests. They don't want you to be able to retain your purchasing power, because if you're able to do that through the money, they're unable to abstract the value for themselves and reallocate it as they see fit. This is inflation. Whenever there's massive deficits that they paper over, whenever they monetize the debt, whenever the central bank goes and just, oh geez, we better just like send out some stimmy checks, but then send 10 times as much to whoever we deem fit, and they just kind of pepper it through the companies and the government organizations that they want to see succeed. They are extracting value from anything that you've managed to save in the currency. And they've also extracted value in the form of the person that's living paycheck to paycheck. This is why you see people that have 15, 20-year nursing careers crying in their cars to their cameras, talking about why the hell am I poorer now with a bigger paycheck and I can't afford groceries with a good career. It's because that wealth has been sneakily abstracted and withdrawn from the purchasing power of your paycheck each month. And you're stuck in a position, if you're earning a specific wage, arguing with an employer whose best interest obviously is to make sure that the company is profitable. That's the incentive. But the blue collar worker, it falls back to them to beg, plead, argue, and bargain to be able not to improve your standard of living, but just to maintain it. So this is the precarious situation that workers are put in when inflation happens, is the people at the top benefit first, and then gradually down the line, when it gets to the blue collar worker, it's them that has to like eke their way up to be able to just make ends meet. And so that's the insidious nature. So why would governments want to take away that privilege? I don't know if you want to add there.
Yeah, I mean, like, governments can't help themselves but to do two things, and those two things are something that Bitcoin could do, and the governments can't help themselves but not to do. And essentially what he's talking about is like, why can a CBDC, translating, why can a CBDC do the same thing as Bitcoin? Well, governments can't help themselves but to print money. The U.S. spent, I think it was $1.7 trillion last year, more than it collected in tax revenue. How did they do that? Well, they printed the difference, right? And like what Ben was saying, that disproportionately affects the middle class the most, because the lower middle classes are the ones that can't save in assets. Therefore, they don't benefit from asset inflation every time the government prints money. And then the other aspect, which is absolutely massive, is that governments can't help but to control money. They want to control the money flows. They can't help themselves. And that's two things that Bitcoin could do that a CBDC will never do. Now, what's really interesting also is how hell-bent they've been and this has been a worldwide effort, a worldwide phenomenon, how hell-bent they've been on rolling out the CBDCs. Now, Christine Lagarde, head of the European Central Bank, said, if we don't roll out these CBDCs, essentially we'll go out of business, right? So that's where they're really approaching it from. I think they see Bitcoin as a threat. But the point of pressure that we can highlight and force them to answer, because they won't be able to answer it, they don't have a really good excuse for it, is why should my money lose purchasing power in order to function? They don't have an answer to that. Like, why should money steal from you in order to function, right? Because their explanation, and I'm sure you saw it, Ben, where Jerome Powell was like asked, like, why 2% inflation? He was like, well, there's this bank in New Zealand and but it's a psyop. 2%, or the target of 2%, is an inflation rate, or a theft rate, better said, that is small enough for most people not to notice. Cumulatively over time, it kills you. But on a yearly basis, it's small enough for you not to notice. Now, that's only a phenomenon that's happening in Western countries, and most countries around the world, they're not dealing with 2% inflation. They're dealing with like 10%, 20%, 30% inflation. And you try to pitch them on a CBDC or a digital version of their fiat currency, and they'll laugh in your face, because they're not adopting Bitcoin for the same reasons we're adopting Bitcoin in the West. They're adopting Bitcoin out of necessity, which is the greatest incentive of all time.
Yeah, I want to point to this one in the bottom left too, really quick, just because it just shows this guy also doesn't know how Bitcoin itself works and why it's important. But he says, yeah, Bitcoin is so unsafe. You need to keep it on multiple cold storage wallets. Laughing face. I use my bank and never have to worry about it. Dude, that's because that's not your money. That's because somebody else is holding your money, and at any point they can do whatever they want with it. Also, they get the privilege of, having additional assets on their balance sheet and, rehypothecation and all of that. And with Bitcoin, it's so safe because you can store it on multiple hardware devices if you want. You have so much say in how you secure it. You could have a single hardware wallet and, add a passphrase. You could have multiple hardware devices distributed in multiple locations, where it's like having a digital vault that requires many different keys in remote locations to open. It is the safest, if you do it properly, it is the safest asset to hold. This guy's an asshole, so it's a Freudian slip, but anyways, it's the safest asset to hold and secure from assholes on the planet. So yeah, well, let's jump to the next slide here as well. Okay, so he had a few more gems. There were so many, we had to split them up to 2 slides. So you Bitcoin bros just carry 10,000 hard drive files around with you? So ridiculous. What is he talking about?
Obviously, he doesn't watch BTC Sessions.
I don't think he's seen a single tutorial. I don't even know what to say to that one. It doesn't make any sense to me. So, but that Bitcoin is so advanced, yet I still can't go to the grocery store and buy food with it. My favorite thing of this past year is community notes. So let's read the community note. Legal tender laws enforced by the state make it harder for grocery stores to accept Bitcoin as a legitimate medium of exchange. In El Salvador, where Bitcoin is legal tender, you can use Bitcoin to purchase groceries, and there are no technical obstacles for doing it. And we were talking about this at the market the other day. When you have legal tender laws, everybody in that jurisdiction is compelled to accept the government currency. They're also not compelled to accept anything else. It's extra effort to add something else. And when Bitcoin is treated, again, through government regulation as a property, then you have tax implications and hoops to jump through. But in a true free market for money, you're going to want to accept the thing that devalues the least or appreciates in purchasing power over time. You're going to want the better money. But when the government puts in these laws and regulations and kind of shoehorns people into using a specific thing or get burned otherwise, then naturally it's going to be a lot more difficult to do that. I don't know if you want to tag on.
No, absolutely. I mean, like, again, like it's clearly, it's so fitting that this guy's coming from this is coming from the finance guy. And if you take a look at his avatar too, he's like that typical NPC with the sweater vest and the glasses. And I'm sure you guys have seen that picture. But anyways, yeah, I mean, that's just completely uninformed. And also like the tax situation, like in the US, if you spend Bitcoin, you know, it's considered a taxable event. Like it's an absolute accounting nightmare. And, you know, I went to El Salvador, actually, I think it was this year. Yeah, it was this year. And, you know, it was don't trust, verify. Everyone talks all this amazing stuff about El Salvador. And as soon as I got to the airport, I remember someone told me, like, you can pay for the custom fees in Bitcoin. So I'm like, this is impossible. So I go to the customs lady, and she's like, it's, you know, with the accent, she's like, it's going to be $12. And I'm like, okay. Do you take Bitcoin? She's like, yeah. And she says to me, she's like, Bitcoin or Lightning? And I'm like, no way. So I pull out my wallet of Satoshi, literally pay for it in Lightning. She's like, thank you. And I just kind of walk into the country. And there's been multiple places and like venues that I went to that I paid for stuff in Bitcoin. It was incredibly easy. It was incredibly efficient. It was incredibly fast. So yeah, I think he's completely uninformed. And I think we still have a lot of work to do, specifically in countries that, you know, have these legal tender laws. And also, like, they force you to pay capital gain every time, which is crazy. Like, they force you to save in money that loses purchasing power, and then when you choose to use a better money, you know, they tax you for it. Like,
yeah, it's like, hey, we were stealing from you there. We're gonna need to enforce a little bit more theft on you avoiding that theft. So that's the game they've got going. But yeah, I will say that we are working on here in Calgary. I'm sure some of you were out for it the other day, but if you weren't, you should check it out next time around. We did the SAT market. We have a group of vendors in the city that we've aggregated together, and we're doing twice a year a big market, and everybody gets together. Many of you already have businesses. Many of you already offer goods and services, and many of you already recognize that Bitcoin is a better money. So why would you not want to accept it for what you do? So if you want to be involved in that, make sure you do reach out. You can reach out to me, and there's also satmarket@proton.me is the email address. We're going to do another one. We're going to have a Christmas market this year, so I hope to see many of you there. But we're going to jump forward to the next slide. Actually, let's, yeah, there we go. Let's go to the next one, because we already piled on Dave Ramsey. Okay, do you want to take this one? Do you want to chat a little bit about it?
Sure. So that guy on screen, his name, he's a demon, but his name is... Yuval Noah Harari. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the guy that does all the speeches at the World Economic Forum and all that stuff. And it seems like BIS, by the way, stands for the Bank of International Settlements. They decided to call on that guy for whatever reason to talk about Bitcoin. The Bank of International Settlements is led by the last boss. His name is Augustin Carstens. I'm sure you guys have seen him on Bitcoin Twitter. His jacket is about to explode, and it's because that's where all the inflation goes. Anyways, so this is one of the things that he said in this video. He says, when I look at Bitcoin, I don't like it because this is a money built on distrust. Efrat, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, she said, he's right. In Bitcoin, there's no need for trust. The system is designed and built on verification instead, which eliminates the need in a permission or approval from a third party, such as a bank, government, or state. That's the beauty of it. We don't trust the banks, the governments, so don't want to give them the ability to create as much money as they like, so we create this Bitcoin. I do think that the future belongs to electronic money. He means CBDCs. But what we have seen over the last centuries is that it's actually a good thing to give banks and governments the ability to create more and more money in order to build more trust within society. And that is exactly why I call this guy a demon. So I'm going to quote Ron Paul. It's not a coincidence that the century of central banking is the bloodiest century in human history. The endless wars are funded by fiat. So him, and it's a complete gaslight. And I don't know what Augustin was thinking, like rolling this guy out, and then him being like the rebuttal to like all the Bitcoiners like talking about that. That was a terrible idea. But it literally tells you how they think. Like, these people are monetary demons. Like, they truly believe that if they have control of the money, they'll do a better job. But history has shown the exact opposite. It's been excuse my language, I'm American. It's been an absolute clusterfuck. They fucked it up.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Again, people like this, they, as you often phrase it, they say the quiet part out loud, and all the Bitcoiners in the room go, did people just hear that? Because that's exactly why we have Bitcoin. So yeah, anyways, we'll jump to the next one here. This one, okay, so this is somebody, and I a little bit feel bad here, but so this person says, Bitcoin is dead, crypto is even deader, altcoins will never come back alive as zombies, but the hashtags is what's telling. Okay, Bitcoin is dead, hashtag crypto is dead, and the last one is what stands out here. Hashtag altcoins ruined my life. So there's your problem. So had you been on a Bitcoin standard, had you been saving in Bitcoin, you would have been okay. And so clearly what's happened here, somebody has, as we've seen a lot, conflated Bitcoin and crypto, and these are two very different things. And there's a quote that I like to say a fair amount, which is, fiat is the elites can print money. Crypto is everyone can print money, and Bitcoin is no one can print money. And so the key is that we need to remove the ability to just arbitrarily create more units of currency. And with crypto, you can, everybody can launch a token, everybody can, and a lot of these protocols, like just having a blockchain doesn't mean it's actually immutable. So you can change the rules after the fact, you can hard fork, you can change the base layer of what's going on at will if it's not actually decentralized. Whereas with Bitcoin, it's exceedingly difficult to change anything about Bitcoin. And that's the feature, because you want the certainty that 10 years from now, 20 years ago, the thing that you've stored the fruits of your labor and your blood, sweat, and tears in for decades isn't suddenly going to be like, you know what? 21 million coins? Nah, 42. 42 million is what we're going with now. You want to know for certain that that's not going to change. And that's the selling feature. When you're dealing with a global money, a global settlement layer for everyone to base all of their economic decisions on, you don't want that shifting underneath you. And that's exactly what the altcoins do. And so I like to think of altcoins and crypto as like, it's fiat on cocaine. It's basically that. It's like, hey, you know what's awful? When the elites print a bunch of money and like ruin the currency. You know what's great though? Is if we all do that at the same time. No, it's just you need the opposite of that. You need not to go further down that rabbit hole. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm from Miami, and when Ben mentioned cocaine, he looked into my eyes. That was pretty racist. Yeah, I mean, Ben, summarized it perfectly. Like, with Bitcoin, like, yes, there is volatility, and a lot of people, they get in running up to the bull market, right? The price starts to pump, you get interested, then you get absolutely wrecked. But the thing is that if you hold on, and the longer you hold on for, I promise you will get wealthier in net worth terms. Now, the same can't be said when you're holding altcoins. And a lot of people that have made money from altcoins will be like, Nico, but like I'm up, and it's like, yes, you are up in dollar terms, but if you compare it to Bitcoin terms, then you can name the biggest ones: Ethereum, XRP. I don't even know, other ones. Solana, I think, is another one. If you compare it in Bitcoin terms, they're all down. They just go down, right? In dollar terms, they might be going up, but the name of the game is not to accumulate as much dollars as you can. The name of the game is to accumulate as much Bitcoin as you can, and it's really that simple, right? Mm-hmm. And clearly, this person has not been watching Simply Bitcoin.
Yeah, I a little bit feel bad. Everybody kind of learns over time, but I just wanted to highlight this one because these guys have wasted so much time and effort and other people's money on this continued like attack on Bitcoin, which isn't really attack, as you can see by the numbers. It's like 6 likes. This went up like the other day, and there's 108 replies just telling them that they're idiots. So anyways, this is Greenpeace. If you didn't know, Ripple, XRP, whatever, what was it, is it Brad?
Yeah.
Brad Garlinghouse?
I think it was the other one.
Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's the Ripple guys.
It was Brad.
Okay, was it Brad? Okay, well, whoever it was from Ripple, they gave him like $5 million to Greenpeace to go after Bitcoin and attack it and say it's horrible. And they did this whole hashtag change the code thing where they said, oh, it would just take a few lines of code to change Bitcoin entirely so that it didn't require energy. You can do that if you want. Like, anybody can change Bitcoin and create a separate coin that's the same but changes the code. The problem is you need to convince everybody. It's like if I said, hey guys, I made another internet over here. It's not cross-compatible, so anybody on the old internet will not be able to interact with anybody in the new internet. Do you guys all want to jump over to my internet? And you guys are probably going to go to tell me to pound sand, as you should. And so this is the network effects of Bitcoin. Also, energy is integral to making sure that it is censorship resistant, that you can't reverse transactions. It is the unforgeable costliness of the energy use that keeps Bitcoin what it is today and connects it to the real world as opposed to some made-up imagination world like Ethereum.
Yeah, and like the funny thing also about the whole Greenpeace thing is like they could just fork it.
Yes, exactly.
Like, they can fork it, and they can try to convince people to use their, Greenpeace shitcoin fork of Bitcoin. But it's more insidious what they mean. They mean that let's use the coercive power of government to try to coerce changing of the code. Right? So it's very insidious. It's a political maneuver because, yeah, they could fork it. They could have their Greenpeace version of it, but that's not what they want. They want to force everyone to use the coin that in their minds they believe is quote unquote greener. Another thing, it's also insincere because their funding is coming from a competitor. I don't think XRP is a competitor. They got absolutely trashed, but a competitor, quote unquote competitor of Bitcoin.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. I will also just say that it's just so funny that they've wasted so much money on nothing. The side note that I'll make, if you ever saw they did a campaign for the change the code thing, and they hired an artist to construct this giant skull with laser eyes, and like they had like nuclear stacks out the top of it that had smoke coming out of them and everything, and then they drove that sculpture through New York City to attract attention, and all the Bitcoiners saw it and they were like, oh, cool, that's the coolest skull I've ever seen, oh my god. And then we started all 3D printing it and decorating our rooms with it, and the funny thing about it too is that the stacks on top were the nuclear cooling towers, and those release steam. It's not like waste or anything, it's steam coming out of the top of the nuclear stack.
And the car that it was being, or the truck that it was being, like carried around New York in was a gas-powered car.
Yeah. And it was sitting in gridlock traffic with the engine running. Yeah.
They could have used an electric car.
Yeah, like let's be consistent here, guys.
These are not serious people.
Yeah. All right, let's jump ahead. Okay, so this one here, this is actually translated from a German tweet here, but I like this quote. It is beneath the dignity and contrary to all ideals of public broadcasting to promote a predatory pump and dump scheme, and this contribution should be reviewed and evaluated by any ethics officers. This was commented under a post from state-funded news, German state-funded news, I believe. Anyways, the irony of this is this outrage is under a piece of content that might be one of the most beneficial things state-funded news has ever shared with its constituents. So I think that trying to be angry at state-funded news for doing people the favor of showing them how Bitcoin may be helpful and useful is just ironic. That's why I wanted to highlight it. I don't know.
Yeah, and like the other part, which is like, you know, the ethics officers, like that sounds terrifying. Like what, like their ethics. I mean, like if the last 5 years, not to be specific or anything, but if the last 5 years have shown is that a lot of officers in the government are not necessarily acting in your best interest, right? So I don't really trust them. But at the same time, you know, I appreciate, you know, this state-funded news for highlighting Bitcoin. Thank you.
Yeah, big favor to everybody. All right, let's jump to the next. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Satoshi here. So this was back in Davos, I believe. Jamie Dimon was chatting with everybody at CNBC. Anyways, Jamie Dimon thinks Satoshi will reappear and increase the Bitcoin supply to over 21 million. This guy runs the world's biggest bank. And for context on the conversation, that Bitcoin got brought up, and obviously, like we had some new all-time highs today, and kind of unprecedentedly early in the cycle this time around. And so obviously it was a topic on the panel there. He hates Bitcoin. He's consistently said that he hates it. He thinks it's useless. And but when asked about it, he said, well, everybody trusts the code, but at the end of the day, who's to say that, you know, he couldn't even say the guy's name right, but Satoshi isn't going to come back when the 21 million coins are mined and then say, oh, I'm going to increase the supply all of a sudden. Clearly, like, he hasn't done even just the bare bones basic surface level look at how this thing works. Because in order to change the supply, you need to convince, well, first of all, you need to create a separate coin. You need to change the code and create what is effectively a separate coin that will change the supply. And then, as with the internet analogy, you need everyone to come with you. So you get the who's coming with me, and everybody just sits in their seat and says, no, I'm good. So like clearly just a base layer complete misunderstanding of how any of this works. And the crazy thing is he spends so much time telling people how horrible this thing is and advising people on it and doesn't understand a thing about it.
Yeah, so I completely agree with that. And ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is another demon. Yes, this Jamie Dimon. Obviously, he hasn't done the research, but I believe he's projecting, right? This is, if he was Satoshi, they're so infected with the fiat mind virus, they're like, we got to create more. So yeah, I mean, I don't blame the monetary demons, but you know, it's okay. It's a feature, not a bug, because these are the last people that are going to own Bitcoin. And if my memory serves me correctly, I think JP Morgan was one of the banks to get exposure to the Bitcoin ETF. I know it's not real Bitcoin, but don't pay attention to what they say, pay attention to what they do.
Yeah. Now, before we go to the next slide, because I want to preface it a little bit, Bitcoin has entered the political realm. And so we're going to chat. This is our final slide, but we're going to riff on some content for like, you know, we're going to have a little bit of 15-minute chat here in and around what's happening in the political realm with Bitcoin now and how that kind of affects everybody. But this is a tweet kind of pointing out, I guess, just economic misunderstanding or gaslighting, maybe. I don't know which one. Or I mean, obviously he didn't tweet this, but but nonetheless, I just want to outline this. So this is Joe Biden. He said inflation was 0 on a monthly basis in May. Just for the record, that means that we know that shit has gotten so much more expensive consistently over the last few years. In May, it didn't get more expensive for you for that 1 month. And when they say that they brought inflation down, that doesn't mean that they brought prices down. They mean shit is still getting expensive, but less fast. So that's what they're saying. So he says, this is welcome progress, but prices are still too high. That's why I'm fighting to lower costs by increasing rental assistance, taking on Big Pharma, investing in affordable, clean energy. So what is he saying here, Nico?
So the last part, all he's saying is we're going to fix these high costs by printing more money to spend to pay for these other government programs, right? And another funny ass part too is the community note. The community note is like, yeah. So and this is kind of like the misconception that a lot of people have, which is like, in this specific situation, like whether it's conservative, liberal, really doesn't matter. Government is the problem. Like the solution to this is separating money from state. The solution to this is opting out of political money, because if you don't opt out to it, this is what you get. And they're both guilty of this. Like both parties, like they can't help themselves. I mean, would you be able to help them? It's like giving a Platinum American Express card to a 16-year-old kid, absolutely no limit on it whatsoever, and those are the people running the government, right? So obviously it's going to have disastrous results, but look, we have a lot of work to do. That got 1 million views, 1 million impressions, and the amount of people that liked this post was still pretty high.
Yeah.
You know, it got community noted, but like, bro,
There's a lot of, a lot of people don't think too far beyond the immediate when it comes to what's in front of their face versus how it came to be and the implications thereof. And so, when a lot of people experience prices as they are now, the knee-jerk mental reaction is, I bought something, it's expensive, you sold it to me, you're at fault. Not equating that the person that sold the good had to source those parts or pieces or whatever, had to source all of that, create something out of it, sell it in the store, it had to be shipped there, and all of those things add up. And when you have roughly the same amount of stuff and you increase the money supply, naturally what's going to happen is that the cost per thing is going to go up because the money is actually just worth less. When you look at all of the Canadian dollars that exist, those Canadian dollars simply represent all of the stuff we have in Canada. They represent the goods and the services and the resources. They just represent the stuff that already exists. If you print more money, no extra stuff comes into existence, right? People have to work to create things. People have to do things. So it would be like if tomorrow every single Canadian had an extra zero on the end of their bank account. So if you had $100, you had $1,000. If you had $100,000, you had $1 million. Adding an extra zero but not adding any more stuff changes nothing for anyone. The issue comes about when somebody adds more money, but it's not distributed amongst everybody evenly, because that's just a wash, that doesn't matter. The only reason you would do that is if you want to reallocate what percentage of stuff somebody can purchase. And so what you can do is say, we're going to create more money. It's not going to go to everybody because that makes no sense, because that does nothing. We're going to keep it over here, and then we're going to allocate it in places that we want to see grow versus the rest of the economy. Normally how it would work is each individual person, through their individual human action, says, this thing is important to me. I have worked hard for my paycheck. I'm going to use my paycheck to purchase this thing or have this experience or go to this business. And that informs the market of, oh, lots of people are frequenting this business. It should be successful. Or it's successful, but their prices are too high, and somebody else comes in and says, hey, I could do that cheaper. I'm going to make it better and quicker and faster, and I'm going to offer a lower price. It informs the market. But when you distort that and you say, you know what, this is where everybody's paying for everything, but what we're going to do is we're going to create more money, and then we're going to pay our government contractors for this job, or we're going to give money to this corporation through the government, or we're going to do all these different grants. You're changing the rules of the game to benefit companies and entities that didn't have the favor of the free market in the first place. So you're giving an unfair advantage to certain areas of society, and it distorts things. It basically just, you can't quite tell where value should actually be allocated, and this is part of the issue.
100%. It's massive capital misallocation, and that's where all the inefficiencies come from. And what I gotta say about this also is that they don't teach this in school, right? They don't teach this. So if you go to college, you get an economics degree, like, you think that's okay. That's not okay. Like, we have so much, and by the way, that's all on purpose. So we have so much work to do just to really get the message out there and really, like, get people out of this funk and this idea that somehow government is the solution to their problems. Somehow the government should have this unique ability to create money for free and give it to, you know, their friends, family, and whatever. And the rest of us have to work for that money, but the government has this special privilege. And that's in stark contrast with Bitcoin. Like, anyone can create more Bitcoin, but you have to invest in the necessary mining infrastructure. So it's a system of special privileges versus a system of everyone is equal, right? But again, we have this, and I call it narrative trench warfare that's in front of us, and it's really happening in the front lines of the internet. This is a great example of this. This is narrative trench warfare. This is Biden saying something, the community note is saying something, and the comment section is absolutely savage. Like, there's Bitcoiners dropping memes, dropping truth. That's what it takes to move the envelope. That's what it really takes to get people to wake up that fiat money's a scam. Because if they don't, the other alternative is they're gonna just keep voting harder. But voting harder doesn't solve the fundamental issue. The fundamental issue is that the money's broken. It's like what Ben was saying, it causes massive misallocation of capital, which is, I think, a lot of people are suffering for. It's like, why am I working harder and I've been doing this for 10 years, I still can't afford a house. I have to get another job. Like, I can't pay for my kids. And if that person just moved to a Bitcoin standard, even with all the fiat bullshit that's happening, their life would get progressively cheaper over time, and it wouldn't be a question of, can I afford that? It's a question of, how long do I have to work and how long do I have to save in order to be able to afford that thing? Mm-hmm. So we really have to wake people up, but it's hard because this is a battle over winning over the hearts and minds of individuals and waking them up to the reality of Bitcoin, waking them up to the reality of there is hope, there is a solution to this problem, mm-hmm. you know. But this is an injustice, man. Yeah. This is a crime. This is the president of the United. This guy has nuclear codes, and he's telling everybody that, like, inflation, yeah, it's coming down. Like, complete gaslighting. It's what you said. Inflation is cumulative. Like, even if it doesn't increase, or even if they say it's going down, it's cumulative over time, right? But they're hoping, they're basically basing this tweet on knowing that you are misinformed or you're not knowledgeable about how money works, and this is how this type of stuff works. If everyone knew what money was, then he wouldn't be able to get away with this.
Yeah, it's it's also very hard for an individual to kind of decipher just what has been stolen from them. And I'm going to tell a bit more of it's not like a super personal story, but it's just like a conversation that I had about realizing the implications of that. And so I'm going to I'm going to have a little reference to a chat I actually had with my wife, and she's amazing. She's been a nurse for 15 years, and she said something like I don't know, a few months back. She was like, God, I've been working for 15 years. My wages have gone up, considerably over that time as I gained seniority. Plus there were wage increases, not very much, but like there were wage increases as to the top cap of what she could earn. She's well into her career. She's capped out at exactly the top that she could earn, barring any wage increases from there if they, bargain a new deal or whatever. And she said something to me that it made me want to verify. She said, I feel like now when I work a shift or I work X number of shifts and then I get a paycheck, I feel like I have less money than I did when I started my career and I was making almost half as much. And I was like, we should check. And we went back and we looked, okay, what were you making back when you started? And what are you making now? And we worked through, with inflation over those 15 years, even with her seniority wage increases and all of that, and moving up the ranks and making a much larger take-home pay, purchasing power-wise, her paycheck for the same amount of hours today is less than when she started her nursing career. This is why you get videos of single parents sitting in their cars crying on, Instagram and TikTok saying, I don't understand, I have a good career. How am I not able to buy groceries? How am I not able to afford a home? It's because this insidious thing in the background that underlies our entire society and one half of every transaction is stealing from you constantly. And people, it's a difficult topic to tackle, and it's no wonder they don't teach it in schools, because then it would fall apart immediately. But this is what we're dealing with when government, who is directly incentivized to print more money so that they can do whatever they choose to do with it, and so that they can make these, oh hey, we're gonna lower costs and take money and pepper it here so that we get the votes. We're gonna do this, that, and the other thing. It's a lot of privilege to be able to do that, and I don't think anybody should have that privilege or power.
No one should have that privilege and power, and that's what Bitcoiners are fighting for. Like, what we're saying for, what we're advocating for is not that crazy. All we're saying for is, like, no one should have the ability to create money for free that another man has to work for. Like, that's not a crazy idea. What the government is advocating for is saying, we should have the special privilege of creating money for free that everyone else has to work for. Oh, and by the way, we should also have the ability to control that money the way we see fit. Okay, you say, all right, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But then World War I happened, and then World War II happened, and then I think the U.S. has been in an endless war since what, like Vietnam, essentially. So it's like, forgive me, bro, if I don't believe you. And then I remember 2008. 2008, which was, like, I would say one of the biggest crimes committed specifically to the younger generations. No significant banker went to jail in 2008. But not too long ago, they just locked up the samurai guys for developing Bitcoin privacy tech. Like, that's the absurdity. So it's like, they're basically saying, and that's what they rolled out the first demon, basically saying, like, trust us, bro. And then we're basically saying, like, don't trust, verify. Like, you don't really have a great track record of us trusting you. Every time we have trusted you, it seems like you've betrayed that trust. You've abused it to benefit themselves at the expense of everyone else. Bail out Wall Street, and it's Main Street that bails out Wall Street every time. So it's like, it's capitalism when the elites are winning, and then when the elites are losing, it's socialism. Yeah. So it's like they just change it, to see how it benefits them. And this is a significant. And I'll say this one last part, right? And I don't want to get too political, but did you guys manage to see clips of the debate? Yeah. Okay. My question for you is, who the F is running the U.S. government? Because it's definitely not that guy. And I think that was symbolic. That debate was symbolism, symbolic of what Fiat is. It's this corrupted system all the way to the bone.
Everything is fake. Everything is a lie. They just print money whenever they see fit at the expense of everyone else. So yeah, man, this is what we're fighting for. This is what Bitcoin's all about. And for you guys to be a part of this beautiful revolution, the separation of money and state, you don't need to pick up a rifle yet. All you got to do is buy Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, put that Bitcoin into self-custody, and if enough of us do it, we win, and there's absolutely nothing they could do about it, including all these three demons. They can't touch it.
I love it. I think that's a perfect time to put a bow on this. Thank you guys very much. We're going to have some more content up on the stage this moment. But thanks for partaking in the Bad Twitter Takes Part 2 and the subsequent rants.
That was awesome, dude.
Hello. It's really good to see all of you guys here. I'm very happy with the turnout. I know, at least I think I know, like a large percentage of the people that are in the room. And I would encourage everyone in here to try to meet somebody that they don't know. This, I think, is a pretty high quality group of people overall in terms of the crowd that we've got here. And I think that's probably one of the most powerful things that we can accomplish with events like this, is to get Bitcoiners to meet each other and just see what comes out of those connections. Because I think Bitcoiners are the most useful people in the world. So we have a couple short announcements before we're heading to lunch. And over the lunchtime, we're going to be playing a bunch of videos on the screen here. We've got a couple related to our announcements, and then we've just got some stuff that we've curated that we think is going to be interesting, as well as some stuff about some of the companies that are here supporting the rodeo as well. So we started running the Bitcoin Rodeo in 2018, and we've always kind of run it as just like a fun project that we wanted to make this happen. We've never really tried to commercialize it. We've always lost money on it, frankly. But now we're actually taking a shift. We're starting a brand new events and media company, actually bringing back the first brand that I ever had when I was in the space, which is now my personal brand, my Twitter handle and whatnot. We're calling this company Bitcoin Brains Media. And we're centering the first piece around the conference here that we do, as well as some other events. But part of the announcement that we've got going here is we've actually acquired a couple of other media companies in the space that are doing some things that we think are going to be pretty complementary. And so the first one that hopefully will show up on the screen at any moment is called CoinBeast. We've acquired the assets of a company called CoinBeast Media that hopefully some of you guys are acquainted with. CoinBeast is a website that does pretty much information, education, top 10 lists, reviews of exchanges and wallets and whatnot, and we thought that was really complementary with what we do with the rodeo here. So we've acquired the website. We think we can, we really like the content on there, but we think we can juice it up a bit and make it more interesting and get some broader breadth of topics on there. One thing we're going to be releasing pretty soon here is kind of like a Bitcoin travel guide. I've traveled to a lot of places around the world going to Bitcoin conferences, and there's a lot of really awesome Bitcoin communities out there, and we're trying to help curate that a little bit. But I want to introduce a friend of mine by the name of John Stein, who is the CEO of CoinBeast that we've acquired, who's going to talk a little bit about what the mission and the vision has been for this site, as well as where we think it's going to go. So I'll welcome John Stein to the stage here.
Thank you very much, Dave. So I was actually at the first Bitcoin Rodeo back in 2018. For those who remember, during the bear market, no one was really paying attention to Bitcoin. And here we are 6 years later, and now it's part of the political conversation. So this is amazing to be here. When we started CoinBeast in 2020, our mission was to solve a major problem in the education system in Canada. So I've spent over 20 years in the public education system, and I can tell you in Canada, obviously our money is broken, but our education system is broken. And it is absolutely insane to think that money is not being taught at any level in education. Schools are not teaching money. Money affects every aspect of our life, and I think Canadians are realizing that more than ever now. So our mission is to help Canadians coast to coast learn about money, discover sound money through Bitcoin, and help them live their best life. So we're really excited about this partnership. We're actually based in Quebec, so I love the fact that we're partnering up with an Alberta Bitcoin company. Unlike what a lot of the traditional media tries to portray, Quebec and Alberta are probably the most aligned provinces in this country, especially within the Bitcoin community. So I'm super excited to unite Quebec, Alberta, coast to coast, and we want to bring high quality Bitcoin education to Canada and help people discover sound money. So we're super excited about that. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, John. So I hope you all check out the website. We're going to have a lot of cool stuff coming up there pretty soon. But the other piece that we've acquired with the assets of Coinbeast Media is a YouTube channel with the name of Money Matters. And there's some pretty great content up there. There's been a few different hosts running different shows up there. There's a current one by a guy that many of you may know named Sir Ulrich, that he's a really thoughtful guy. He's been producing some great stuff. But we're going to be adding to that. We're going to be adding some new shows. And the first one that we're going to announce is a friend of mine here, Heather, who is in the near front row here, is going to be producing a show based on her experiences as a hypnotherapist for the last, 10 or so years. And we're going to be talking a lot. I'll be an occasional co-host on this show, but we're going to be talking a lot about where the intersection of the mind and money meet and how those two things affect each other. And so we're going to be playing, we recorded not quite a full episode of this show, but like an intro to this show that's going to be playing as we break for lunch here shortly. So we've got a couple short messages from some of the sponsors, and then we're going right into that little mini episode. And there's videos throughout the lunch if you guys are interested. And we've made a pretty long lunch, so there's time to go grab something, come back, and if you're back, lots of videos going. So I think with that we can break for lunch, and we'll get the video content rolling. And yeah, thank you all for coming. We look forward to a great second half of the day.
Some say Alberta is where the spirit of the Wild West lives on. It's a place where the sky is vast and the opportunities are endless. So, to all those on the outside, we're building the future of energy right here at home. Visit wildrosemining.com to learn more. Some say Alberta is where the spirit of the Wild West lives on. It's a place where the sky is vast and the opportunities are endless. So, to all those on the outside, we're building the future of energy right here at home. Visit wildrosemining.com to learn more.
Discover a new way to sell your property with Bitcoin. Hi, I'm Chansuda Kawaguchi with Greater Property Group, your guide to the future of real estate transactions. List your home effortlessly and reach Canadian buyers instantly using secure transactions powered by our partner exchange with trusted escrow services. Experience the speed, security, and innovation of Bitcoin transactions while exploring properties with personalized service and expertise. Ready to redefine your real estate journey? Sell your property for Bitcoin today. Contact me at Greater Property Group. Your future in real estate redefined.
2 years ago, El Salvador became the first country to declare Bitcoin as an official currency. Since then, people are split between whether their Bitcoin law was a wild success or a total flop. And that's not even mentioning all the other dramas since then.
Your corporate accounts will be frozen.
Who owes who what? The now bankrupt FTX.
I'm deeply sorry about what happened.
But a few hundred miles away in the neighboring country of Guatemala, the Bitcoin movement continues to spread. Not through a legal currency law, but by a purely grassroots initiative set in the bustling lakeside town of Panajachel. All in a country with a surprisingly different economy, heritage, and monetary history. So, what makes using Bitcoin here drastically different than El Salvador? Could Bitcoin empower the indigenous communities of Guatemala to achieve monetary sovereignty? And could this town be the new blueprint for how Bitcoin becomes accepted in dozens of countries, hundreds of towns, and millions of people across the world? Join me as I discover the story and the secrets behind Lago Bitcoin. Good morning. Had a short but pretty decent sleep. Probably still need some of that Guatemalan coffee though. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna actually be here in Guatemala City that long because we are going straight back to the airport to pick up Adam and make our way over to Panajachel, where Bitcoin Lake is located. All right, we got the gang from Canada here. Canadians are in. Getting to Lago Bitcoin from Guatemala City was a bit of a trek. It's a lot of winding and bumpy countryside roads for several hours with not a ton of pit stops. Yeah, go for it.
Honestly, the drive was brutal. It was so bad.
Do not recommend that. I don't think any level of shocks could have prepared you for that. You could have had a Humvee, 10 feet off the ground.
100% agree.
After some prerequisite travel complaints from the gringos, it was time to finally see what Bitcoin looked like in Panajachel, a remote but popular tourist destination rapidly growing in Bitcoin merchant adoption, education, and even some local mining.
Speaking of mining, looking forward to seeing our cooking oil miner today.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna see next.
Is it you cooking oil?
Yeah, I think so. That cannot be environmentally sound.
Sure it is. They're taking what would otherwise be dumped in the lake and turning it into the most sound money on earth. That is the most environmentally sound thing you could possibly do.
You can't do anything else with used cooking oil?
Start a fire.
Recycling waste oil in countries like Guatemala isn't typically economically viable, which is why what you're about to see is sort of brilliant.
Nice to meet you, Eddie. Welcome, guys. I'm going to show you all the process.
Eleazar is the chief community leader for the Lago Bitcoin project and maintainer of the town's mining operation.
They used to throw this all in the garbage on the rivers or to the lake, killing slowly our lake. So now doing this, mining Bitcoins, we can, save our lake and get some Bitcoin basically from garbage. And the really cool thing about this is that anybody can do this. Anybody in any country, anywhere, and just, wow.
At 88 terahash of output, the Lago Bitcoin mine makes about $230 worth of Bitcoin per month, or about half of an average monthly salary in Guatemala. But what good is all that Bitcoin without a place to spend it?
Want to spend some sats in Pana?
Let's spend some sats in Pana, baby.
All right, we are in a tuk-tuk. This is the preferred method of transportation around Panajachel Shell. It's a little bumpy. Buena. Gracias.
¿Puedo pagar con Bitcoin? Claro que sí. ¡Ah! ¡Yes! ¡Pagar con Bitcoin!
¿Es mejor que Starbucks o no?
Sí, porque Bitcoin.
Within only 10 months, Lago Bitcoin has already successfully onboarded around 80 businesses in Panajachel to accept Bitcoin. And a big part of that credit goes to Eleazar, who spends countless hours helping local businesses understand how Bitcoin works.
I was working as a waiter over here in Panajachel because no job, no nothing, and I didn't know nothing about Bitcoin. I saw a guy with the word Bitcoin on his t-shirt. And I came to him as a waiter and asked him, what's Bitcoin? And he did a transaction. It went fast in a second. I downloaded the wallet of Satoshi, and then he tipped me, and that was really cool. A couple of months later, he came and explained me all about, this project and what he want to do. He did the offer if I want to work with them. And that was, wow, that was something really nice for me, and I accepted, and yeah, that's how I started in Bitcoin. Only because Bitcoin, I've been getting a lot of friends here in Panajachel. I met people that they asked me about mining, they asked me about, wallets, they asked me about Lightning, on-chain, so I had to learn a little bit of everything.
In the bigger picture, the vision for the Lago Bitcoin project extends beyond just the town of Panajachel. As El Salvador's direct neighbor, Guatemala shares many of the same monetary and economic challenges that have welcomed disruption to the status quo. 18% of Guatemala's GDP comes from remittances received from family living abroad. Over half the population doesn't have a bank account, and Visa and MasterCard take 8 to 10% in fees per transaction, the equivalent of losing an entire year of revenue for every 10 years of business. At the root is a staggering 79% of Guatemala's population working under informal employment, work that isn't governed by labor regulations, protections, or workplace rights, most commonly exemplified as working in family businesses or street vending. But where Guatemala really differentiates from El Salvador is through the prevalence of Mayan culture that permeates nearly every aspect of the country's history and tradition. Like many Latin American countries, Guatemala has a complex and brutal history of Spanish oppression, genocide, and colonization. But in spite of this, Guatemala hosts one of the largest indigenous populations in the Western Hemisphere, with over 43% of the population identifying, preserving, and actively speaking a Mayan language. Bitcoin offers Guatemala's economy and unique population the ability to transact digitally in a way that traditional financial institutions in the country simply don't provide for. It's a borderless, self-custodial protocol for money with virtually free transactions and finality. With Bitcoin, as long as you have internet, you can be your own bank and payment processor. So while Panajachel remains the most popular and touristic town on the lake, where you can really get a glimpse into the more traditional Guatemalan and Mayan culture is through the many other surrounding villages like San Juan La Laguna. And what better way to get there than on a Bitcoin-powered boat?
Hey, you know that I'm yeah, I'm moving real smooth when I walk through the party. And if you don't know, well, ahora ya tú sabes. Lo suave, llámame. I got that suave. You know that I'm suave. I can do this all day. Look, though, let me teach you a thing or two about cool. This is what you do. Put a little
After accidentally losing my cold card in a tiny boating accident, we finally arrived to San Juan La Laguna. This town was founded in 1623 and is known for its agricultural and textile industries. Over 95% of the population identify as indigenous Chutejil, and while there is road access into San Juan, most visitors come through the town's harbor, greeted by its famous umbrella street that leads up from the docks. Our first stop was a chocolate factory where we took a tour, well, shortly after Eleazar had a chance to do some orange pilling first.
Si usted se mete en problemas, le frisan la cuenta y usted ya no puede utilizar su dinero. En cambio, con Bitcoin usted va a ser el banco de su propio dinero y empieza a trabajar. Es mucho mejor.
Oh, mucho mejor.
Much better.
Much better.
The origins of chocolate and the discovery of the cacao bean can be traced back thousands of years ago to the earliest Mayan civilizations. Religious ceremonies would serve it as a bitter drink, and warriors would drink it to boost their energy and stamina.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
That is good. Look at that, pure cacao. Cannot beat that.
Archaeologists have even found intricate vases in Mayan tombs filled with cacao beans, dating all the way back to 450 BC. And at one point, some Mayans even used it as a currency.
Like, you drink the natural cocoa. At home, it's like, put this steroid on your skin and like get this medicine from the doctor, and it's so bad. You're like, it's natural, it's nice. It's natural. It's crazy the difference, eh?
The earth is power.
The low time preference of Guatemala is amazing. It's nice.
After filling up on some amazing chocolate, our next stop was a local artisan cooperative named Casa Flor Ixcaco, where we learned about the significance of weaving in the community of San Juan. All the cotton used has to be carefully prepared from raw fibers, a process that takes upwards of 16 hours. From there, the yarns are dyed in natural occurring colors from flowers, spices, and even fruits. Once dry, the weaving process begins in all of its intricacies. The process to create some of the blouses can take upwards of 2 weeks, and the design of the cooperative ensures that all the women who contribute receive fair distribution of the profits from their work. Which was, of course, a natural jumping off point for Eleazar to pitch Bitcoin, as a means to help these businesses accept digital payments without forfeiting an additional 8 to 10% of their work to MasterCard or Visa. The next few days in Panajachel were spent trying out local restaurants, meeting up with a few Bitcoiners in the area, and following Eleazar through his day-to-day, talking with various businesses about how they too could integrate Bitcoin into their shops. One of the most appealing factors for businesses in Panajachel is just how easy it is to set up versus other payment processors. Wallets on the App Store like the Bitcoin Beach Wallet allow you to make invoices within 30 seconds of downloading the app and come preloaded with an array of exchange rates to help with price conversion. Of the dozen or so businesses we spoke to, most of them told us they would simply save the Bitcoin paid for goods instead of converting it back into fiat.
Lo mantengo. Después, si necesito, lo cambio. Ajá, lo cambio. Ajá.
Es como que ahorrar.
Sí.
En Bitcoin.
Ahorrar.
Ah.
Y cuando tengo una necesidad, lo cambio.
After a few more days around Bitcoin Lake, sadly, my journey had to come to a close. As I returned back to my home country of Canada, I was left fulfilled by my time in Guatemala, and yet I couldn't quite shake the feeling that I had missed something. Did I really travel thousands of kilometers just to see more Bitcoin adoption, or was there something more to take away from my experience? In editing this video, I ended up diving deeper into the history of Mayan culture in Guatemala. Despite enduring the onslaught of Spanish colonization, volcanic eruptions, deadly diseases, civil wars, American interventionism, and rapid modernization, many of the communities around Panajachel function much in the same way as they did hundreds of years ago. Historians credit the Mayans' ability to preserve their culture to things like their hold on Guatemala's challenging terrain, as well as the sheer resilience of Mayan identity in the face of colonialism. Even Guatemala's official fiat currency, the quetzal, maintains the namesake and symbol of the sacred bird of the ancient Mayas, while most other surrounding Latin American currencies are named after famous European conquerors or have been replaced altogether by the US dollar.
What's beautiful about Guatemala is when the Civil War was raging, it was basically between the government and the rebels, which were the Mayans. And the indigenous population were able to preserve their culture, especially in that part of Guatemala. I think because of that, the cultural aspect and the distrust of the central government, I don't think that if there was a Bukele in Guatemala, that the indigenous people and those outside of the major cities would have accepted Bitcoin because of the long history of distrust. So what I look forward to in Pana and Bitcoin Lake is the people that learn about Bitcoin. There's a deep groundswell and grassroots movement that pushes what they want up to the government. Ultimately, the people are going to want Bitcoin, not the government.
And that's when it started to click. The countless attempts of the state and the outside world to enforce their rules, beliefs, and currency systems onto the indigenous Mayans of Guatemala has only fortified their communities further. Every imposition or challenge passed upon them only fueling their resolve. And it's this trait of generational resilience in the face of state regime that may make Bitcoin ultimately succeed in Guatemala. Bitcoin is the first monetary system of rules without rulers, a money open to anyone yet corruptible by no one. And when it comes to adversity, it thrives on it.
Bitcoin is a bubble.
Ephemeral token.
Worthless artificial gold.
Unlike every other system of money, you don't need to trust Bitcoin because you can verify it for yourself. Perhaps that is what could make Bitcoin the first currency worthy to the spirit of Mayan culture. And in that sense, maybe a whole lot of other places as well. But like all flames, the spark always has to start somewhere.
This is probably going to be truly a decentralized Bitcoin community where I came up with the idea, and it's going to be people like Eleazar, who's there on the ground. Even those coming from Guatemala City would not have the credibility that he has because he's from the community. I mean, he's of Mayan descent. He's got his own hours. I mean, he's basically like a mini entrepreneur. And I've stressed to him early on that you're doing this for your people. You know, this is not about just you. This is about bringing something better to your people. And he embraced that concept, that vision. You know, it was just a blessing. I really feel like it was a divine intervention that the Lord brought Eleazar to me, and, you know, one thing led to another for sure. Yeah.
Hoping to meet more Bitcoiners in the future and working with everybody here in Guatemala.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Hey there, I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I did making it. Now, I know you're probably expecting me to say like and subscribe, and I will, and I just did, but if I could just hold your attention for 30 more seconds, that would be amazing. Creating videos like this about Bitcoin has become a passion of mine for the last few years, and as much as I live to make videos like this, the only way I can keep doing it is with your continued support. Every little bit helps in allowing me to get things like plane tickets, camera gear, editing support, and all of the little pieces that bring these stories to life. If you happen to own a Bitcoin company and would like to sponsor the creation of these videos in the future, send me a message as well and I'd love to chat. And finally, a big thank you to everyone involved with Lago Bitcoin. It is well worth the trip to Guatemala, and you can check out their social links in the description below. Cheers everyone, keep stacking sats, and I'll catch you in the next one.
God, this never goes up again. Well, hey guys, like, if you haven't heard about this crypto stuff, you really got to get in the game with Ripple. We're talking about not working with criminals. We're talking about trusting governments again, you know? So you want to look at going into exchanges and getting into these crypto booms, you start with XRP. They lock stuff up. They only take like $1 billion a month. They've been pretty responsible. And if you want to play in the other lesser coins, well, you know, we're not going to hate you for it because you're always going to come back to XRP. It goes up every so often. Like, it's gotten, I guess some people nambos, they say and stuff, but really it's
Bull Bitcoin. Cut the bullshit.
Hi folks, this is Dakota Cohen here from Cohen Farm. In this video, I wanted to show you guys a drone tour of our entire 250 acre farm that's located here in central Alberta, Canada. As many of you are aware, industrial agriculture is currently destroying the environment. but it's also destroying our health in that the food that it's producing is just awful. So the irony in this whole situation is that we're literally eating ourselves and our planet to death. My parents had this insight more than 30 years ago, and since that time on our farm, it's been our mission to provide the most nutrient-dense food, permaculture education, and an empowered community to try to regenerate the planet and its people. In this tour, I'm going to show you what it looks like after 30 years. The first thing you'll probably notice is all of the trees that are on our property. For the last 30 years, we've been planting thousands of trees every single year. The placement of these trees were designed to help slow the wind down, capture snow, and provide food and habitat for not only our animals, but a variety of wildlife as well. Here you can see our Jersey milk cows and our Berkshire pigs out grazing on fresh spring grass. The paddock that they're in right now is just one of many spokes that's part of a hub and spoke design that's part of our integrated livestock system on the farm. So you can see our straw bale house with all of our kitchen gardens, our hay sheds, our corrals, some of our aquaculture systems. Now we're coming up on our water harvesting system on the farm. There's those curvy lines you see are swales with tree systems planted along them. So the bottom one on the screen is a 600 meter long swale that we just planted this spring. And as we come through the alley cropping system between them where there's pastures, we're coming up on a 6-acre forest garden that has 5 different rows that was planted back in 2014 with over 30 different species. And the curvy line at the top of the screen, that's our top swale. It's about 400 meters long, and it connects in with the highest dam on our property that we actually pump water to with a solar water pumping system and gravity feed with the rest of the farm. The middle swale that you can see stretches from right across our entire property, and it's over 1.5 kilometers long. As I mentioned, those alleys that you're looking at, those are designed to mimic our climax ecosystem here on the farm, which is an aspen parkland biome, which is characterized by groves of trees interspersed with grassland. So that's what our farm wants to be. If we did nothing else, if we just walked away, that's what our land would become. And so we realized that if that's what our land wants to be, why are we fighting that? Why don't we just try to design an agricultural system that fits within that pattern? So this is the top dam that we're coming up to on the property here. It's over 30,000 gallons, and it's integrated in with a 400 meter swale that not only allows us to fill the dam with the swale, but there's a culvert that runs through that dam wall that allows us to flood irrigate that entire swale to help establish tree systems higher on the property so we can capture as much snow so we can start fixing the water cycle on our farm. Now you can see Red Deer Lake in the background, as well as a lot of the wetlands, riparian areas, and native forests that we fenced off to help preserve biodiversity on our farm. As we're coming up to our herd of grass-fed beef here, you can see there's an access way that follows a fence line. And along all of the access ways on our farm, there's a series of water lines that carry water from that top dam we were just looking at to water taps that are located every few hundred meters on the farm. Those water taps allow us to provide clean drinking water to our cattle across our entire farm so we can do a really good job of rotational grazing. We rotate our beef cows at least once a day, and that gravity water system allows us to do that efficiently and effectively. This practice of intensive grazing has greatly increased the soil health on our farm, the overall carrying capacity of our land. Another design pattern that allows for easy rotational grazing is the fact that the 3 swales on our farm are all bordered by permanent electric fences. And because the grazing alley width between these swales is all less than 150 meters or about 450 feet, it works really well with standard geared reels and step-in posts. All the water harvesting swales on the property have spillways that direct spring runoff from snowmelt into this 1 million gallon dugout. That dugout in turn spills out into a series of 4-acre wetlands that we're trying to reestablish on the farm. All these water harvesting earthworks capture more than 10 million gallons of water every spring runoff, which is the equivalent of 40 years worth of water based on our current water usage. This is one of the crop fields on the farm where we grow our feed for our chickens and pigs. This particular crop has over 15 different species of annual grains, pulses, clovers, and other cover crop species. These constructed wetlands you're looking at now have already infiltrated a majority of the water they infiltrated from the spring runoff. These wetlands are helping to recharge our water tables. So much so that some of our next door neighbors have reported an increased production in their wells. But recharging aquifers isn't the only function these wetlands are playing on our farm. Right now our pigs and our dairy cows are grazing together in the same paddock, After the first week of July, when they're taking off this particular spoke in the hub and spoke grazing system, the pigs will go to actually graze in those constructed wetlands on a particular crop called Typha latifolia, or cattail. Now these cattails are one of the world's most productive carbohydrate crop on the planet. They can produce more than 30,000 pounds of carbohydrates per acre, and when compared to things like rice, barley, and potatoes, they beat those crops on every nutrient metric you compare them to. And the best part is, cattails are perennial, so they'll only need to be seeded once as long as they're managed properly. Come July, the wetlands will have dried up and the cattails will be ready for harvesting, and all we have to do is move the pigs from one spoke into the other. The central design feature of this hub and spoke integrated livestock system is that the pigs, chickens, and cows can all let out into a variety of forage resources, but they all have to come back to a central hub for any management needs that they need from us, whether that's food, water, or milking. So I hope you enjoyed this tour of our farm and some of the work that we've been doing over the past 30 years. If you have any questions or suggestions about future videos you'd like to see, please leave those in the comment section below. Education is a huge part of our mission to regenerate the health of the planet and our people. And if there's anything we can do to help you on your journey to do the same, please let us know. If there's one thing my family's learned over the past 3 decades during our transition away from the industrial agricultural paradigm, is that humans have just as much potential to be positive as we are negative. All we need to do is start eating the change we want to see in the world.
The beauty of Bitcoin is it's going to be a digital foundation for a return to an analog existence. And when I say analog, I mean our relationships with the people around us.
The sun comes up, there's not a cloud in the sky, the birds chirp, the flowers open, forest creatures scurry about. It's gonna be a beautiful day. Nature is beautiful. The beautiful sun shines its beautiful energy, this warm, beautiful light on the beautiful earth. And beautiful life beautifully comes alive. Inside the sun, the immense work of intense gravity creates the energy that makes all this beauty possible. On Earth, beautiful variety blossoms. The herbs spread across the forest floor. The grasses take the plains. The oceans and seas teem with life. Everywhere you look on planet Earth, there is beauty. Human civilization is beautiful, and civilization is what emerges from what is unique about humans. No other animal specializes as we do. No other creature develops knowledge at the scale that humans do. We apply our knowledge in the specialized work we each do. We make beautiful things for each other. Beautiful clothes, beautiful homes, beautiful art, beautiful music, beauty everywhere. This is the beauty of civilization. Humans are beautiful. To achieve this beauty, we each need to know that when we work to create something beautiful for somebody else, we will be able to trade that work of ours for their work in return. Money enables this. A beautiful civilization needs beautiful money. Tragically, we live in a world of ugly money. Money that does not reward creative, hard workers for their beautiful work. It's money that is used to obtain and sustain power by those who don't work and offer back something ugly that took no work to create. This is how the beauty of our civilization is lost. For those of us who love beauty, who wish to bring it back into our civilization, we need beautiful money. Bitcoin is beautiful money. Bitcoin can only be created by good, honest work. It cannot be created effortlessly by those with money and power. They cannot give themselves more Bitcoin. Bitcoin isn't just any money. It's money that is just. No one can control it. And this is why Bitcoin is beautiful.
Happy Bitcoin Monday, freaks. It's your host, Odell, here for another Citadel Dispatch. The show focused on actionable Bitcoin and freedom tech discussion. Hope you all had a great weekend. We got another great week of Bitcoin ahead of us, starting off with this conversation. But before I get started, just another huge shout out to all the freaks who continue to support the show with Bitcoin. Dispatch is audience funded without ads or sponsors. It would not be possible without all of your generous donations. So thank you for supporting the show. It truly means a lot. The easiest way to support the show is by going to citadeldispatch.com/donate. And you can donate through on-chain Bitcoin or Lightning Bitcoin. You can leave a message if you want to leave a message. You can attach your Twitter account to the donation if you want to climb the leaderboard. Or you can donate anonymously if that pleases you. You can also donate via my payname. That is a human readable identifier for BIP47 payment code. It is supported in Samurai, Sparrow Wallet, and Stack Wallet. My identifier is Odell. Very easy to remember. And last but not least, you can support the show via podcasting 2.0 apps like Fountain Podcast, Breeze Wallet, EchoLM.com, Podverse. I think Podbean now supports it. There's a lot of apps that support it. They work like a regular podcasting app. You search Citadel Dispatch, you click that subscribe button. You choose how much Bitcoin per minute you think the show is worth, and those sats are streamed directly to my node. It is incredibly cool seeing sats stream directly to my node. Some of you freaks might have noticed that after my recent episode with CK, your streams were failing. That was because my node went down. That is one of the trade-offs of sovereignty. There's a lot of so-called Bitcoiners out there using custodial wallets with their podcasts. I choose to use my own node. That means sometimes it'll go down for a few days and I'll lose my whole stream of sats. But it is what it is. Personal responsibility requires responsibility. So thank you to the freaks who noticed that and let me know. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have noticed for another day or two. And I appreciate you all who continued to support it after that to make up for the fact of the failed payments. Just for what it's worth, my note's down. The money isn't lost. I just don't get it. It stays in your wallet, and I just don't receive it. With Podcasting 2.0, you can also do something called a Boostergram. You can think of that as a global message board where you're able to put a comment and then attach a certain amount of sats to it, a certain amount of Bitcoin to it. I read the top 4 Boostergrams from the previous show every episode. We have at Nico Nick with 210,000 sats saying, everyone is more than welcome to attend BTC Prague conference June 8th through 10th, where these topics will be discussed as well. Check the awesome, still growing list of speakers at btcprague.com. Prague is a cradle of slush pool in 2010, world's first international conference in 2011, first hardware wallet prototype in 2012, BIP39C creation, first Bitcoin ATM, first Bitcoin only cafe, first ASIC custom firmware, deep Bitcoin roots in a beautiful city, btcprague.com, June 8th through 10th. Stay humble and stack sats. That was kind of an ad, but it looks like it's going to be a good event, so I don't feel too horrible about it. We have at Scarce City with 125,000 sats saying, thanks for the fun rip. Always appreciate the messaging regarding survival. Boosting enough sats for Matter CK to take a Muay Thai class. Thank you, Scarce City. Great dude. We have at Auburn Citadel with 100,000 sats. It's also tiresome. The freaks keep me in a positive frame of mind. Then we have Ride or Die Freak at Eric99 with 50,000 sats saying, stay humble, stack sats. When I went to Geyser Fund page, there's a red X that says unstable wallet. Can I still donate there? And will it get to you? So that's what I was saying about my node being down. As you all know, there was a lot of freaks supported the show. You can look them up by going to Fountain or another Podcasting 2.0 app. And you can see all the other comments. I really do appreciate it. Last but not least, I know it's a bear market. I know it's a recession. Maybe global economic depression. If you can't spare any sats, you can also support the show by subscribing on your favorite platform. Dispatch is available on all of them. Bitcoin TV, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, every single podcast app. Just search Citadel Dispatch and click the subscribe button. Leaving reviews help. Sharing with friends and family help. Get that signal out there. No matter where this world takes us, I will be broadcasting from my Citadel field. So I appreciate when you guys share it. And then one more shout out. Dispatch is very unique in that we have a live audience, a live interactive chat. That's either through our Matrix chat, which is operating 24/7, 365, and self-hosted on Citadel servers. We also have the chat that streams in from YouTube and Twitch. So if you're able to join the live shows, that is extremely appreciated because that's what makes the show really unique. And I kind of think of you guys all as hosts. Okay, all those links are still dispatch.com. Thank you all for going through that with me on this Monday afternoon. So with all that said, I have a great guest here today, someone I've been friends with online for a long time, briefly met in 2019, which feels like almost a decade ago. We have Dave Bradley here, who goes by Bitcoin Brains on Twitter. How's it going, Dave?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
The pleasure is all mine. I'm glad to finally have you on the show. So Dave, I mean, I don't know where to start. I mean, how I knew you the best was as co-founder of Bull Bitcoin, the infamous Canadian exchange or Bitcoin business or brokerage. I don't know what you would classify it as. We have Rand Moore in the comments asking for the Matrix link. It's just still dispatch.com/chat. So Dave, so why don't you tell us your Bull Bitcoin story? Let's start with that.
Yeah, well, you know what? Why don't I give you the lead up to that too, because that's kind of fundamental to where we got there.
Go for it.
So I got into Bitcoin in 2010, kind of like at the end of the CPU mining era, like right when GPU mining became a real thing, and I was like mining in my basement. I had no idea what hard money was. You know, I was looking at Bitcoin as like a get rich quick scheme, like a lot of people do when they first get in. I was like mining Bitcoin in my basement, selling it on local Bitcoins and buying more video cards and mining more Bitcoin. And got to a point where I was like, I need to make this a real business, because I was like meeting people at coffee shops with cash, and they probably thought I was a drug dealer at the coffee shop. So in 2013, me and a friend opened a store, like a physical brick and mortar store called Bitcoin Brains, which is now my handle and personal brand. And we were selling Bitcoin over the counter. We were selling mining equipment and like whatever else we get our hands on that was related to Bitcoin, and doing consultations and whatnot. Later sold the store there, but kept the brokerage alive, doing OTC stuff. And that brought me to a place where I was doing a lot of business with Francis in Montreal. And I was kind of flying around the country doing different OTC deals. And we were very ideologically aligned. I would say that the roots of what started Bull Bitcoin came from an article, I guess, that Francis and I wrote. This would have been like, I think 2016, maybe, yeah, probably 2016, when the block size wars were just kind of getting started. And There was a proposal called Bitcoin Unlimited, and it was basically a hard fork that involved the block size increase, and I'm not sure what else they threw in there, but it was getting a little bit of support. Roger Ver and some others were backing it, and we were talking, and we didn't know each other nearly as well then, Francis and I, and we were like, you know what, this is kind of bullshit that these guys think they're in charge. And so we kind of gathered the Canadian Bitcoin community. We got, I think, 16 different companies that were all fairly small to sign this letter. It was basically saying, like, Canada says fuck you to Bitcoin Unlimited, like, we're not in. And that kind of led to Francis and I becoming better friends. And when we agreed to write that thing, I was like, I'm pretty good at writing, and I was like, I'll probably carry this. But then I see Francis, and he's just like on a different level. Delivers nothing but pure signal, and I was like, man, this guy's for real. So
Bitcoin Unlimited was the Gavin one, right? It was early days. It was before the block size war, like was in full swing, right?
Yeah, it was before. I don't really know or care who it was. Like, it was one of those people.
It was, the idea wasn't that idea was like, you go to 2 megs block size, then 4, then 6, then 8, like you keep, hence unlimited, right?
Yeah. There was a series of bad proposals and alternative clients and stuff like that throughout that period that all kind of were just like knee-jerk reactions to an attempt to solve this one problem, which was the blocks filling up.
Right.
It was like, we're very lucky we avoided falling for any of those things, because they all had like the Cobra effect written all over them, where there's no way to know what the consequences of changing things mid-flight would have been, right? So anyway, we wrote that like very much saying, for what it matters, we're 16 pretty small companies, but we're economic nodes that have a meaningful impact on the consensus.
Right.
And so we said, yeah, we're not doing that. And I think some of that energy is what led ultimately to the UASF, which was basically like the ultimate, like all the small players in the community telling the big ones to fuck off. And
I recently had BitMEX research on, and he wrote the block size war. So anyone who's listening right now, if you weren't here for this, like, this was a pivotal point in Bitcoin history, and it's really easy for me and Dave to not really appreciate that the newcomers have no idea what happened, and you guys should really read it if you weren't here at the time, because it's important for Bitcoin's security model in general.
Yeah, it's very important, and I think one thing that gets forgotten a little bit is that with the UASF, Bitcoin conclusively proved that it is the only network. Well, it didn't prove it was the only one, but it proved that it was a network that was fully decentralized. You had all the big players, all the big miners agreeing to a change, and the community getting together and saying, absolutely not, you're not in charge. And that's what separates, when we're seeing all this stuff, we'll probably get into later, all this Binance and all the bullshit going on with US regulators, and that's what sets Bitcoin apart, is the fact that it's been proven that no one is in charge. And that one detail may become very relevant, hopefully in the near future, if they're starting to go after some of these other coins.
100%. I mean, that's what, and a lot of, it's crazy. It's crazy because, I mean, we've been talking about this stuff publicly. I mean, I personally maybe logged 5,000 hours of podcasts talking about this subject, and most people still do not realize, like, the whole Greenpeace thing that we've been dealing with the last 6 months, funded by Ripple, which, by the way, Greenpeace is a terrorist organization before they even found out the word Bitcoin existed, revolves around this idea that someone controls it. It's such a simple concept, but it's so crazy for individuals to comprehend. Most Bitcoin deniers still to this day, most average people have no concept that nobody controls it, which is insane.
Yeah, and it's pretty hard for some people to see the nuances there, where, you know, to all intents and purposes, like, everybody's got their, like, cousin who's super into crypto and wants to tell you it. And that guy has no idea that Ethereum is not decentralized.
Right. Yeah.
So,
well, that's our edge still to this day. Okay, so you wrote this piece. You guys connected. You had a bromance a bit, right? And that's where we are in the story.
Yeah. So Francis and I became good friends, and we had this idea that we wanted to roll a bunch of different Bitcoin companies in Canada all together and make, like, this super company. And we had a bunch of talks with some different players in the space, and didn't really find anyone else that was really fully aligned. But in 2018, Francis and I ended up combining our efforts and forming Bull Bitcoin, which was basically the merger of Bill's and Satoshi Portal, which Francis had created, and my company, Bitcoin Brains, and really with the goal of being, like, you know, the voice for Bitcoin maximalism in Canada and the most advanced Bitcoin platform in the world. And I think Bull has accomplished that pretty well. So I was with Bull from 2018 to 2020. I left Bull Bitcoin at the start of 2020 to form a company called Ghost Lab, with the intention we were making software for Bitcoin ATMs. That was something that I had a lot of people sort of asking me about. And ultimately what that led to was I was reaching out to somebody that I'd known in the industry for a long time, Adam O'Brien, who is the CEO of Bitcoin Well, where I'm at now. And we were talking about this software, and he's like, yeah, I want to do that too. And so we ended up partnering up on this software. And then at some point he's like, hey, can you help me take my company, which at the time was called Bitcoin Solutions, which was a Bitcoin ATM company at the time. Can you help me take this public? And I was like, well, you know what? I've never done that, but, like, I could probably figure it out. And so that's what I did. I joined up with this company. We ended up rolling the ATM software company in, and it's all part of one company that we rebranded to Bitcoin Well when we went public, which was the first publicly traded Bitcoin ATM company in the world. And so yeah, we've got about 300 of those around Canada. We have offices in Calgary and Edmonton where we buy and sell Bitcoin, and then we've got an online platform that we've launched sort of near the start of the year in Canada that is, you know, the simplest possible way. So the way that I describe Bull Bitcoin is, like, it's the most advanced Bitcoin platform in the world. Francis was on a show called the Canadian Bitcoiners podcast, I think last week, or the week before, talking about that. And Bull Bitcoin is very unique in that, like, it's built from scratch. You know, all of the infrastructure, the nodes, everything is built in-house, and that gives a lot more leeway to do advanced features and to really target the, like, 1%, the remnant, the, like, most hardcore Bitcoiners in the world, and that's who that's built for. And then we've taken a little bit of a different approach with Bitcoin Well, where we're building the opposite. We're building, like, the simplest possible thing. So bank to Bitcoin in Canada is about 30 seconds once you're signed up right now, and there's no other features. You can buy and sell Bitcoin, and that's pretty much it at the current stage.
Well, first, let's just take a deep breath here. Can you turn off your notifications on your computer? Because I heard a Slack notification, and it gives me PTSD.
Yes, that's actually, sorry.
You're good. You're good. I've seen people try and push through it, and it's definitely a worse situation. So I didn't realize you guys went public with this company. That's pretty crazy going public. I guess before we go there, were you involved in the Montreal Bitcoin Embassy?
I was not. I'm in Calgary. We like our
Francis
store,
had that before Bull Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was Francis didn't start the Bitcoin Embassy. That was some other Bitcoiners in Montreal, and they basically hired Francis to be like the government relations piece, and he ended up then starting Satoshi Portal, which is like the OTC desk that they ran out of the store of the front. And that was actually like the only part that was really successful. Like the embassy was awesome, but when it comes right down to it, like our entire industry is about selling Bitcoin, and that's really been what's fueled this entire industry, and everything else that people have built around that mostly just supports that one thing.
Well, it's definitely the most proven business model.
Yeah,
at least up to date right now.
Yeah, exactly. So it what we were running in Calgary was in a lot of ways pretty similar. It was like the hub for Bitcoin here, and having a physical space is something like we have a physical space now in Calgary, and we have one in Edmonton, but it's a little different in that there's a bunch of these things around the country now, and so it doesn't become quite as much of a hub. It used to be like the only place to go if you wanted to talk about Bitcoin, which is really cool.
Right. Yeah. No, the reason I bring it up is because when I was a young Bitcoiner, I don't know if it was like 2015 or somewhere around there. Bitcoin was down from all-time highs, like 90%, and I was at a family wedding in Montreal, and me and my family, my parents walked by the Montreal Bitcoin Embassy, and like that was the moment they decided I wasn't a crazy person. Was because there's just this random physical location in Canada, and to this day, I still think. I mean, I don't know if you're aware, but I co-founded a physical Bitcoin campus in Nashville, Tennessee, and that is the number one biggest reason to have a physical community location is because it makes it real for people as they walk by. They walk by, they see it, they're like, "Holy shit, this is a real thing," and then it starts turning the wheels and starts getting them going.
Yeah, that's interesting. We got this ad that I don't know if it's still there anymore. We got virtually no like commercial response from it, and it was basically just like a shipping container with our like banner, etc., on the side of the highway between Calgary and Edmonton. And as far as I know, we got no business out of that at all. But I hear from a lot of people when they're like, "Oh, Bitcoin, I've seen that shipping container." They don't even know that it's necessarily us.
There you go.
They've got a link to the tangible reality of the world now that they see all the time, and that's like it's the way that realtors use bus benches. You know what I mean? You see them a billion times, and then eventually it creeps into your head.
Yep. No, yeah, I can definitely relate to that. So where do we want? So Bitcoin Well, you guys are a public company. I've never heard of you until you mentioned it in our messages before the show. Are you guys doing a lot of business in Canada? I mean, you're Canadian only, right? Which is I'm not Canadian, so.
So yeah, that's the main reason probably why you've never heard of us. And like we were talking right before the show here, and that's part of the reason why I haven't gone on like a whole bunch of like American podcasts, is because we weren't doing business in the U.S. and almost every podcast, most of the market is in the U.S. and so I was a little bit quieter, and now we've been operating in the Canadian market for 10 years, so we kind of know what we're doing. I think when it comes to selling Bitcoin, and we've got this online platform that we think is really solid in terms of like speed, simplicity, and price, and we're just taking that experience and expanding that to the US here soon. So we've got an expansion plan for the spring. We should be launching just like a very, very basic non-custodial way to buy Bitcoin straight from your bank to your wallet in as few steps as possible.
Got it. So how does that look?
It's funny because your payments, in some ways, like your traditional fiat payment rails in the US are actually a bit worse than what we have in Canada.
Yeah. We're the worst in the world, I think. I mean, the world.
So we've got something called Interact e-transfer that's fairly ubiquitous here, and it's not very good, but it is like a more or less instant. Sometimes it takes a few hours for no apparent reason, but same day way to pay small amounts of money within Canada, and that's been the dominant payment rail for most of the Bitcoin industry in Canada. In the US, it looks like ACH payments, but it's basically we're going to be taking ACH payments from our clients, allowing those to basically create a balance in fiat that the moment they want to make a purchase, the Bitcoins are sent directly to their wallet. So we do technically hold our customers' fiat, which is kind of unavoidable in a world with very slow and unpredictable payments. But for as little time as possible, and we don't hold the Bitcoins at all. We deliver them immediately, which I think is, with all this shit that we've seen in the last year with custody and blow ups of exchanges, that's something that we learned several times the hard way in Canada, and the rest of the world is now seeing in spectacular fashion.
I mean that's been something that Bull Bitcoin has always held fast on, right? There's no custodial wallet on Bull Bitcoin. It's just they exchange your fiat directly to your non-custodial wallet, your self-custody wallet, your proper Bitcoin wallet. I hate it. It's just like it's either a wallet or it's like a custodial account. Like there should be no such thing as a custodial wallet. We've already lost that narrative.
Yeah, that's a weird vernacular actually when you think about it. It's like your bank wallet.
Yeah. So you guys are a public company. You're currently operating in Canada. What is the Canadian product? So help me out here. I assume, you're a co-founder of Bull Bitcoin. I assume you still have some kind of equity stake in Bull Bitcoin. People are in Canada. They're Bitcoiners. They love using Bull Bitcoin. Like, what is the trade-off balance? Like, why would someone choose Bitcoin? And I'm sorry if this is an unfair question, but this is, I think, the question everyone is curious about, including myself. Why would someone use Bitcoin well versus Bull Bitcoin? What are the trade-offs between the two?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the trade-offs are pretty clear. Like I said, Bull Bitcoin is the most advanced Bitcoin platform in the world. There's all these features that nobody even really notices. Like every single order gets a cryptographically signed receipt.
Right.
Verifiable on open timestamps. Any coins that come into the company, and there are a lot because the legacy of bills, which was a bill payment service. So a lot of the clients of Bull Bitcoin, probably more than any other exchange in the world, are people selling Bitcoin.
Right.
Most are dominated by people buying Bitcoin. So
they're paying their bills, like their electric bills or something. They send Bitcoin in, and then Bull Bitcoin pays the bills.
Yeah, exactly. And that's technically a sell, right? So that's basically what's going on at Bull Bitcoin. Bull Bitcoin has as clients the CEOs of every major Bitcoin company in Canada, pretty much. So Bull Bitcoin has a lock on the hardcore users, I would say.
Okay.
And if you want things like coin join on the way in when you sell your coins, if you want those cryptographically signed receipts, Bull Bitcoin is the best one to use. Absolutely, it is the strongest platform, and it's the strongest base, and it's probably knowing Francis, like Francis is probably the most hardcore Bitcoiner in the world. So it's probably the last company where your personal information could end up in the hands of the government, for example. So that's how I would define Bull Bitcoin. Well, we're taking a broader approach. So we're not building as many things that are targeting the hardcore users. It's more like, where do you send your aunt to get Bitcoin?
Okay, so more user-friendly.
Yeah, and you know what? They're both user-friendly. There's a lot more going on with Bull Bitcoin.
Right.
But where we're really trying to optimize with Bitcoin well, which is different than Bull Bitcoin. Bull Bitcoin is, like I said, trying to build the best stuff possible, the best platform possible. Bitcoin well is trying to build the easiest platform possible, the most user-friendly and the most streamlined. So that stat that I mentioned, you have to go through when you sign up like a KYC process, which there are legal reasons that we have to do that, but the main one is an anti-fraud piece, because fiat payments are not reliable, so they can be reversed in cases of fraud, and so we have to know what we're dealing with. Once you get through that KYC process, though, the process of buying Bitcoin and from your bank to your Bitcoin is literally about 30 seconds. Once you send one of those e-transfers, unless you run into the random detail where the system sometimes takes longer than expected. But when that transfer is sent, the Bitcoins are sent immediately, and there's no faster or cheaper way. And as a result, because it's so fast, that's the safest way. We've got custody of a user's funds for seconds rather than minutes or days.
Yeah, I mean, so do you have a custodial wallet for the Canadian users on the Bitcoin side?
We don't have a custodial wallet. We don't have a wallet at all. So we're just the platform that offers exchange. We are looking at some solutions for the future that would involve kind of like a collaborative custody.
Okay, I like that.
So part of the big problem, and like we've got a bunch of companies in Canada, for example, that sell Bitcoin. They use Coinbase for custody. And as we've seen, all of these companies are sort of like intermingled, right? They've got fingers in each other's pots, got funds moving from SBF to Alameda to FTX and whatever. And it's very unlikely that in the event of a sudden insolvency at Coinbase, that the funds of users in Coinbase custody would not get pulled into that mess.
Right.
And that's the biggest issue. And for us in Canada, like that's something happening in a different country, in a different legal jurisdiction.
Right, you're really fucked. You're actually fucked.
Yeah, it makes no sense to keep your coins in an exchange that's then going to keep them with a third party taking some unknown risks in a different country. Like that sounds completely insane. And so the way that I look at it, we're leading with the self-custody because that has to be the default, right? That's what anybody who can should do. And at the same time, like I've seen points from like Corey at Swan where he's talking about the fact that allowing users to leave their funds with Swan, with Prime Trust effectively through Swan, really opens up the market to users who don't want to go through that extra friction.
Well, I mean, the better example is I think is Strike, which is when Strike first launched, they launched as there was no custodial wallet, period. And it was a pay button, right? It was kind of what you're describing right now in your idea for the US rollout. I don't know if your Canadian side is similar, but you had a fiat balance, and then you either paid a Bitcoin address or a Lightning invoice, and then Bitcoin were sent there, but there was no custodial Bitcoin wallet. And what they found was through support claims, there was a ton of friction in that concept. Like as myself, I believe, if you're not a Bitcoiner unless you're holding your own keys. Otherwise, you're an IOUer or something. Like you're just holding IOUs. You think you're holding Bitcoin. You have some Bitcoin price exposure, but like you don't actually hold any Bitcoin. So I'm very, hardcore, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word, but I'm, very strict in terms of self-custody. I tell everyone you got to self-custody, spend hours of my time, like way too much of my life, maybe not way too much, maybe it's a worthy mission, a lot of my life trying to educate on self-custody. But I still kind of understand the practical matters there in terms of, your average person comes into Strike, well, you continue to Strike as an example, and they just can't wrap their head around the fact that they have to go and then download a separate Bitcoin wallet to actually receive the Bitcoin. And he basically he ended up having to just add the custodial Bitcoin wallet. And even still that he has a custodial Bitcoin wallet, in the fallout of FTX and when there was concerns over all these different banks and stuff with all the bank runs, he basically did they did an audit of all their user balances, and 90% of funds that go through Strike go to self-custody, which is like, I think that's, a pretty big win, all things considered, even if you still have some funds left over there.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's that's a really good example. So I think part of what everyone misses is like, it's very easy for us who are like up to our neck every day in the space to say, like, functionally, it's not actually more difficult to set up a Bitcoin wallet than it is to set up a bank account.
It's way easier.
Yeah, you do it one time.
If you're ever in a bear market and you're like questioning your conviction on Bitcoin, be a true masochist. Walk into a bank and try and create a checking account, and you will become a massive bull on Bitcoin again. Like it's just fucking pain in the ass to create a bank account. It's very easy to create a Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that vision of like Bitcoin only, self custody, like it's pretty simple once you understand, right? You don't really need to know that much. But when somebody gets into the space and they're new, it's a deep topic, right? And their brain power is split between like learning how all the technology works and like who do we listen to? Are we going to listen to Breedlove or are we going to listen to Vitalik? And there's a massive amount of information coming at them, and it can take a while to sort of sort through that stuff. And so I can understand why some people want the feeling of custody, which is what everyone's used to. Like that's basically why banks exist in the first place. It's like it's supposed to be a safer place to keep your money, not a less safe place to keep your money, right?
Right.
And people are used to that experience, and so I think when presented properly, and we haven't done this yet, so I'm still speculating. But I think when presented properly, with like, you know what, you have these two options, but we want to talk to you about why you should spend the extra 6 minutes and make your own Bitcoin wallet and figure out your backups or get a hardware wallet or whatever else it may be. I think presented with education, there's an opportunity to bring more users into the space, and then also guide them down the path away from all the bullshit in the space, away from the custodial exchanges storing Bitcoin in another country, away from all the shit coins, casino coins. I'm trying to get away from the term shit coins. I want to call them casino coins. So I think
there's something there.
I think that's what we're trying to do, and we've got this idea, and it's still a little bit untested. There's some legal structures that work in both Canada and the US called bailment, which essentially allows, the theory is, the way we want to set this up is with a third-party custodian that would keep one or more keys to a user's coins. But very relevantly, we would never have access to the coins, and the user would retain full legal title. So the way that it works right now is that if you're a user of a Canadian Bitcoin exchange using Coinbase custody, you have an IOU from that Bitcoin exchange, and then that Bitcoin exchange has an IOU from Coinbase custody.
Right.
And then those of Coinbase custody has IOUs from someone else. So
you're a creditor. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that model doesn't work. That's the part that gets everything sucked into the bankruptcy. Mt. Gox users, which is now what we're 9 years in since Mt. Gox collapsed, and those users have not gotten their coins yet because they're still stuck in that bankruptcy proceeding.
Right. Or a more relevant recent example would be like a BlockFi or an FTX or something, or Celsius. They're all just basic creditors.
Yeah, they're all creditors, and the reason I point out Mt. Gox is because like those people in those companies, like the creditors of BlockFi, the creditors of Celsius, based on what we've seen before, like they might be waiting 9 more years to get those funds, and there's also a very good chance that those funds are now denominated in dollars, those debts, whether they were held in coins or not. So it's basically like selling your coins and not be able to get the funds for 9 years.
If you're lucky.
If that, yeah, and then you may take a haircut at the end.
When SVB went down, I had a bunch of buddies who were caught up in the mess or whatever, and I was like, "You're never getting your money back." And then, of course, Uncle Sam bailed them out, and I was like, "Oh, I forgot. Like, I've just been living in Bitcoin land for so long that I just assume, like, as soon as one of these companies go down, you just might as well write it off to zero because there's no way you're gonna fucking get it back."
Yeah, if the bankruptcy plan could have printed more Bitcoin to bail out Mt. Gox, they probably would have.
Yeah. Yep, that is true. So I mean, let's just hone in on this point. So multi-sig, collaborative custody. I think is this what you're describing? Because this is something that I've been talking to with people. This idea of like multi-institution collaborative custody, where the user doesn't actually hold a key, but like three institutions hold a key and two of three or something. So it's like you need two of the institutions to come together to rug you instead of one or something like that.
We're looking at that. I'm leaning away from that, partly because we don't want to be holding any keys.
Okay.
We don't want to be in any position like that. And I very firmly believe that companies taking on the business of selling Bitcoins should not be the same companies taking on the business of Bitcoins.
Okay.
And part of the big problem with the custody model that we've seen with collapses like FTX is that it wasn't just that they were holding the coins, is that they had all these other business activities that then exposed those coins to the risk of those other business activities. And so like, I don't think we're doing anything risky. We're pretty conservative with our business model, but I don't want to be responsible for users' funds in that way, and I don't want to put our company out there as like a bullseye for hackers. I don't want to have to.
Right, it's a liability.
Exactly.
It's literally a liability on your balance sheet.
Yeah, exactly. And it should be custody, if it's going to be performed at all, it should be performed by a company who specializes in that. And if possible, what I'm talking about with the bailment model is that the user should maintain full legal ownership over the coins.
And who holds the keys?
The custodian will hold the keys, but legally.
So a single custodian's holding just a single key, all the keys, whatever.
They do, like, depending on which kind of levels of wallets, and we're still sort of working on different models and different custodians. So there's a chance that some multi-sig may work its way in there, or multiple custodians may work its way in there. But fundamentally, what it comes down to is that they are trusting a custodian if they choose to, and the custodian just needs, in my mind, to make the security model and the business model completely clear. So this is also going to be a scenario where, like, the user will probably have to pay a small fee to hold these coins in this account,
right.
And that, I think, is a much more direct, like, capitalist solution to the question of custody. Because you got to think, like, if you're giving somebody your Bitcoins to hold and they're not charging you for that, why are they doing that, and where are they making the money?
Right. Yeah, I mean, this reminds me of Caitlin Long's Custodia Bank, right? It's like a full reserve bank. So then everyone goes, "How do you make money?" It was like, "Oh, you charge transparent fees because you're trusting me to secure your money for you, and I'm not going to go play games trying to like get yield somewhere and gamble on bonds and then get wrecked as a result."
Yeah, exactly.
But so this isn't collaborative custody at all. This reminds me of the Prime Trust model. Are we describing the Prime Trust? Like Prime Trust, that's what Prime Trust does, right? Like they hold it legally in your name. And you have full control over it.
I'm not 100% familiar with the like legal structure of Prime Trust, but I think fundamentally there's a lot of similarities to that. But the big difference is that Prime Trust is also the liquidity provider in those scenarios. So they're also the company that's buying and selling the Bitcoins.
Right.
That's where that complexity creeps in. And I really believe that like a Bitcoin custodian, in so much as they should be, I believe, a small niche of the market and not the norm of the market. But when they do exist, that's all they should do.
Yeah. I mean, so I go back and forth. So Prime Trust is a regulated trust institution. Yeah. They are, legally speaking, not a bank. They use 5 different banks on the back end. They do, like you said, they do order matching and processing or whatever. The custodian that Prime Trust uses is Fireblocks, which also does shitcoins. And they use, they don't use multi-sig. They use, what is it? Multi-part computation, MPC, because they need to support all the different shitcoins. But then supposedly everyone's in a segregated account that's legally in your name. But then, so I've heard this argument many times, both privately and publicly, which is the argument that's like, oh, like we should use a professional custodian that's separate from us. But I'm kind of, from my point of view, that ultimately creates the central point of failure among multiple companies. We already see multiple companies in the US that are completely dependent on Prime Trust for their MTLs, their money transfer licenses. Like MTLs in the United States is no joke. You got to get it in like almost every state. They're doing custody, they're doing order matching. It's like this one company goes down and all these different companies go with it. And and then you have someone like a River that controls their whole stack in completion. And then so like at least like if their users get rugged, like they do the rugging to their users rather than like it kind of feels like trusted third party Russian dolls, where it's like the users trusting a third party and then that company's trusting a third party and that company's trusting a third party, and it's all kind of obscured.
Yeah. So I definitely agree. Like the Russian dolls is a good example. And that is what's happening. Like all of these companies relying on one for all their order fulfillment and everything like that. And I think there's a good example in this one where the risks that are a part of a seemingly simple business like buying and selling Bitcoin can sometimes lead to unforeseen risks that could in turn affect the custody. And I think that's the worry. And right when FTX collapsed,
Right.
I don't know if you were in LA for Pacific Bitcoin this year. And it was fun because it was like right when that was collapsing, and we're like in the city with like FTX Arena, and and it's kind of crazy. But
I was not there, but go on.
So, or maybe it was crypto.com arena. Yeah, it was crypto.com arena there.
Yeah, FTX Arena's in Miami.
Right. And we're
or was.
Yeah, we're at this conference, and everything's melting down, and it's kind of like everybody's happy because it's like very nice I told you so's around the board. But there was a moment where some weird stuff was going on with Prime Trust, and essentially the spread just went from like being like a 2% or 1% spread like normal to like a 6, 7, 8% spread, like just out of the blue. And nobody knew why that was. And then you started getting slow withdrawals from all the platforms on Prime Trust. And it turns out that nothing was actually wrong. It was like some kind of a bug, and it,
right.
Seemingly Prime Trust was solvent and everything was fine. But as soon as that started to happen, people started to worry, like, hey, my coins are in there. Like, what's going on? And this is a totally different part of the business that has nothing to do with custody. Is this order fulfillment and the spread that's going on there. And people very rightly started to worry, like, is this something that I need to worry about? And so I always want to be of the position that users can and should learn to use self-custody. And you're right, that's like, you're not really a Bitcoin until you get there. But especially for new people coming into the space, having like a hand-holding experience and having a custodian, and very similar model to what we're talking about is what we're looking at, regulated trust companies that use an established legal structure to allow the Bitcoin holder to maintain ownership of the coins.
Legal ownership. Yeah.
That's the part where, like, hopefully in the event of a meltdown, the difference between waiting 9 years to get Mt. Gox coins out and the SBV getting a bailout and getting the funds on Monday. So it probably would be longer in the event of an insolvency event to the custodian, but the users would have a claim over their own coins. They would have ownership over their own coins in a way that no other creditors could claim any portion of.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, we went really deep on that, but your rollout in America at first is going to be just completely self-custody only.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how does that look? Does a user like put in a Bitcoin address? Is it going to be Lightning enabled? Like, how does that look?
Out of the gate, it's on-chain only. So it's a Bitcoin address, and the workflow will be basically like you create a funding order to send us an ACH payment. Your funds land. Once your funds have landed, then you're able to make a purchase. And when you make that purchase, you are immediately sent the Bitcoins to your wallet that you provided.
So like open the app and I say, I want to buy $100 worth. And then it says, give me a Bitcoin address. And then it just debits my account and sends me Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have to bring up another thing that I was going to get to right at the start, but I somehow missed.
Okay.
And I saw Romel Almalgaro in the chat about half an hour ago saying, oh my God, is that the Dave Bradley? He's so handsome.
I saw
missed
that.
this in my bio. One thing that I am very well known for across Canada is being the strongest and best looking Bitcoin entrepreneur in Canada.
Allegedly.
Well, I mean, it's official. Yeah, but so there is a story behind that that I can tell you. I meant to shill. I have 3 things to shill. I've only shilled one of them so far.
Go for it.
Right behind me here, this amazing art from my very good friend, the artist Madex.
Oh, he's amazing. We have his art at Bitcoin Park as well.
Amazing. This kind of stuff is really cool because normally when something as good as this one hits Twitter, it's gone in like an hour. But since Twitter's been fucked, I have gotten to have it in my living room for a little while. So
love it.
That one's up for sale. Everyone should go buy that art. But yeah, I am, I would say officially the strongest and best looking Bitcoin entrepreneur in Canada.
Humble too.
Very, very humble. There's more of that, more info about that on my website at bitcoinbrains.com.
So who designated you that? Let's hear this. Let's hear this story. You can't just bring that up.
So when we had this store, 2013, we had the tagline, the fastest and safest way to buy Bitcoins in Canada. And that was like a marketing tagline, seemed fine, worked for a few years. And then when we started to form Bull Bitcoin, when we were going through the process, we started looking into it and we realized there were like 7 other companies in Canada now claiming to be the fastest and safest.
Right.
So we're like, we got to come up with something else. And we came up with Canada's most trusted Bitcoin company. And then like a year later, we called ourselves Canada's most trusted Bitcoin company. There were like 2 or 3 companies also claiming to be Canada's most trusted Bitcoin company. And we're like, well, we got to do something about this. And I was like, fuck it. Why don't we just call ourselves something they won't copy and call ourselves the strongest and best looking? And that was kind of a joke at the time. And we didn't do it. But then a couple years later, the Canadian Securities Administrators, which is like our equivalent of the SEC, comes out. We had a big exchange in Canada called CoinSquare that got fined, and the CEO was banned from ever doing anything with securities and all this stuff because they were like majorly wash trading on their exchange. And part of the reason they were wash trading was to support the claim that they were the biggest Bitcoin exchange in Canada.
Right.
And so the securities regulators come out and they say, hey, if you're an executive at a Bitcoin exchange or brokerage, like a virtual asset service provider, they call it, you are not allowed to make superlative marketing claims unless they're demonstrably true. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to pull back out this claim. And so I like literally, I've had this out there. I started claiming this about 3 years ago. I got the website up, and like they haven't sued me yet, right? So that's kind of an endorsement.
That's fucking hilarious.
Right. So that's what I mean when I say official, like according to the government, I guess, as much as you can trust that. I am
not at all
best looking Bitcoin entrepreneur in Canada, but much more importantly, according to me.
There you go. Well, thank you for giving us some insight on that. And congratulations on the title.
Thank you.
Are Americans allowed to file lawsuits in Canada? Like, can I challenge that, or is it?
So that would be like, technically anybody could sue me over that, I guess, but it's mostly it's mostly the securities commissions that are worried about that. But I told a little bit of this story when I was speaking in the Swan tent at Pacific Bitcoin, and somebody said, "Hey, like, why aren't you claiming to be the strongest and best looking Bitcoin entrepreneur in North America?" And I was like, "Well, like, Canada is a small place. Like, I'm pretty sure." And I can be reasonably certain that there's nobody who's both better looking and stronger than me who also counts as a Bitcoin entrepreneur.
Very pragmatic.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, there could be some just absolutely monstrous, really good looking Bitcoin entrepreneurs that I've never heard of in the US. So I don't want to be
You
arrogant.
can't forget Mexico either. You have to compete with the entire Mexican population
that
as
could
well.
be the biggest person I've ever seen in my life was in Mexico. So yeah.
There you go. That's hilarious. I had no idea. I assumed like just some random newspaper or something titled you that, but knowing it's self-titled makes it better for some reason. So I mean, should we get to the? I mean, you have a third thing to show. I know exactly what you need to show. You want to show.
Yeah.
Should we talk about this conference you're running with Sessions?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Ben Perrin and I, BTC Sessions, who I've known a really long time from the early days of my store here. We're putting on a conference in Calgary in July called the Bitcoin Rodeo. It's going to be fairly small, probably about 400 people. It's going to be very focused on Bitcoin only content. We've had a lot of very good, well put together conferences that have way too much shitcoin stuff going on in Canada, casino coin stuff. And the whole time I've heard people ask me about this. We put one on in 2018, which is one of the first, if not the first conference that Safety spoke at on Bitcoin. And that was a big hit. We had a pony and a really great time. And I think
I remember the pony from the internet.
Yeah, it was awesome. We rented this miniature pony, and they threw in a free miniature donkey. It was amazing.
Great deal.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to get those because the venue is not as permissive this time, and not in as flexible of a spot to get a pony up there. But where we're sort of focusing, one thing that I noticed, like I go to a lot of conferences, I'm sure you do as well, and I like never watch the content.
Yep.
I watch some of it later.
Because it's recorded, so you can watch the content later, but it's all about meeting the people and having a good time.
And the other thing is like when I go to watch that content, like most of the people that are speaking on the main stage at BTC Miami are people that I follow pretty regularly on Twitter, and I've probably heard the same people having the same conversations already on Twitter. So for somebody who's like really deep in the space, it can be a little bit repetitive. And at the same time, it's like it's not content that's accessible at all to a brand new person. So it's like really designed for the like enthusiast, but not the professional, I guess, is where you could say it lands. And so we're aiming to make the content for our conference a lot more broadly accessible and talking more about how Bitcoin affects the world and vice versa than how the technical details or the economic realities of Bitcoin will work. So we're hoping somebody who has never really learned about Bitcoin, who's seen a billboard on the side of the road, can show up and be interested and get something out of that content. We're also hoping to be able to get like, I want to see the speakers in the crowd.
Right. I dig that. No, I mean, obviously, the freaks are aware. I'm sure you're aware. I speak at a lot of events. I've had my hands in, I've been consulting for Bitcoin Magazine on their conferences and their content strategy in general since it was 8 people in the depths of 2020. Helped grow that company to 100 people. BitBlock Boom every year. And now Bitcoin Park, doing a lot of things at Bitcoin Park. And then obviously Citadel Dispatch, Rabbit Hole Recap. And the big priority for me has always been conversations that you won't hear anywhere else, right? Like keep it fresh. We don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. So I mean, knowing Sessions as well, like I have no doubt that you guys will execute on that.
Yeah. We're building in a whole bunch of fun details that we're hoping will be engaging for the audience in a way that's not just Bitcoin content. So we've got little cool things like we're getting a Vuvuzela. I don't know if you remember those,
Yeah, they're extremely annoying. What are you going to do with them?
Well, Ben's going to have one. He's going to be the MC for the event.
That's what they had at the South Africa World Cup. And they were everywhere. I remember them at baseball games and shit.
And if any of our panelists are so unlucky as to favorably mention a casino coin.
Oh, I love that.
He's going to blow the Vuvuzela and we're going to break the discussion and pivot.
Yeah, I got vetoed. I wanted to, for Bitcoin 2022, I wanted to do like a slime button that I can control, just like hit them on the main stage as soon as they talked about a shitcoin, but I got vetoed on that one.
Yeah.
I like that. Vuvuzela is good. It's clean too.
Yeah.
No one can ignore a Vuvuzela.
Absolutely. So we've got that. We're planning a fashion show with all the Bitcoin merch that all the different companies bring. And one that I'm really excited for is the Bitcoin elevator pitch competition. So we'll have a bunch of speakers and some random plebs who have applied, giving their best 45 seconds on how to sell a stranger Bitcoin.
That's what's important. You got to perfect that one. So let's get into the brass tacks. How many attendees do you expect to have? Like what size event are we talking?
Yeah, it's going to be around 400, so it's going to be fairly small.
Oh, I like that size.
Yeah. There's going to be a big focus on networking. So the way we've set up the space, there's going to be a really nice area for networking and bar and an art gallery and a great place to go and meet people, as well as some private areas that people can have meetings and whatnot. So we're hoping that it becomes an event that is useful to the people in the Bitcoin industry because of the networking and the deal making and whatnot that we all go there for, and building those relationships and whatnot. And then we're also hoping that it can be at the same time useful to the people who walk in off the street. So we're we're one of the biggest oil cities in the world. We have 600, 700 oil companies headquartered in Calgary. And this conference is right in downtown Calgary. We're in the hub of all of the oil companies.
So you're going to have a lot of mining content?
Yeah.
Energy
So,
content?
there's going to be some for sure. We're not overwhelmingly going with that, but it is a focus. I feel like every energy company in Calgary has heard extensively recently about mining. So our goal is not to like drill it into them. It's like to present a good forum for discussion. And I think we're at the point where a lot of these energy companies, they've probably all been pitched like 15 times by different Bitcoin mining companies. And they're either doing it already or they've decided not to for some reason. So I want to sell those people Bitcoin rather than in the concept of Bitcoin. And if they're not already mining, I want to convince them that they want to be mining because Bitcoin is the future of where they need to be going.
Right. I mean, first of all, we have Randmore in the comments asking about the rails from Oregon to Bitcoin Park. I wonder if you mean trains. There's definitely a way to get here via trains because we have at least one freak who showed up to Bitcoin Park from that area, from the Northwest to here. Back to Dave. I really like the size of the 400 person events. There's a place. First of all, I can hear your tapping because I know you don't have your headphones, so you can't hear it. There's a place as hyper Bitcoinization happens, as Bitcoin adoption happens. I really do strongly believe that it makes sense to have 20,000 person plus festivals for Bitcoin or Bitcoin culture. Maybe like expand the tent, Bitcoin culture. It makes sense to me. But as someone who's been in the space as long as you, I really enjoy the smaller high signal events, and that's what we've been focused on at Bitcoin Park. Our events are 200 people or less, right?
Yeah.
It's just a high signal. You just have great conversations. It's very intimate. And to me personally, that is what I really enjoy. But to the energy side, when we first got into Bitcoin, Dave, we couldn't really fathom where mining would go. The combination of energy and Bitcoin.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all had an excellent lunch, and I hope you had a whole bunch of booze, and you're all ready to melt into your seats for the afternoon. So up next, we have a panel. The panel is titled, "Why Would Anyone Buy Public Mining Stock?" Good question. So we're going to find out. We have Noah Kramer from Wild Rose Mining. We have Mr. Harry Sudduck he's CSO at Grid. We also have Steve Barber, President and CEO of Upstream Data Inc. And we have Ben Harper. He's the Associate Director of Luxor Technology. So welcome our panel. Give them a big round of applause. Enjoy.
All right. So our panel is on effectively public miners, and we're be discussing a couple things, especially relating to the new announcement with ETFs, and I guess whether or not public miners can outperform Bitcoin, just looking at them as investment overall. So the first thing that we're going to start off with here is. With the ETF, with the ETFs coming in on the market as of January this year, previously, before that, the only way for people in the stock market to get exposure to Bitcoin mining was through investing in public miners such as Hut 8, locally here in Alberta, or Core Scientific, or Grid. But with ETFs now being available on the market, how does that compare? And is it still really worth it to invest in public miners? So I guess I'll pass it to one of you guys.
I can take that. The first is just owning a public mining stock is not a replacement for owning Bitcoin in a self-custodial way. and we don't pretend to be. That's not the point. And so until you're really comfortable and up to speed on owning Bitcoin in a self-custodial fashion, like that's your first priority, because Bitcoin's freedom money, and freedom comes before finance. So as a public mining executive, that's sort of my perspective. Now, that being said, there have been periods across this cycle and other cycles when public miners have outperformed Bitcoin over some period of time. And so it's reasonable to take a point of view that a Bitcoin miner is, and I'm not talking about Grid, but I'm just talking about the industry generally. You know, the Bitcoin miners have two jobs. The first is to generate Bitcoin at a profitable margin. So if you own stock in a Bitcoin miner, you might be able to go buy a Bitcoin for $63,000, but we might be able to mine a Bitcoin for $25,000. And if we're able to do that with enough scale, that could create a revenue stream or a profit stream that makes it a compelling investment to somebody. And then the second piece, and I'd love to hear Steve's perspective on this as well, is you know, we're not just generating positives of Bitcoin, building a pool of infrastructure asset in one way, shape, or form. That might mean a power contract, it might mean generation ownership, it might mean the wellhead, it might mean any number of different things. But we've seen over time that the access to low-cost power is also a really exciting balance sheet asset, whether you're using that power to mine Bitcoin or to do some other kind of computing or to do some other manufacturing process. Owning low-cost electricity is a really valuable thing. So if you want to get exposure to ownership of that type of asset, in addition to that Bitcoin mining revenue stream, that's why a public Bitcoin miner might make sense relative to something like the ETF or something like Bitcoin if you sort of feel like you have a position already.
Yeah, of course. Like, I guess in today's day and age, you know, we're not, you could say we're early, but we're not early enough that you can just go and, let's say, plug in a Bitcoin miner into a standard grid rate and not have to mitigate any sort of other costs on your upfront there. You're going to either have to be taking energy that other people aren't competing for price on, or you're going to have to be providing some sort of ancillary service with your mining, such as, you know, selling your heat or something or other on that end. So I guess in, you know, like Harry was saying, one of the big things with the public miners is that they have access to these power contracts, and, you know, that's their whole business. They've been working to access these, I guess, public with the utilities. They've been working with curtailment and other different strategies for power procurement that actually allow them to get much cheaper energy prices that others aren't able to get. So I guess that's where you could see an advantage. It's not necessarily just on the Bitcoin exposure side, but in terms of exposure to other industries and I guess the operational advantages that those public companies carry, that's where we can see some advantages there.
Yeah, one way I look at Bitcoin mining is probably of all the industries out there, it's one of the industries that can scale capital like nothing else, because there's really no counterparty, right? Like you buy miners, you don't really have to serve a customer. You know, if you're like doing traditional data centers, like high performance computing stuff, you still have to procure demand for your machines. Whereas the Bitcoin global network is just a constant demand. So really all you have to manage is forecasting, you know, what's hash price looking like what's the commodity price of each compute for Bitcoin mining, and then like what's your OpEx? Can you get a low OpEx? So from that perspective, mining is very attractive to a lot of people with idle capital, because you can invest it as long as a mining company, a public company or private, can keep procuring cheap power. You're pretty much unlimited on the amount of capital you can scale. I mean, at some point you'll put a dent in difficulty and start working against your own interests, but that's like, you got to scale a lot of capital before that starts happening. So if you're operating at scale, like you're like Riot blockchains in the world, and you can procure gigawatts, you know, contracts and PPAs, you have certain, you know, scale you have the, what's the word? Economies of scale, there you go. But there's also risk too, because, like my company, we've always been focused on, well, microsystems and off-grid, and we're not public. But there's risk with going at scale, on the grid, at an interconnect. I mean, right now in the market, a lot of people don't really understand that, Bitcoin mining as an additional consumer on the grid, more consumers is a good thing. I mean, more buyers of a good is a good thing. Like the suppliers of power can then, generate a return, invest in more power infrastructure. But you're seeing in places like Texas right now, a lot of negative press, probably from lobby groups that are like, targeting, that are like anti-Bitcoin mining, saying how bad Bitcoin mining is going to be for Texas because all this immense amount of power that's coming online. But a lot of these people, fail to state and consider, or just maybe they're trying to hide the fact that a lot of Bitcoin mining, unlike most loads, is completely flexible. That's, I think everyone in this room probably has heard about all that by now. But I mean, there's no consumer you're hurting when you're, there's no buyer of your hash that you're really hurting when you decide to shut off. If you own the machines, you can shut them off whenever you want. And so if the grid is demanding it, it's generally just a net benefit overall. So there's a lot of benefits of mining at scale. There's definitely some major risk factors, because if you are like somewhere downstream in the grid, you might be, because if you're a mining company that's only mining like midstream, downstream in the grid, you're at risk of your competition doing deals with the generating stations upstream of you. But a lot of the time, there's certain regulatory restrictions that might prevent that from happening anyway, and you have to work through the utility. But it's generally a net benefit overall, and I mean, you just have to look at different mining companies as a whole and what their strategy is on if they're actually a good investment or not. I think some of them certainly are not, but some are.
And yeah, so I guess a little background on me, I work at Luxor's derivatives desk. So derivatives is a fancy word for financial contracts, moving exposure around. And so when I look at this question, I think about, what are the different exposures, particularly as a comparison to Bitcoin, right? So I think, everybody thinks Bitcoin miners, you get that Bitcoin exposure, but Bitcoin miners have a lot of different exposures on top of that. So just, for example, on your revenue side, right? Transaction fees, right? Exposure to block space is something that Bitcoin miners have, but just holding Bitcoin, you wouldn't have. Network difficulty, as you brought up previously, in the block subsidy, of course. Any other revenue streams that a data center operator could have as well, right? You think of Bitcoin hash rate as one type of crop. You could be running different types of GPUs and doing other computer services, and that's just on the revenue side. On the treasury side, Bitcoin miners can choose to hold Bitcoin, but they can do other things. And then, of course, power, being short other infrastructure costs, short labor. So to me, I just look at it as an exposure question. Bitcoin is obviously part of the exposure of a Bitcoin mining company, but a lot more comes with it. And so people looking for exposure to those other areas might take a look at stocks for those reasons.
Yeah, I guess touching on that point, exposure, one of the things we're, interested in here is, when can a public Bitcoin miner actually outperform just, dollar cost averaging or purchasing Bitcoin outright? What are some examples of some situations where, a public miner has exposed themselves correctly to the point where they could or have in the past actually outperformed the price of Bitcoin?
Well, some of that is related to timing, right? So, I mean, and that's just the nature of the industry, in the bull market, or coming from a bear market to a bull market, you generally, I would expect, continue to see miners gain some kind of multiple over just holding Bitcoin, because if they're holding Bitcoin, not only is that treasury going up in value and par, but all the computers they have, it can also spike way beyond what Bitcoin spikes, because you get these computers these miners that are currently marginal, break even on, the best power cost today, or not making a marginal profit on really cheap power today. But as the value of, as the hash price goes up and those miners come back to life, like we saw that last cycle, of course, in the S9s, everyone wrote them off as dead. I know we were using them for oil field projects, but that was because we don't treat Bitcoin mining as unit profitable. We're doing it to help them with their rate limited oil production, for example. that's why they would work with us. But in that time, you know, this graveyard of S9s we were accumulating just to like offer them a better solution than like, you know, combustion, they started ramping up in value like way past what Bitcoin price accrues. So only point being is like timing is a huge factor on like if a Bitcoin mining company can outperform Bitcoin itself. Obviously their own treasury management strategy. A lot of companies might liquidate all their Bitcoin every month rather than hold any because they don't want to be, because they're already, you know, speculating on the hardware. They might not want to speculate on the coins themselves. So some companies have that strategy. I wouldn't know, you know, which companies have outperformed Bitcoin. I think it's hard to really know for sure, especially some of these public companies now who, I think it was Harry earlier said, you know, like, or it might have been you, Noah, but like, if you have these really amazing PPAs in place and you got reliable power that you have locked up for years, you're in a great position to like offer power effectively, or even infrastructure to do the AI compute stuff, which right now is the hottest thing probably on the market. And you're seeing companies like Hut 8 pivoting to that or adding that to their portfolio. Obviously Core Scientific just announced some pretty big deals. Now that's gonna probably bolster their shareholder value immensely. Now, are they really operating more profitably than just holding Bitcoin? Well, now they're more complicated companies now. They're no longer just pure Bitcoin miners. So it's really hard to say. It's really hard to gauge, if you know what I mean. I would guess, though, on average, most mining companies worldwide that are pure mining companies, you know, especially a lot of the smaller private ones, probably didn't outperform Bitcoin in the long term, like just because there's a lot of risk and OpEx involved that can really catch you with your pants down.
I would add also that Bitcoin miners' ability to engage in capital formation is an area where they're able to get outperformance. So like if you're in a traditional real estate business, for instance, right, there's like your levered return and your unlevered return. And so you're borrowing money to buy a house and then you rent the house for a future cash flow stream. Some miners are able to raise debt and buy the miners, and that ability to engage in debt financing could give shareholders outperformance in the short to medium term potentially relative to Bitcoin, because the shareholders are getting a levered return, but but if you measured it on an unlevered basis, maybe it wouldn't outperform Bitcoin, but on a levered basis, maybe it would, because you know that capital is non-dilutive. It comes with a cost for financing, but it doesn't come with the dilution that maybe a stock offering would. So I think, you know, as you consider what public miners are interesting to you and why they would or wouldn't be, looking carefully at their balance sheet, how do they engage in financing? How do they engage in strategic design for the business? What are the type of assets that they hold? What are the type of contracts they've entered into? You know, are they the same as their peers? Are they different than their peers? Like those are all of the types of things, and there's, you know, lots of literature on how to model a company's value that I certainly haven't done, but Wall Street's been around a long time, and they have, you know, maybe not perfected it, but they've at least taken a couple swings. You know, so I would look to those types of tools to try to assess these things. You know, a Bitcoin miner is not a proxy for Bitcoin. It serves a very different value proposition, right? It's an asset that you expect to appreciate over time. It's not sound money that's supposed to free you from a dollarized savings account. So, you know, I think it's a little bit of a false comparison to say that, you know, miners are competing with Bitcoin or competing with ETFs. I think it's more so, you know, does the return profile of a miner make sense for you as an investor or not? And does it make sense maybe at a 10% allocation relative to your Bitcoin, maybe at a 1% allocation relative to your Bitcoin, but then you're in a portfolio design environment, which is a different question unto itself as well. So, you know, to me, I'm very hesitant to say like Bitcoin mining companies that are public are competing with Bitcoin because they serve different functions. But what I do know is that there are an incredible number of great Bitcoiners working at mining companies who are making the same calculation with their time and their capital and their reputation to work on mining relative to somewhere else within the Bitcoin land.
And where, you know, where I spend all my time, and Steve brought up hash price, so so hash price is basically
just feeding you,
right,
serving
exactly.
you up here.
So I work on a hash rate derivatives desk. So hash price is kind of like our bread and butter, and a lot of the, you know, timing, whether or not a Bitcoin mining stock is outperforming Bitcoin. But I think one or two areas worth highlighting are the other components of hash price. because those are times when Bitcoin miners' revenues could outpace outpace Bitcoin for reasons that aren't necessarily related to the price of the currency. And so the first of those is transaction fees. And so in terms, about some event that's coming up, you might see Bitcoin miners become more profitable from that event. And that's a function of Bitcoin's block space becoming more valuable, not necessarily the price of the currency, though they tend to be correlated, but not always. So there are times like when you see big spikes in transaction fees, some type of ordinal, or OKX puts a big finger on a button and pays way too much. I mean, Bitcoin miners in those moments are outperforming Bitcoin price. I mean, the shorter term one would be network difficulty. You see the China mining ban. If you know about a Texas mining ban or something like that, that would be another scenario where you could see hash price outperform Bitcoin price.
Yeah, of course. I guess what we're getting at is that not necessarily just in companies, but also in private mining companies, any sort of mining companies, there's other factors that could lead to them outperforming the price of just the asset class itself, the price of Bitcoin. I guess what Steve touched on earlier was with the old machines essentially being left for dead, and then all of a sudden hash price coming over a certain amount, and they're all of a sudden back into profitability on an average grid rate. You could essentially look at that as a, I guess, call option on hash price, where those machines are going to be essentially worth scrap value until, hey, these actually make a return over the course of a year. And so, yeah, it all really relates to hash price in the end of it. And I guess public companies are the easiest way for, a standard investor who isn't necessarily looking to get into the space or take risks, doing due diligence on private investing, to actually to get exposure to the space. So yeah, I guess the next thing though, in terms of public mining companies versus Bitcoin versus investing in Bitcoin mining yourself, is the diversification that it might offer. So, Bitcoin, if you're investing in a Bitcoin ETF or just directly in Bitcoin as an asset class itself, that's an exposure to really one thing, and that's Bitcoin itself. But obviously with public companies, they all have different energy procurement strategies, and they all have some sort of different element that basically makes their business unique. So I guess what sort of diversification could we find in investing in public companies?
Yeah, I think the first is that, and I can speak for what we've done at Grid and what I've seen a lot of folks in the industry do, is that, we don't operate one mining site. We don't have one power contract. We've got a diversity of those. And so we've got, one site that's co-located with a hydroelectric dam that looks totally different than Tennessee Valley Authority selling us power in front of the meter, and we do both. And so, we get to have access, I'm sort of an indiscriminate buyer of lowest cost power, certainly in the US. But, what that means is that I'm looking at a really wide range of ways to get my hands on that power, even if lots of it looks similarly priced. The risks associated with each of those types of power is very, very different. The power market that each of those contracts lives within, right? A power contract doesn't just stand alone, right? It exists within an ecosystem of factors, whether it's the type of generation, right? If you're very exposed to renewables, sun goes down and power went away. Or if you're exposed to oil and gas, you're exposed to, the Henry Hub price for that gas potentially. And so it could be profitable for 2 years and then not profitable for 2 years. So there's variability associated with each of these that's very unique and very specific to the type of energy that's getting generated. So I try to take a step back and say, okay, I believe that Bitcoin miners are in this global race to the bottom for energy. I also believe that Bitcoin miners are going to go where they're wanted and where they're needed. And so where they're wanted is a place where the revenue that we as a miner bring in is really valuable to the community in the place where we decide to build. Where we're needed is a power market that's stretched thin. Like Steve said, the number of hours a year that a power market is pushed to the edge, it's like less than 100 on average across all grids. And so the value of the flexibility that a miner offers is A, misunderstood, B, mispriced, and C, really obvious to utilities who have never met a customer like us. So I spent a lot of time talking to utility executives and not enough time talking to Bitcoiners. So when I talk to them, like the first reaction I get is like, is this real? Can you actually do this? And so I show up with operating data and say, yes, not only can I have. We've been doing this for 6+ years at this point, and we have a really long track record to show that this demand response thing, this interruptibility thing, is the reality of our business. We are prepared to do this. And the reason they don't believe us is because the same way that Bitcoin is a fundamental innovation on digital scarcity and money, Bitcoin miners are a fundamental innovation on flexible load. We can do stuff that nobody else who's come before us can do. If you were a large power customer in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, you were largely an aluminum smelter or a car manufacturer, or something in those two categories of either manufacturing or fabrication. In an aluminum process, you can't turn off because the aluminum will harden in the pot line. And then the pot line is ruined because the metal turned back into metal and didn't stay in liquid form. Ruined. Can't do it. In an auto manufacturer, they actually don't care because power contracts represent somewhere between 25 and 30% of their costs. 70% is labor. So if they're asked to turn off all the power, you can't just send everybody home for the shift, right? You've got to pay everybody through the end of the shift. So it's actually more expensive to turn the power off than it is to keep running that higher power cost and continuing to pay people to put, I don't know, doors on cars or something. So there are these mechanical realities that are present in the past large consumers of electricity that are not present in a Bitcoin miner. And so we're actually different, and there's actual innovation happening. And part of the issue is that the power contracts that exist don't take that innovation into account because they've never seen it before. And so you're asking them to be really flexible on the way they design contracts in an industry that is notoriously not terribly flexible and not terribly cutting edge. We love them. They're great at their jobs. They're the reason the lights work. But if I ask to renegotiate a contract, they're not really sure where to start. And so there's this massive education lift to just teach them what is a mining business and what can it offer them beyond just the revenues of paying them for the electricity. What's the ancillary, to your point, benefit of a relationship with an operator like us? And so first you have to teach them. Then you have to teach their legal department that the world's not going to end if they sign this contract. Then you have to go and do the construction. Then you've got to operate the mine and prove to them with boots on the ground in the field that it actually works the way you said it did. And then you wake up 5 years later and they love you.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I don't know who's lobbying against Bitcoin mining in places like Texas, because I mean, anyone in the know, I think, would agree that's been a net benefit, but there definitely is special interest groups lobbying to demonize it. And it could be even the data center industry because they're hungry, especially as this AI boom is getting everyone excited over spending billions on AI data center infrastructure. And the Bitcoin miners for years have been like gobbling up all the best power contracts in across the U.S. So maybe it's those guys. And then one major difference between Bitcoin miners and these AI guys is, we're readily able to curtail if, usually that comes with a bit of a discount, like you're getting a blended discount across your average power price over the course of a year. Might come through credits, might come through whatever, but in the end, you're getting cheaper power for taking the option to curtail. Whereas, all these data center loads that are coming online and these announced loads, which are, in the gigawatts across the US, for example, I don't know what's going on in Canada, but probably not a lot until the government changes. But across the US, there's all this money being invested. But one thing about these guys, like you're spending so much money on your GPUs and your infrastructure. I know personally I wouldn't be that excited to curtail that expensive hyper depreciating equipment, especially equipment that might have even more upside if AI keeps booming, just to save a few pennies on power. So I mean, it's really, when Harry is emphasizing like Bitcoin mining is really the first ever, I would say it's the first and only scalable load that you can turn off on a dime and no one is really damaged by it. There's really no one harmed, presuming contracts are built properly. If you have a hosting contract and you don't have that kind of stuff built in, someone might get harmed. But otherwise, if it's all structured well, like really, there's no one missing out, and it's overall just being a huge net benefit. You asked a question about what are miners doing to diversify. I mean, I'm sort of seeing it more and more. I mean, like you're seeing certain miners offer, I'll call it different ancillary services around Bitcoin mining. Like I just saw Green Ridge, a small public company that's sort of, I think mostly specialized in 1 or 2 facilities. I don't think they have a whole lot. They got a few coal plants, but I saw them announce like, you know, they're building infrastructure now to sell to the public because what they've learned on building, say, like modular containers, they're now offering, you know, outward. It was something they were only doing inward, but now they're offering outward. So like engineering side of things and projects, I think Ride has like an engineering division. There's, you know, I'm seeing pure Bitcoin miners who historically only did, you know, bought ASICs, bought miners and plugged them in. They're now offering a little bit more across the envelope. You're also seeing, I think, more of a trend towards, you know, power plants like becoming the miner. It might be through a sub or vice versa, like miners acquiring power plants because that's a natural synergy as well. Selling power to the high demand, you know, consumers on the grid when they need it, and when they don't need it, you know, they send all the surplus to their load centers on site. So,
yeah. Just on your earlier point, I think the pushback in Texas comes from peaker plants because it's their competition.
Okay, yeah,
so
peaker plants. Warren Buffett and his peaker plants.
Yeah, because you know, when Bitcoin miners are shutting down at the peak, that's normally when those plants would be firing up, and so that's at least is my understanding. For me, I just look at compute as kind of one of the key, in addition to what you guys have said, obviously, but the key area where I'm involved with, where I see diversification. I think the biggest misunderstanding about Bitcoin mining is people confuse the currency they're being compensated for with what they're producing, and Bitcoin miners are producers of hash rate, which is really just processing a specific type of processing power, and they take energy in and they produce hashes. Now, I think more and more in the future, you'll see, you know, AI, other, you know, petaflops, other type of computer operations, and I think that's where you'll see a lot of the diversification because, you know, just like you know, not every data center can do every type of compute, but not every farmer can do every type of crop, but you know, it's usually the case that you know, I think you'll see increasingly more types of compute from these different types of companies. At the end of the day, you could make more Bitcoin selling petaflops perhaps than hash rate at a certain point in time, and so ultimately, you know, Bitcoin miners will chase those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, touching on the point about compute and flexible load, I guess in layman's terms, flexible load just means, you know, Bitcoin miners have a ceiling price for the power that they're consuming that they can pay, which is much lower than, let's say, a hospital or an aluminum smelter or, you know, residential. Those are, you know, those people have non-elastic demand for power. They need to keep the lights on, they need to keep the heat on. So the ceiling price they're willing to pay for power is much higher versus a Bitcoin miner. It's, hey, you know, I'm profitable at this price, I'm not profitable at that price. I'll be perfectly happy to curtail my power if, you know, it's going to cost me more than a certain amount. So I guess that, you know, the energy procurement strategy there comes, it plays a big part in the diversification of the actual miners. You could say they're short energy and long Bitcoin, I guess.
Yeah, the way that I think about like the trade as most clearly distilled down is miners are long Bitcoin, long transaction fees, short power, and short difficulty. Yep. Everything basically boils down into that four-legged stool, and it drives every decision, right? So if you were in that trade from 2022 to 2024, it sucked. If you were in that trade from 2018 to 2024, now, it was great. And there were periods of great outperformance. We're currently, you know, hash price is much lower historically today than certainly the Bitcoin price is today. So, you know, Bitcoin's trading in the 60s, hash price is at an all-time low. And that's because difficulty has risen significantly over the period of time, and there's been a halving. And so you're seeing, you know, short difficulty trade against you, and you're seeing long Bitcoin-denominated Bitcoin trade against you due to the halving. And so it makes sense that we're sitting at a lower hash price than we have historically. Now, if we saw Bitcoin trade significantly ahead of where it is today, and we saw fees go up a lot, or we saw power prices come down significantly, which they're currently higher than they were in 2020 and 2021 before we decided, the conflict in Europe is worth kind of blowing up some energy markets over. We have an environment where our cost of production for power is much further below the current market clearing price than we're seeing right now. So I think there's room for power to go down. We need to, kind of muster the will to produce a lot more of it along the way. But I think there's a huge opportunity for power costs to go down over time.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at mining companies as, the four-legged stool you were talking about, where you're long certain asset classes and short certain other classes, sure, that's a great way to look at, public miners in general as to whether they're a good investment or mining in general. But in terms of a comparative point between each individual miner, that's where you have, their operational procedures and everything. And like we were talking about earlier, the diversification, they'll say they'll start up an in-house engineering firm, try to save on their data center costs or improve the quality of their data centers.
Oh, there's one big thing we missed. We didn't talk about ASIC efficiency.
Yeah.
So the amount of energy it takes to produce 1 unit of compute. So as you look across all of the different public miners, the fleet efficiency numbers that they report is something I would look at really closely, because if I'm producing hash rate at 40 joules per terahash and somebody else is producing at 20, this is like golf, lower number good. You want to get as low as possible because you use the least amount of energy per unit of compute. And so that revenue is going to be higher margin because you've got to pay for less electricity per unit of revenue. So that's like the other piece of this, where we've seen a huge amount of cyclicality really between 2019 and today, where the procurement of the ASICs, especially the leading efficiency ASICs, has driven a lot of the outcomes for some of these public miners. If you bought $100 per terahash S19 in 2021 or 2022, you're probably not going to make that money back, certainly not in Bitcoin terms. Now, if you bought a $15 S21 6 months ago, jury's still out. That may be a really constructive price to have acquired that unit at. And so looking at A, the cost per terahash, and B, the efficiency per terahash, those are two metrics, if you were to look across a basket of public miners, that I would look carefully at, because that choice and that capital allocation and the asset that capital purchased is going to drive the performance over the coming 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah, and I'm no analyst for pubcos. I think I've skimmed their financials once or twice, but sort of well known to be a little mean to them sometimes. But I mean, depreciation's been probably the biggest thing that has set them back. If you look at them as a basket, set public miners back from showing good profits over time. It remains to be seen, like you said. These newer gens are, we're still sort of in the depths of a Bitcoin mining bear market, and the pricing of the new gear seems to be pretty well priced. But we really won't know until we look back again a few years later, how that investment held up, especially when, people are buying futures, versus spot. We don't know the quality of the gear, like the newest gen gear. It's always a little bit of uncertainty on how they're going to perform, and are they going to break? And you got to ship them to repair and pay that money in lost time. But I think if you generally look at most mining companies, both private and public, hardware depreciation has been one of the biggest costs on their sheet. Power cost is there too, but depreciation of the hardware, these things can cycle out pretty quick, right? When did the S19 come out? It was probably 2019, 2020?
It was announced in 2019. I think they delivered in 2020.
Yeah, and I mean, they're still profitable for the best-in-class miners, but for a lot of them, they're pretty, borderline or not profitable anymore, and you got a whole new cycle coming. So that's always a huge risk to any mining company, is just that hardware hamster wheel that we say that you get on, and you sort of always have an upgrade, but are you ever paying it down when you look past EBITDA and actually account for depreciation in your operating costs?
Yeah, I mean, that brings us well into our last point here. There's obviously, there's all sorts of advantages to investing in these public companies, but there's also a lot of disadvantages. And like you said, the $100 terahash S19s is certainly one of them. What do you guys think could be one of the largest disadvantages or red flags to look for in public companies? We've seen, obviously, debt-financed expensive miners. What other sort of operational or other features of public companies can we see that could be considered red flags?
Yeah, and comparing it to Bitcoin again, because that's what you always have to do. Counterparty risk, which Bitcoin doesn't have. Who's running the company? Do you trust them? Do they know how to time the market? Do they know how to deliver on their operations? Do they have skin in the game? That really matters for public markets. These companies can come pretty detached from fundamentals if the people there don't believe that they'll be there for a long time, or they're just there to sell their bag. So counterparty risk would be a big one, right? And that's, any company you invest in, you have to know who the executives are, who the operators are, what's the vision, what's the long-term plan, and you have to choose, is that counterparty risk you're comfortable with?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a team of people. There's always somebody at the top that's running it, as well as all their operational procedures. It's not just a company that makes money. It's not a magical self-operating machine. It's a bunch of people. It's a team that can make mistakes, but you're trying to invest in the team that doesn't make those mistakes. So,
well, I was going to just add, when you look at, I've had shifting views of different mining companies over the years. I think I've seen some, shift towards, more positive things, and I don't need to name names, but, I normally I'm a simple man. If you have a net positive earnings, like bottom line, you're making money, then you can justify management bonuses, cash bonuses. Stock is different, options, equity, it can be different, but sometimes in the past when you see some companies and again, I'm sure it was pre-contracted, but when you see huge cash payouts, which really just taking money out of the shareholder value for a management team that's made no money, that is ultra sus to me. Those generally are companies that I'm skeptical of because I'm a simple man. And if to me, you want bonuses doled out from cash treasury, especially I'm especially speaking on free cash. You got to be making the company money, and if you're not, either the directors or whatnot have put together some really bad incentives in place and this is where I've said it before and gotten shit for it, but mining your shareholders is what I've said in the past, because I've seen some companies and that's really all they appear to be doing. They're making really fluffy announcements on back when it was really hot to make letters of intent for big ASIC purchase orders, and nothing really substantial has actually happened, but you've made a press release and now your stock price went up and now your compensation, it might be share based, share price based. And I know there's good reasons for all these things, but if you're not earning money, net earning money per share, you don't deserve any bonus in my view, but I'm a simple man, so.
Yeah, I guess looking for the proper incentive structures for the executives, as well as just how they're running the company. I guess a good metric to look for, which is hard for a lot of public companies to deliver on, actually, is ROIC. Return on invested capital. Public companies often have a low ROIC because of various different factors, including machine depreciation often. And then another element that's really big with public companies is their operating overhead. What do they spend in terms of their revenue on their salaries, on everything that it takes to run the company that doesn't necessarily produce additional Bitcoin, because that adds to their cost of per Bitcoin. How much does it cost them to actually produce? Because obviously everyone's a market taker, just as the traditional energy industry here in Alberta. You get the market price for gas, you get the market price for oil, just as you get the market price for Bitcoin. So the only piece you can control there is your operating expenses and what it costs you on a unit basis to produce that Bitcoin.
I'll just add that track record of execution. I think what everybody else said was great, and I don't disagree with any of it. I just think that at the end of the day, you have to grow because you're short difficulty. You got to be long hash rate growth for yourself. So you got to keep up or outpace network hash rate on an aggregate basis if you want to grow the business. So looking for that track record over time of being able to put more exahash in the racks, run it efficiently, continue to source new growth opportunities, and execute on those. I'm a simple man too, and being able to grow the business over time in a cost-effective way is kind of what I've always tried to do, but also what I would look for.
Of course, track record is hugely important, obviously, when comparing on a per company basis. There are lots of public companies, a lot of them very small, some of them very big. But yeah, in terms of actually, choosing your investment, the more history you have to actually look at of, what have their operations look like? Have they been profitable? Have they delivered shareholder value? If the company's been around for longer, that's typically an indicator that, hey, we can stay afloat as long as, you're, like Steve said, they're not just mining their investors for more money.
I'm sure they exist.
Yeah. So, in terms of the final part of the panel here, I've been asked to basically look at what do you think is in store for the future for public miners here. Obviously, given the state of the market, what point we're at in the cycle, what are we looking at in terms of the future for public miners?
You want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. I guess I spend all my time on the hash rate side, so that that's I think increasingly you'll see block space, aka transaction fee markets, become more and more important in public markets. At least from what I've seen, they don't appear to move the needle whatsoever at current. But I think as the block subsidy decreases, that market becomes it becomes the market along with the price of the currency that you're earning. And then it's into other forms of compute. What are the other forms of compute? What is the form of compute that is paying the highest dollar or Bitcoin per megawatt, essentially? Maybe in the future, or even at this point, right? Like you could see companies basically selling different types of compute, not Bitcoin mining compute, but for Bitcoin, and they're doing it because it earns them, more return, higher Bitcoin. And so, just increasingly, that's where I think it'll go. Block space markets, other parts of compute, at least on the revenue side.
Yeah, we've got to look at, I guess a lot of companies are looking at a transition into AI, and we've got to determine whether or not they're able to execute on that. I guess, yeah, like you were saying, what from their resources will generate them the most revenue or Bitcoin if that's what they're going after. I know we've seen a lot of M&A in the space recently. That's especially something important with bear market here.
Do you know anything about M&A in the space here? Grid?
Oh, we were acquired last week, which is exciting.
No, it is. Yeah.
What am I looking forward to? I continue to just believe that we need to generate significantly more electricity to have a prosperous future, and to the degree that mining enables that in some small way, I think that story has legs. I think that will become a reality. It already is a reality, but it will continue to churn forward over time. I've been a big nuclear bull for a long time, and I think my patience will be rewarded as time continues to go on. So to me, it's just, mining's amazing because I get to earn Bitcoin denominated revenue, and that's like the best thing ever. But really, if miners are going to change the world, it's going to be because we can help usher in an era of significantly more low cost, high productivity, high uptime electric generation.
Yeah, of course, and especially in grids with lots of renewables, you're obviously, like Ben was saying earlier, you're competing with peaker plants, but right, if you're incentivizing stable generation like nuclear, and you're giving a flexible load there, yeah, you're really doing a good service for the grid. You're improving electrical reliability for consumers. I know, like, a good example would be Texas. I guess, what was that, 2020? We had the big winter storm. Recently, there was another big winter storm, but people didn't lose their power. So you could argue that, Bitcoin miners might not have been entirely responsible, but they might have had some sort of...
We didn't hurt.
Yeah, some sort of contribution that, saved people's lives even from grid outages.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly very optimistic generally. And I'm pessimistic on one side and optimistic on another. I mean, I think the Bitcoin peer-to-peer network keeps growing. Despite, a lot of people opting to go ETFs and custodial Bitcoin and not really participating in the P2P network. So I personally think it's fundamental that the P2P network grows, that there's more economic nodes and more people using it. But I think all the signs are in favor of that continuing, which implies a higher Bitcoin price because utility goes up with more people that uses it. So from that perspective, I'm pretty optimistic on Bitcoin as an industry continuing to grow, because if the network grows, it'll sustain more hash rate and therefore a larger industry. And then I've always been this way on optimistic over the tech as it applies to energy systems, because there's nothing else like it. As it relates to current state of the art in Bitcoin mining, I've always been an advocate to, if you have a mining business, really focus the business on like, how do you get further upstream on the grid towards the source of power, because that's the best place for it. There's no need to, be further. Now, there's tons of restraints and might limit you from being able to do that, like especially regulatory constraints. But there's nothing like this tech. So like, you have this incredible tech that nothing can do what it does to basically optimize energy systems, and you got this amazing P2P network of freedom money. So there's really only nothing but optimism there. Where I'm pessimist is like the creeping regulatory regime on clamping down on, I'm expecting to see worsening regs relating to mining pools. Like, I could see it mandated to be KYC'd across, if you're American, if you're Canadian, only working with KYC mining pools so they can, have a surveillance track into exactly what you're doing. And that's really naturally what, what the state would want to do. They'd want to surveil what's going on so they can, tax you appropriately and all the good stuff that they like doing. So for good or for worse, it just adds friction. So like, I'm a pessimist on the increasing regulatory pressure that seems to be building across the board. Obviously, it was spoken about earlier. I think Nico mentioned it, like on the Samurai situation with the Samurai developers getting, put in prison and like put on trial and all that, negative stuff. But they're building privacy tools, which are really good for the individual freedom. So there's a lot of like pressure building, and it's only going to keep building, I think, for the near future. That's like the only and the only reason I'm pessimistic about that is it's going to be harder for like white market businesses, like out in the open businesses like ours, for example, to operate, because we're going to have more frictions to navigate. But in the end, it's not really a net negative for Bitcoin or its adoption, but it's going to be more difficult for like shareholders of companies that are mining companies and the like, all of us, because there'd be more friction added, and it's going to go against profit margins.
Yeah, of course. And in terms of pessimism for the future, regulations, we've seen all sorts of different regulations in the government that negatively impact our industry. Notably the carbon tax with mining in Alberta here. I think what's really happening there is, since Bitcoin is such a cross-border, internationally applicable system, what these regulations really do is push business outwards, reduce our country's net benefit on the actual industry and the advantages that it can provide that we've been talking about this whole panel. So, like with mining pools, if there is some sort of privacy enforcement regulation, I would see a lot of mining companies actually looking to probably mine to international pools, and there's already a huge portion of hash rate still controlled by China, despite the mining ban. Ant Pool and Pool still based out of China. But yeah, Foundry obviously still the biggest pool here, but pools are a whole other conversation, I guess, in terms of what could be positive and negative in the future. I know, Steve, you were recently talking about, the financialization of mining pools and how that can create fragility with FPPS and basically the risk that they assume with luck there. So yeah, any sort of regulation on pools, with an already fragile balance could actually be, a tipping point or at least a domino in the chain.
It ends up being like a centralizing force, from the perspective of like if I ran Coinbase, like the world's most powerful, biggest exchange, most credible exchange, you could argue, they have an incentive to, to retain their market share, to build regulatory moats. Like this is the same in every industry. The big incumbents want friction for upstarts, like to compete with you. And so it's all a natural progression. It was very predictable. Everything that's happening now, and people lobbying against Bitcoin mining in Texas, whether it's peaker plant guys, which I think he's right on that, or it's the shadowy data center guys, whatever. But it's it's all like trending in a predictable direction with a new industry. And if you look at how every other industry has evolved over time, very burdensome regs that really often serve no purpose. But when you're talking about like, speaking to Alberta specifically, I thought I'd ask you, if you could riff on, I know Ben's done a bit of work, the CBC, on trying to like make Alberta more open for business. And I mean, I don't know if there's anything high level you'd want to comment, because this place, like we have a resource base you wouldn't believe, especially obviously oil and gas and natural gas and stuff. But do you have anything to say like on what positive things might be coming down the pipe for improved regs?
Yeah, well, Bitcoin mining data centers are just a super optimistic sector and area for Alberta specifically. The reason I actually got into this sector, Canada in general, we have a ton of energy, like per capita, far more than anywhere in the G20. We're number one by, I think we're number one by about 33 to 40% per capita electricity generation over the United States, which would be number two. And our biggest problem is we can't get it to market. What is a data center? A data center is something you put in your home turf, you take energy in, and you sell it globally without physical infrastructure that can be blockaded by other provinces or countries. And that is a huge opportunity for Alberta.
Yeah, you see it. I mean, I was just talking to some fellows from Manitoba for lunch. They got Manitoba Hydro. It's a provincial governed, institution. And like, I have customers just south of the border in North Dakota, like mining a very cheap OpEx off the local co-op or whatever, like on per kilowatt hour. And they can't even get that in Manitoba where the power is being sourced, right? Because of like red tape, like bureaucracy and regs that are getting in the way for entrepreneurs who want to like actually co-locate in a place like Manitoba. And I come from Newfoundland, it's the same deal. We're selling Quebec like through these old bullshit deals, like kilowatt hours, like gigawatts to Quebec for 0.2 cents per kilowatt hour. And now there's contract obligations, which I'm pretty sure they can't, even if they wanted to, like just build 5 gigawatts of a data center or a Bitcoin mine, unfortunately, until that contract expires. But, that's where there's immense opportunity. And then, all across the country is unbelievable. So like we would actually dominate the global hash rate if
we could get out of our own way.
People just got their heads together.
Yeah. Anyways, we're running out of time here, so I guess we'll have to cut it off there. But I guess we'll end it on that note. It's up to the government to cut the red tape and let us get back to mining.
Do you pull hard so you break it? Is this a test of my biceps? What are they trying to do? All right. So I've been put in a very, very uncomfortable position of gatekeeping you from a roast, which is a terrible place to be for me, but it's probably a lot of fun for you. So I'm going to say this before I forget due to nerves. So once I'm done yapping, we need you to go and at least get some kind of drink for the roast, okay? So promise, thumbs up for the promise? Okay, cool. So I'm here very briefly to convince you that it's important to think about free and open source software, tinker with it, explore it, and more importantly, can I get a raise of hands for the folks in the room who are into Bitcoin tech, so the more technical side of Bitcoin? We got a few hands here. All right. These are now the nerds. They will be your friends 5 years from now, trust me. And the issue that we're seeing is that, I don't know if you folks know, there's only 31 full-time Bitcoin Core developers at present, and maybe one of you will be 32 at some point, number 32. My name is Artis Oyens. I like to build experiences, products, services that I and others consider to be transformative, engaging, and meaningful. And one of the ways that I get to do that is with the Bitcoin Dev project. This is where you get your phones out, scan the QR code. No, that's not my Bitcoin wallet. It is the website that I'm talking about. The Bitcoin Dev project is an attempt to provide tools, resources, and infrastructure to the people in the room who are inclined to explore Bitcoin tech. And what does this mean? What we're thinking about is from the very beginning of somebody who's technical, whether it's on the level of, let's say, infrastructure or architecture, et cetera, they already are a developer and they're curious about Bitcoin. It's an uphill battle because Bitcoin technicals aren't that sexy compared to beautiful VC-funded shitcoinery. So we think along the life cycle of a contributor from just beginning to become aware about Bitcoin to I'm contributing and building with Bitcoin. What does somebody need all across those journey stages, right? From becoming aware to learning to practicing to building. And each of those icons on my left, your right, got my directions right, are different tools that you can use. For example, Bitcoin Search is a search product that is built strictly on very vetted and relevant sources in Bitcoin tech. For example, when you search Lightning in Google, you get sparks from the sky or some kind of hockey team in some part of the world. Whereas if you search Lightning with Bitcoin Search, it knows what you're talking about. Anyone here like games? Anyone like playing games or learning through games? Anyone a gamer here? Okay, cool. I can't see. I'm going to pretend a few of you raise your hands. Saving Satoshi is a game, an engaging way to actually learn the Bitcoin fundamentals and interact with source code and actually write scripts. How cool is that? I'd like to leave you with one thing, which is to consider that everything we're talking about is built on free and open source software with humans who somehow climb that mountain to figure out how to do it. We're trying to make that easier for people. Have a look at what we do. Grab a drink before the roast, okay? That's your homework. Cheers and thank you. Bitcoin Dev Project.
Check, check. All right. Welcome, everybody. I think people are sauntering in gradually as they grab their beverages. I don't know how I got roped into this, but here we are. I get to announce my own roast. How's that work? Yeah, I have one request of the audience. The more embarrassing it gets for me, the more drinks you can pass to me up on stage so I can endure it all. There's some dangerous people backstage, which I fully know have dirt on me. But I'm going to first announce and introduce our roast master, Mr. Adam O'Brien. Please come to the stage. Give him a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Looking forward to a fun afternoon. I'm going to introduce all of our roasters. This only really works if the energy in the room is sky high. So if you want to get to your feet and start rounds of applause for our roasters. First up, we've got missing man. Dave, Bradley, you around? He'll come eventually. Did we tell him we were starting? This is off to a great start.
Leave it to the organizer of the conference, who's the first to be announced, to not be present in the room.
You know what? I told Dave that I actually prepared for this, and he's not here, so I think that shows what kind of man he is. But next, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Nico. After Nico, we have childhood friend of Ben, Dave Hardman. Next, we have C-Funk. Woohoo! Yeah. Keep that applause going. Next, we have Mr. Colin Sullivan. Come on out. And then finally, we've got a guest of honor, Mr. JP Sears. Woohoo! Awesome. It is mildly concerning that Dave's not here. He was looking forward to this, so I'm not sure where he went, but we're gonna power through so we don't have to sit here and suffer longer than it already will be. As was said, my name is Adam. I am going to be the roast master this afternoon. This is what I think is the first ever roast at a Bitcoin conference. So I think a round of applause for that, to the Bitcoin Rodeo. This is pretty exciting. And I'm not sure there's a better person to roast than our tutorial goat himself, Mr. BTC Sessions. What a hero for being up here. With every good system, there's a set of rules, but absolutely no rulers. And so that means today, this afternoon, for the rest of the event here, absolutely anything can happen. I'm going to be, as far as structure goes, I'll be introducing our roasters as they come up. They will come up and expose Ben for the man that he was and probably still is. And then we can all laugh at Ben's expense, which should be pretty awesome. There is a thread right now, or there should be a thread. Hey, don't clap. Nope. There is a thread on X. Is it on the Bitcoin Rodeo Twitter thread? There should be a thread on X that we should all build on. So if you're laughing, as you are laughing and crying at these wannabe comedians here trying to roast this basic white man in Bitcoin, the most basic white boy in Bitcoin, I want you to share that with the world.
It'll also really help me figure out who to block. So.
Right, yes. In fact, he will not be blocking anyone because I'm going to take control. No, just kidding. But as you've noticed, there are no real well, there is one real comedian here on the stage. I should qualify as there's one YouTube comedian here on the stage with us. Basically the Dogecoin equivalent of real comedians. So please, with no real comedians, please keep laughing. We need to give these people some of the crowd confidence, encourage them. This is a big deal. Nico and I were talking about this earlier. He's like, and I may be outing him here, I have not prepared for anything so much in my life. So here we are. Thank you all for coming to the first Bitcoiner roast in the history of Bitcoin conferences. So let's go. First things first, I do want to touch on just what it means to be roasted, because you don't get to roast just anybody. And that's kind of what makes a roast so special. Only a tight group of people sharing this common goal with common values that can get together and say horrible things about each other in public. And isn't it in typical Bitcoiner fashion that we're here to sacrifice our beloved blonde-tipped, stupid sunglass-wearing micro-celebrity here in Calgary, Alberta during an event called the Bitcoin Rodeo? What an absolute honor. Honestly, these people are going to come up here and say that Ben's a good sport for coming up here and taking the beating. And honestly, he just straight up had no choice. We have all dedicated our lives to orange pilling the globe, shifting the Overton window. Shout out, Nico. We needed an outlet to honor our pioneers. Because believe it or not, this is one of the greatest honors you can have, is being in the public eye, to come in front of your peers and have a great time here on the stage. It showcases a level of confidence and a security in your beliefs that is unmatched by a mere mortal no-coiner. And Ben would know. He is living proof that Bitcoin can change anybody in the world. Because before Bitcoin, Ben was a metrosexual, proud shitcoin trading communist. See, I met Ben in 2015 or maybe 2016 or so. And this was before his YouTube days, and I had a Bitcoin ATM here in Calgary, and Ben was a local, one of the only local Bitcoin enthusiasts. And we were chatting, I needed some help. He offered to give me some help, and I thought, oh, great, local Bitcoiner, like, what do you do? He goes, well, I'm a dancer. I was like, okay. That's, we're starting somewhere, you're there. He said, well, I teach kids to dance. I was like, okay, so you can teach, this is good. We start working together a little bit. He starts actually doing a pretty good job. We're getting to know each other. And he says, hey, I actually think I want to host and showcase a Bitcoin event. We'll call it the BTC Sessions. I thought, hey, this is great. What do you think the BTC Sessions should be? How are you gonna do this? I'm thinking workshops, technical wallet setups, nodes, like what are we gonna do? All the stuff he does today. He says, well, when I'm not dancing, I'm the singer in a boy band a cappella group. And I thought we would perform and everyone can tip us in Bitcoin. Hardman, I don't know why you're laughing, bro. You were up there. I thought, yeah, that's a really good idea. You should do that. I did not think it would be a success, but the event was pretty good. Almost 10 people were there to watch Ben and his 4 friends put their arms around each other and sing along to some songs. Not quite how I thought about introducing my friends and family to Bitcoin, but to each their own. But then he fires up his YouTube channel. And this is not the YouTube channel that we know and love today. It was kind of like a budget version of Casey Neistat. But it was working. He's gaining traction, he's working out, he starts throwing away his Justin Trudeau posters, he's stacking sats, little less dancing, little more Bitcoin, little less singing with grown men, little more Bitcoin tutorials. Things are looking pretty good. And then one day, he shows up with this stupid blonde tip in his hair. And I don't know if you can ever take the communism out of the man, but we will try to take the man out of the communism. But in all seriousness, being the subject of a roast highlights a level of maturity held only by the likes of the true greats of our generation. We've got Bob Saget, Donald Trump, Kevin Hart, Justin Bieber, more recently, Tom Brady. So Ben, welcome. Welcome to a list of washed up celebrities trying to cling to the power that once was.
Well, thank you, I think.
All right, that's it from me. We've got time for the roast to actually begin. Our first roaster is a man that I've known for quite a while. He can probably take credit for helping me kickstart Bitcoin Solutions, which has turned into Bitcoin Well, #1 Bitcoin platform in Canada and the USA at bitcoinwell.com. Of course, it's talking about Mr. Dave Bradley. The best way that I found to describe Dave actually includes a bit of a short story about a time that I wanted to get a new pet. This is a few years ago and I wanted a jellyfish. And my assistant at the time decided that she would embark on this task of getting a jellyfish. They're actually banned here in Alberta for reasons which are pretty non-obvious. And she gives me, for my birthday comes and she gives me this tank. We got it all set up and we're waiting for the jellyfish to come. I'm like pretty excited, jellyfish, pretty cool. And amongst the excitement, she goes, well, what are their names gonna be? Immediately, I said, Dave. And she went, well, why would you call your jellyfish Dave? I said, they're a heartless, brainless creature that is somehow alive and no one really knows how or why. And just to set the stage and clear the air a little bit, It's likely that some of you have heard of Dave as the self-proclaimed strongest and best-looking Bitcoin entrepreneur. And I like to give Dave a chance to talk about that. However, I was giving him the gears about this one day, and he said, well, yes, and I've been thinking a lot about this, and basically it comes down to, if someone can prove that they are more handsome than me, then they have to also be stronger than me. And I thought, well, yes, that is true. However, that is also the same of Shrek. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shrek of Bitcoin, Dave Bradley.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank Adam for the intro, and I want to say from the very bottom of my heart that we almost needed a milk crate for him to stand on here. And you know, you can tell that Adam is a true Bitcoiner because his hairline cuts in half every 4 years. And Adam's widely known for his enthusiasm in his Bitcoin YouTube videos, and I decided to look up a picture to find some of that enthusiasm. And this picture, this is how hard it was for me to find. This is 1 second into the first video I clicked. And unfortunately, you guys all know what Adam's face looks like when he comes now. So we've got an amazing group here. I'm really happy to see so many awesome friends and new friends that have all gathered here to make fun of our friend's hair. We've got JP Sears here. He's a very famous comedian. Yeah. One thing that I learned in promoting this conference, I've been talking up JP Sears. We got JP Sears. Nobody knows JP Sears' name. Everybody knows his face, right? You show them JP Sears, they're like, oh, I fucking love that guy. But, oh, if I looked like that, I'd probably rather people remember my name than my face. And we've got a pseudo-anonymous internet celebrity here, C-Funk, who's joined us. Very rarely seen. And you know, the Ordinals conference in Nashville coming up, they got Donald Trump and you know, Russell Brand and a few other big names, but we have like an internet cat. So it's going pretty well. And so Ben is like, in some ways, Ben is really hard to roast, but he's also easy to roast, right? He's such a nice, genuine guy. It makes it hard to feel good about saying mean things about him. But there's like a lot of stuff about him that's like honestly very easy to roast. And so I wanted to make sure that I went first so I could take like all of the easy jokes. And with that in mind, I've got a drinking game in mind. So if anybody makes fun of Ben's hair or calls him gay, we all take a drink. And we're like, I feel like after Adam's thing, we're like 3 drinks behind right now. So when I met Ben, like Adam mentioned, Ben was a dance instructor. And Ben used to dance on cruise ships. And that's not a gay joke because a lot of straight guys dance on cruise ships. But so Ben's best defense against gay jokes, and I have seen many of you probably seen this on Twitter multiple times. Somebody calls Ben gay, he's like, I'm gonna just post a picture of my hot wife. That'll settle this, like boom. But the problem is, like, when Ben and Lisa are out in public, like, people often think that she might have been kidnapped because she's so far out of his league. So, like, Lisa, if you're a victim of human trafficking, blink 3 times. So we're also joined by Colin Sullivan. So Colin is from Vancouver and he has an MBA. I honestly don't have any roasts for that, but like that's fucking horrible and I'm sorry. And look at those shoes. So we've also got Dave Hardman here. Dave, I can see your knuckles are kind of scratched. Did you walk here? I literally stole that joke from a roast of Shaq. and we got Nico from Simply Bitcoin, very well-known Bitcoiner. Nico's joining us from Miami, the beautiful city of Miami. And Nico is literally Florida man. So Nico saw Ben's hair. You can't really tell right now. Nico's got just a little tip there on his hair. But if you didn't know, Nico saw Ben's hair and he copied it. So Nico was literally like, that is also what I want my hair to look like. And that's got to be like the most Florida man shit that I have ever heard that does not involve an alligator. And so we got to go back though to the man of the hour, Bitcoin Seacrest, and and the thing is, so we all know Ben, we all love Ben, and Ben's been a fixture of the Bitcoin community for about a decade. But the problem is, like, back in the day, it was actually a lot harder to get to the point of being a Bitcoin maximalist. There was no Bitcoin standard. There wasn't like hundreds of hours of Breedlove and Saylor talking to each other about hard money. And so a lot of us had to learn the hard way that all of the shitcoins and all of the other things out there were not the way to go. Presented without comment. Hopefully, we have a video that's about to show up on the screen of Ben dancing at a Litecoin conference. No, that's not the right one.
Oh no. Now I know there's going to be many accompaniments to this whole experience.
Like, we can just wait and watch this. It's not going to get... Let's go, baby. Let's go. And so that's also not a gay joke. But I think Ben, honestly, may have single-handedly killed Litecoin, because I don't think anyone has mentioned Litecoin between now and then. But yeah, in conclusion, Ben, I love you. I'm grateful to have known you for the last 10 years and for all the things you've brought into my life and into the Bitcoin community, and for everything that you've done for Bitcoin. I promise not to steal your wife. For now.
Don't worry, everyone. Ben will get a chance to have some rebuttals afterwards, but I think we're going to hopefully get him drunk enough that he doesn't remember them all. All right. This next roaster, honestly, I didn't quite know where to begin, because the first time I met this man, he was standing right here on this stage, and we were discussing on a panel the importance of self-custody and why only self-custody platforms are the most important thing. And to my surprise, he was defending custodial platforms. Bro, it's easier. Bro, they're pretty safe. Bro, my family wouldn't be that comfortable self-custodying. I'm like, is this man even a Bitcoiner or just a moderately talented YouTuber trying to LARP on the Bitcoiner audience? It's like we have the discount Mr. Beast about to roast the discount MKB HD. But honestly, I don't blame Nico for his thoughts and feelings. He was literally working for a dumpster fire of a custodial Bitcoin company and didn't really know what a real Bitcoiner was supposed to look like. And then he came to Canada and he met me. And now he represents the only automatic self-custody Bitcoin platform in the USA, bitcoinwell.com. Talk about shifting the Overton window. No, but for real, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know Nico more and more over the last year. He's one of the hardest working men that I know, a man incredibly passionate about bringing responsible Bitcoin ownership to the world. But what would we expect from the shorter, fatter, Latina version of BTC Sessions? Ladies and gentlemen, Nico Moran.
Yo! What's up, everybody? Like, when Dave initially reached out to me, he's like, Nico, we're gonna roast Ben. I was like, I got so excited. And then I realized, like, holy shit, why would you ask a bunch of half autistic internet nerds to make jokes about each other? Let's see what happens. Anyways, hi, I'm Nico Moran, host of Simply Bitcoin, but you all know that. I'm not saying that because I have a relatively, maybe slightly successful daily Bitcoin live show, but because I know everyone on this panel has either heard or talked shit about me at some point. Just kidding, I'm in Canada. Anyways, Simply Bitcoin has had an amazing year, a transformative year, but not more transformative than the Oilers. What the fuck happened there, bro? Not a single Miami person expected that to happen, neither did they know who the fuck the Panthers were 3 weeks ago. You got beat by a city that hasn't seen snow practically any time in its history. We took the Stanley Cup and we fucking dunked it in the ocean. The most Miami shit possible. But anyways, I can't talk too much shit about the Oilers because Adam O'Brien is the CEO of Bitcoin Well, and Bitcoin Well is the sponsor of Simply. So this roast, this part of the roast is actually brought to you by bitcoinwell.com/simplybtc. You have to go right there. Anyways, Adam, thank you so much for believing in Simply, a belief that is mostly fueled by your hatred of Corey and Swan. But you know what they say, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. So I'm happy to be a part of your schemes. I see that JP Sears is in the house. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody. I had no idea that we had the kind of pull to get a B-level actual comedian with millions of subscribers on this roast. But here we are. Obviously, it's a sign of the bull market and what's happening. But it's totally kind of unfair that he's here because, I mean, he's a professional. So initially, I was going to make fun of him for being a ginger, but I also realized that there's a lot of gingers in Canada. Then I thought I could make fun of him for his new conservative cartoon on YouTube, but then I realized that probably nobody in this room has watched it. By the way, he's taking donations. Bro, might as well ask for it in Bitcoin. At least you'll make the embarrassment worthwhile. All right, and now for the people I don't know shit about. But before I do that, I do want to give a shout out to JP. JP, I love your skits, and I can't wait for you to become a bigger part of the Bitcoin family. You're an extremely talented content creator. And as a YouTuber that's only been doing this, you know, a fraction of the time you've been doing that, we look up to YouTubers like you, man. So keep kicking ass. Anyways, now for the best part, the people that I know absolutely shit about. First, I'm going to start with Colin. Colin, your name sounds like a cross between a New York Times opinion writer and a supervillain. Never mind, I just realized those are the same things. Dave Hardman. I was told the only time he smiles was when he's on Twitter. I guess the only thing harder than your name is your sense of humor. Dave Bradley. The only thing I was told about you was that you spent millions of dollars on your basement redecoration, and that you're the strongest, best looking entrepreneur in Bitcoin in Canada. Honestly, both things are a flex, but one of them is a complete lie. Adam is the best looking Bitcoin entrepreneur, and I'd just like to remind everyone that this part of the roast is sponsored by bitcoinwell.com/simplybtc. Yellow would call me a corporate Bitcoiner for this, but of course, he isn't here. Motherfucker shows up every day to play Don't Stop Believing for an audience of 12 people. He flew all the way to El Salvador, but couldn't make a real life appearance. I guess he didn't have to drink enough Red Bull. Fucking Malacca. He made this meme of Ben and I that C-Funk is going to use for her roast because she's good value yellow. Just kidding. C-Funk, the fact that you're a girl in Bitcoin makes you a rare sat in the community. Useful to some people, but useless to most.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Now, finally, the man of the hour, Mr. BTC Sessions. Ben, we've touched tips many times before.
I think everybody needs to drink now.
But we all know whose is bigger.
Oh, no.
They'll say it's gay that you were in an a cappella group. Drink. But it's because it's true. And everyone always forgets how every chick in the world sweats a guy in a boy band with hair like Justin Bieber. Lisa. Anyways, yesterday we were at the Sat Market. Ben's daughter was, she was bragging to people that her dad was a famous Bitcoin influencer. She was completely unaware that she was bragging about a bunch of internet nerds. Hopefully in a couple years, maybe she doesn't come to realize. Anyways, the road to NSYNC to become a Bitcoiner must have been a long and confusing one, which is why I believe you got into tutorials. I never forget when my wife and I were at a Malibu Pacific Bitcoin beach house after party, and I told her we were going to Ben's workshop, which she interpreted as another party. We are from Miami after all. She showed up 5 glasses of wine in, expecting a DJ, but all she got was Ben going over how to use a cold card. The look of disappointment she had must have been the way Lisa feels every time she hears Ben's porn theme song to BTC Sessions. Dave and Ben, thank you so much for having us here. We love you, but remember, the best promo code in Bitcoin is bitcoinwell.com/simplybtc. Dave, initially when I heard you wanted to do this, I thought it was a retarded idea. Let's see what happens. Anyways, thank God JP here. JP is here. Nico Moran over and out.
Oh, man.
Little dick left me hanging there. This next roaster, frankly, is a bit of a shock to me to even see at a Bitcoin event, let alone on stage at a Bitcoin event. As I told you earlier, the event that Ben wanted to throw, the BTC Sessions, the first and thankfully only BTC session. It might surprise you by looking at him, but this big bald ogre was actually one of the backup singers at the BTC session. And I want to know what has to happen to you as a child that you think joining an all-boy a cappella group in your 30s is the move. But to Mr. Hardman's credit, it was kind of the move. Because of his pitchy harmony, he was introduced to Bitcoin in 2017. Now, unfortunately for Dave, his path of poor decisions didn't quite end there. Didn't end at the boy band. Despite having early exposure, getting free Bitcoin at the BTC session, and having the BTC sessions as a lifelong best friend, he still thought Bitcoin was a scam and ignored the obvious signs for years. And not like, I'm just not gonna buy any, thought it was a scam. He was actually very mad, and I'm pretty sure personally despised me and went out of his way to hold a grudge against Bitcoin. But as it does, and as we've seen, Bitcoin changes people. See, I didn't see Dave for a few years. I'm not convinced that he wouldn't have punched me in the face if I had. But then, at the Bitcoin conference in Miami in 2021. I was outside in the rain at some dancing event thing. Not like what Ben was doing, but like at a club. It's way dumber than it sounds and looks in the movies. And I saw the coolest shoes I had ever seen. It was a fresh pair of white Nike AF1s with a Bitcoin sitting on a rocket ship painted on kind of the back heel. And as Dave Bradley kindly pointed out, I am relatively short, generally looking at the shoe height of people. And I caught a glimpse of these shoes. And as my eyes traveled up to see who was wearing the shoes, who did I see but Big Dave Hardman, who previously I thought wanted to punch me in the face for not giving him the right Bitcoin advice. He looked at me and he knew he had some explaining to do being in a Bitcoin event. And he just looked at me and said, "I'm Bitcoiner now." So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dave Hardman to the stage.
Oh, this is exciting. Oops. Yeah, that Bitcoin that you told me that night, I actually went into a hot tub and forgot my phone in my pocket and I lost it all. True story.
Big guy, no hot tub.
Yeah. Yeah, so the rumors are true about the boy band. Ben and I, we actually met in the year Y2K. It's like 24 years going on now. And we were in the Young Canadians School of Performing Arts back then. And boy bands were all the rage at the time, NSYNC and Backstreet Boys. So that's how we started our friendship. And the a cappella group lasted quite a while, actually, about 15 years or so. But when Ben was talking about, who has dirt on him, I went through the archives. I pulled out a hard drive from 2008 to try to find what I could. But, we had lots of amazing stories, and I'm not gonna make you look bad up here. So, some that come to mind was, streaking down a hill, stark naked. Ben rolls his ankle and tumbles through the thistles, hurting himself. It was funny for me, anyway. We would do our annual road trip to West Edmonton Mall, and we'd take weeks to grow handlebar mustaches and go there with our Speedos in a group of about 6 guys and do loud lunges across the pool and jump shots. Yeah. So the idea of coming out here after, especially with him, kind of onboarding me into Bitcoin and, changing my wet diaper every time I freaked out with it, I owe him all kinds of gratitude. So it feels strange, to insult the man here today feels like, giving a golden retriever puppy a Boston crab, but I'm ready to do it. So back then, when we were in the a cappella fellas, none of us really were all that organized. We'd be coming up on the next song, and what note does this start on? I don't know. So Ben took the initiative to start keeping track of those types of things, and kind of gave him like the group manager at the time. So he was the blower of the pitch pipe. But since now the group is defunct, he mostly just blows his sponsors. And by the sound of it, Nico gets a good mouthful too. But if you think that was bad, you should have seen pre-Bitcoin Ben. He was really hurting for cash, so. That guy would hawk Tua for bus fare and walk home. Recently this year, the 100 push-ups a day to 100 push-ups a day to 100K trend started to roll around on Twitter, and Ben wanted to get on board with it right away, but he didn't really understand what the meaning of the hashtag meant, so he promptly started to try on his vast assortment of push-up bras. Ben recently tweeted as well, speaking of push-ups. He was talking about, wanting to get in shape, so Trying to hold myself accountable here. Need you guys to keep me in check. Clean eating, more challenging workouts, and absolute consistency. If I'm not in better shape, next time you see me in person, call me out on it. Opportunity knocks. Let's see your guns, Ben. Show us the...
I'm beside JP Sears. Come on, man.
Yeah. I've seen bigger lumps in oatmeal. You make Yuval Harari look like The Rock. I thought, I don't really contribute much to this space, but I thought about starting up a podcast. So kind of with a spin on why are we bullish, I thought we could do who is BTC Sessions inferior to? I thought I'd invite some shitcoiners to kind of spice up the Bitcoin scene too. But so first guest I wanted to have was Vitalik Buterin for his ability to crush Ben in an arm wrestle. Next up, I'd have Udi, because he's just a more likable guy. Third on the list, I have Nick Carter, whose rising star is outpacing Ben's. And lastly, I have a Bitcoiner here, Stefan Livera, who pours a much better pint of beer. Not everybody will get that one. But where's that? Could I get the slide on the screen there? Yeah, this one's been up for most of the show here. It's kind of, we're allowed one shot for the roast here, and this happens to be my choice. So back when election time 2015, Ben was all on the Trudeau bandwagon. And of course, yeah, commie. And you notice I'm not in this photo because I was up in Fox Creek working nights the previous night, so it was freezing. Yeah. Extracting energy from the ground to keep you warm in the studio. And what does he do? He wears his high time preference novelty Justin Trudeau Christmas sweater, which I resented him for many years. So I'm glad I had the opportunity to come up here and talk about that. But no, to honor you, Ben, going from this to now, he's followed by probably our next Prime Minister, Pierre Pouliot, on Twitter. He's in communication with Daniel Smith, and he's completely switched opened the Overton window to the conservative side, I would say. So, no, thanks for doing that, Ben, and we love you, and just glad to be here, man.
That's probably fine height. Thanks, bro. Another round for Dave Hardman, everyone. All right. Next up, we have our token lady coming to the Bitcoin stage. Every Bitcoin conference kind of has like 100-to-1 male to female ratio. So, as we've done, we have to throw in a woman just to prove that we're not just a bunch of tech bros that, as Nico and Ben like to say, touch tips. But as if our token woman wasn't enough, C-Funk here is going to give us the opportunity to check yet another one of our DEI boxes as our token furry. Because for some reason, she has taken the internet personality of a cat. And not just any cat, but a cat who spreads jokes and memes on the internet to, in her words, try to save humanity and increase Bitcoin adoption. What a time to be alive. Let's go, give it a round. And so, to you, C-Funk, I say thank you. And to everyone else, please welcome C-Funk, the Bitcoin internet pussy. Come on up.
I actually need the crate.
She's actually stepping up onto a crate right now.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
I would help you with workouts, but apparently that hasn't been working for me either.
So yo, I don't know for you, but 9 times out of 10, when I send a video of Ben, his tutorials to newbies, they'll be like, hey, thanks for the video, but yo, what's up with that guy's hair? So for years, what I've been, for years, what I've been doing is reply with one GIF and one GIF only. You know, Cameron Diaz in that movie, There's Something About Mary with the hair gel. Yeah. It's like just hanging off of Ben Stiller's ear, and she grabs it and puts it on, and it just stands up straight like Ben's. That GIF just brings up way more confusion to people. And ever since Nico also started to wear the same style, I've just been following up with them to links to Simply Bitcoin. And all my newbie friends are just like, is Bitcoin a cult? And is blonde tip some kind of Illuminati symbols for it? It probably is. Like, warning signs, but for the reals, there is a conspiracy in Bitcoin, and I want to bring it up, like, because I'm not just doing this for the lulz, I'm actually doing this because we need to be serious in Bitcoin for the reals. Everybody has heard about, say, lizard people controlling Bitcoin via Blockstream, woke-tards infiltrating Bitcoin core, US military intelligence watching every of our transactions. But I'm going to tell you the real thing of, who is controlling Bitcoin at the core. And this is super important because nobody else is talking about this. So, like, I know we're joking, but for reals, there is a super secret organization called the High Council of Bens, and they control everything in Bitcoin. No, seriously, the puppet masters, Ben Perrin, Ben Gagnon, Ben Harper, Ben the Carmen, Ben Price, Ben Ark, Ben Justman, Ben Arskman, Ben DeWall, Ben Prentice, Ben Kaufman, and Ben Verrett. You see a pattern here? Yes. No, for the reals. There's evidence that suggests that all of their parents are part of the same cult that just worship Benz as the next leader of the New World Order under Bitcoin standard. And new parents are being recruited all the time. And you can easily spot them in Bitcoin because they're the only ones naming their newborns Ben. Steve Barber, I'm looking straight at you. Their plans are measured in centuries. So you're exposed.
I don't appreciate this leak.
Dude, if I disappear, you know who did it, okay? It was the Bens, and they've done everything in Bitcoin. Stainless steel versus cast iron fight, the Bens, okay? Bitcoin becoming a legal tender in El Salvador, the Bens. Segwit 2x failure to launch. You can thank these guys. So yeah, they're controlling everything. And I even hear that Ben Perrin is training all of the Bens to do a boys band of Ben. They want to subliminally indoctrinate us with sexy dance move and suave a cappella. And we have video evidence of a crowd completely under their spell. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Lord. I need it. Thank you. I don't know if it's better if you have sound or not.
Have the sound.
It's on.
It's a little homoerotic, you're not just imagining that. Okay, so this type of bromance, this level of bromance is any girl who's dating a Bitcoiner needs to get comfortable with this level of bromance. Because you're gonna just watch your man just watching hours of Ben's videos with just like a mesmerized look in his eyes, like, oh. And you can't help but wonder when you look at that, you're just like, what does he have that I don't? Don't linger on that question too much, ladies, because the answer is very intimidating. Yeah. So we're talking about a man who single-handedly does 100 push-up a day till 100K. Bitcoin gets to 100K, which is insane, while making videos for every product and services imaginable in Bitcoin and how to use them, shitposting on Twitter and Nostr, and living the jet set lifestyle of traveling all over the world. Like, seriously, how many hours in a day do you got? So yeah, please leave some for the rest of us, because being this freaking awesome, we're just thinking maybe you're just doing this to make the rest of us look bad. So we had to do this roast and just recollect every questionable moment in your career. Otherwise, you know, we'd hold a grudge eventually. Do I still have a few minutes? Sure. What? Okay, fun fact about Ben, he's also the only man in the history of humanity who has succeeded in a marriage proposal while momentarily having another woman's butt over his shoulder. How did that happen? Good question. Because he proposed in a flash mob with 80 people just dancing in the mall out of nowhere, and some of the movement of that dance was just taking a girl over his shoulder. I wish I could show the clip, but it was only one clip per roaster. Thanks, Yellow, for not showing up, so I could have this a few minutes additional. And yeah, you know that if your wife would have had anything to say about it, artistic direction, that would have been scratched.
It got banned from YouTube, but you can find it on Pornhub.
Yup. Very hot. I know I would have scratched that part 100%, and it's pretty funny because, you know, most of us girls, we sort of plan our own marriage proposal by, like, you know, subliminally, like, trying to say, this better happen or else, right? But yeah, in this case, we know that Ben did everything by himself. And yeah, I love this joke because, you know, I can tell which guy in the room is just trying to laugh but hold it in because he doesn't want to upset his significant other. So yeah, that last one was just for me. Thanks, Ben, for everything you do, bro.
Awesome. One more round of applause for C-Funk. Ooh, this is kind of nice all the way up here. I'm going to leave this here. Our next roaster, frankly, is a man that nobody knows enough about. Mostly because nobody actually knows who he is. When Shrek over there told me what the lineup was going to be, he was like, JP is going to roast. And I was like, whoa, this is going to be like, this is pretty serious here. He goes, Nico is going to roast. And I'm like, okay, YouTube Bitcoiner, that makes a little bit of sense. He goes, I'm going to roast. And I was like, Bubbles, that'll guarantee some laugh. He goes, C-Funk, make sure it's not a sausage fest. I was like, okay, you've thought about this lineup. Hardman, childhood friend, that makes sense. And he goes, and Colin Sullivan. And I was like, what? The mint green guy? And he goes, yeah, he's super funny, he's quick-witted, he won the elevator Bitcoin pitch last year at the last rodeo. And I was like, well, I've met Colin a few times, often in Vancouver at the Bitcoin meetup there, but I didn't have any good roast material for Colin. And so, like any good Bitcoiner does, who needs reliable information, I went to the source of truth, Twitter. And do you know what happens to pop up when you search Colin Sullivan on Twitter? Not that, but that would be pretty funny. You don't have it? It's a 78-year-old doctor called Colin Sullivan. Frankly, I was expecting this roast to be brought to you by Mint Green and figured you just got a token microphone to be here as part of the deal. But for real, bro, where do you get your financial advice if it's not on Bitcoin Twitter? Anyways, I'm excited to hear what Colin has to say. Every time him and I get a chance to speak, he's always got new insights, challenges he has to overcome in the business, and I love hearing about the ones that he has overcome in the past. He's the man heating businesses and commercial spaces with Bitcoin miners. Please welcome the one, but not the only, Colin Sullivan.
Adam, you weren't alone in your confusion to get the invite. When, I'm going to use this just because, even taller. When Dave asked me, do you want to be part of the roast? My first question, of course, was why? And I did see there was some spreading around of the roasting, which I didn't expect. All of my material was originally for Ben. And that makes me sad because I had so much material for Dave. But the problem with making fun of Dave is he is so shameless. You're like wrestling with a pig in shit. You end up dirty and really weirded out, and he loves it. So the reality is, it's hard to have good material. First of all, that material is deep. I mean, it's what do you pick from? Those videos were extremely embarrassing. But I don't really know Ben enough to know about his cruise days, etc. Personally, we haven't had the opportunity to get together, and I don't listen to his podcasts, and I don't watch his YouTube, and I don't read his tweets, and I'm not sure if he has Instagram or not. So, it leaves me with a very shallow reference for insulting him, which of course always comes back to the skunk stripe he has there. But that is the deadest of horses and needs no more kicking. It is like a pulp of a horse at this point. So here's my, it comes down to physical appearance now, okay? Here's my roast. Your face reminds me of a lesbian outtake from Planet of the Apes. And the reason it was an outtake was because seeing an anorexic on the big screen is damaging to the impressionable minds of young women. We believe you're doing 100 push-ups a day, but just like how an ant can carry many times its weight, it's just not impressive when you do it. And now for someone who is one cycle away from being Carrot Top, JP Sears. Are you done? Oh, great.
Sit down, redhead. For real though, I am actually a little bit nervous to come up here and introduce our next and final guest. He's actually funny and could probably do some damage if I overstep here. But then I was thinking about this and wrestling with what I was gonna say, and I realized he's actually just a stringy-haired ginger whose career is going in the wrong direction. I mean, he's spending the July 4th week here, the party of the summer in America, here in Calgary, with a bunch of Bitcoiners dunking on some blonde-tipped dancer. What went wrong that you ended up here? Other than your general appearance, of course. I mean, the poor man can't even afford a shirt that fits. To his credit, though, I will say that his self-sacrificing dry satirical comedy is one of the hardest forms of comedy to pull off. A nice way to stay humble. How very Bitcoiner of you. We have JP to thank for speaking out against the tyranny brought on by government officials in 2021 and 2022. Yep. JP spoke out against the vaccine mandates to 10,000 protesters in January of 2022. And it hits different when JP speaks out against the vaccine mandates. Let's go. Shout out. But it does hit different when JP speaks out against the vaccine mandates. I mean, look at him. Clearly the victim of plenty of vaccine injury. But in my research here, I was listening to JP describe his freedom journey. And as he said it, my notes are not that good here. And he said it was like having a child awoken the beast inside of him. But I'm still waiting to see this beast. But he says it's in there and we'll just have to believe him. But he says something really interesting that actually reminded me of something that we all say as Bitcoiners. Something that is really important and profound. See, he was on this podcast that I listened to, he was holding his son and he said, I don't want my son to grow up and have to explain to him what freedom was. I want him to experience what freedom is. And that, shout out, let's go. And that reminded me of something that we say as Bitcoiners, is that we don't stack Bitcoin for our first name, we stack Bitcoin for our last name. But unfortunately for JP Sears, his last name is synonymous with a bankrupt appliance store. So please join me in welcoming to the stage, JP Sears.
Oh, thank you. That's great. Which one of y'all's Ben? Yeah, this is great. I've never done comedy before. I just wrote a few things down. Hey, let's give it up for Adam one more time. He's the host. Hosting a roast isn't easy. Nobody makes it look harder than Adam. I had nothing to say about Adam, but the way he introduced me at the beginning, I wrote some things down. We started off just a bunch of wannabe comedians up here. Made me feel bad. Then he said, well, there's a YouTube comedian up here. Made me feel worse. Then he said, there's no real comedians up here. But it just made me empathize with Adam. I'm like, well, that must be how he feels when he's in the women's locker room changing for his swim meets, and they say, there's no real men in here. Let's see. But after Adam started the roast, 5 minutes into his first joke, no punchline, I realized there are no real comedians up here. Then I just wrote, fuck you, Adam, down. I don't know what that meant. It felt good. C-Funk, let's give it up for C-Funk one more time. Token woman. I didn't understand a fucking word you said. But based on how much you were laughing, it must have been good. It was good? Yeah, give her up. She did a good job, according to her. Then, of course, we have Dave Bradley. Look at this. We're brought together by our fearless leader, Dave Bradley. And I love the way you dress, Dave. It's kind of like if Brokeback Mountain met blockchain technology. Dave also claims to be the best-looking Bitcoin entrepreneur in Canada, which I think is ambitious. I love that he thinks that way. So it happens he's not even in the top 7 of best-looking people on this stage right now. He comes in at a solid number 8, though. Very strong. Very strong 8. I've also heard Dave say many times, if the societal systems collapse, he wants to be some kind of ruling warlord. Now, I think that'd be good. Because, the world's never seen a warlord with Down syndrome before. It'd be kind of interesting seeing a warlord dressed like John Cena. He's just eating mayonnaise out of a jar, thinks it's peanut butter. I digress. Dave Hardman representing the KKK. Let's give it up for white supremacy. Ben, man of the hour. Let's give it up for Ben. He's being a sport about this. Now, if I could speak for all of us, I think all of us in the Bitcoin community enjoy getting consistent Bitcoin content that's insightful, it's informative, and it's put out there by a well-spoken, intelligent, good-looking man. And that's why we all love watching Robert Breedlove, who couldn't make it tonight, unfortunately. Here's Ben. I do think we need many different voices in the Bitcoin community to reach different people in all walks of life. And to me, Ben's kind of like the trailer park trash of Michael Saylor's. I think he does That was definitely funnier in my head when I... C-Funk, can you do that laugh when... Now, you might not know this, but the reason why Ben has his blonde streak in his hair is just to remind the world that he still rollerblades. It's important to him, so it's important to me, and I think it should be important to you. And as Ben could probably remind you, what's the hardest part about rollerblading? Telling your parents you're gay. Ben's hair looks like it was mandated by Justin Trudeau. That's also a gay joke. When Ben goes to the hair salon, he walks in and says, "Just give me the lesbian softball player." And they do a good job. Now, also, from what I understand, Ben is very dedicated to keeping his hair dyed just to ensure his audience doesn't grow too big. Whoa, that's a lot more gay jokes I wrote down. Buckle up. Now, when I listen to Ben's show, I enjoy the 10 minutes of content he gives, and I enjoy the 45 minutes of advertisements. I've never seen anyone shamelessly hawk more stuff to his audience, other than myself. Now, for a lot of people, when they watch Ben initially, they like Ben's expert delivery, and they start to wonder, what's his race? Is he just a really tan white guy or a real pale Mexican guy? Or is he an Indian that doesn't work at 7-Eleven? But after you keep watching him for a while, your mind starts to open. Then you also wonder, or maybe he's just a gay guy that doesn't try to hide it. That was also funnier in my head. There's a lot of these. The World Economic Forum has Dr. Noah Yuval Harari. I think Ben is the Bitcoin version of Harari, except he's a good guy. Because just like Harari, Ben's intelligent, he's a visionary, and also gay. You might also know Ben was a big supporter of the Canadian truckers, set up a node to accept Bitcoin donations, which give him a hand for that, for crying out loud. Ben was the man for the job. Nobody knows more about the needs of truckers with all the late nights he spent at truck stops. Oh, this one's dumb. Here we go. After I started listening to a little bit of Ben's content, I then found out he was in a boy band. Then I found out he used to be a dancer. Then I saw a picture of him, which made it all make sense. Ben's also the only 40-year-old guy I know who still wants to be in a boy band who's not a Catholic priest. And I think that's very unique, special. Oh, the priests molest a lot of fellas. If you're in denial, you made that noise. That's what they do. It's fine. By the way, I'm curious, round of applause. Anybody in here defy the government and not get vaccinated just because you were told to? Just round of applause. Medical freedom. To me, Ben looks like the kind of guy who during the pandemic, he made the choice not to get vaccinated, but he made the choice to get sodomized.
Was that a pandemic choice?
It was. We're all in this together, buddy. And then lastly, Ben looks like the kind of guy that puts milk on sandwiches. I don't know exactly what that means, but I wrote it down. Hey, that's it for me. I love y'all, and thank you, Ben. You're such a good sport, brother.
Great job. Whew. How you feeling, buddy?
Fantastic.
Yeah, you look dumb.
Thank you for the drink. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Please, one more round of applause for our roasters. Now, Ben, before you get up here, remember, everyone was pretty nice towards the end of their messages. It's kind of a common theme in the roasts here where you really, really dig it in the middle, but then towards the end, you give a stand-up applause. So one more round of applause for Ben here as well. And as is customary, we will give the last laugh to our roasted king here. So please, once again, give it up for BTC Sessions.
All right. Wow. I fucking love rollerblading. Shut the fuck up. So I was most disappointed as I was listening through some of the roasts, and somebody stole my joke about Colin, because I also wondered who the fuck is that. But upon then asking and then receiving the answer and still not knowing, I then said, can somebody give me some dirt on Colin, because I'm not going to bother looking anything up. And I did come to learn that, Colin, you're a self-proclaimed Bitcoin maximalist, correct? Absolutely, okay. Now, I have it on good authority that you are the owner, and I'm going to need you to confirm or deny this, but you are the proud owner of a crypto dick butt. Is that the case? Boo this man, ladies and gentlemen. Boo this man. I get it. I get it. C-Funk, I thought you did wonderful. It sounded like you did really wonderful. I want to say also, again, as alluded to, C-Funk, she masquerades on the internet with the avatar of a cat, which is very fitting, given she's the one in this roast whose final form is most likely to be that of an old, weird cat lady. Nico, of course, my brother in crime. We've been doing content for a minute together. I admire everything you do. Of course, there was an ongoing joke. So, like, behind the both of us having the stupid hair, that was just an ongoing joke. He was like, "What would happen if we both had the same tip, and then if we touched them, would there be like a god candle and Bitcoin would go to the moon and everything?" And we started joking, and then it came to fruition, and the talented Mrs. Sessions went and dyed his hair as well. Unfortunately, not nearly as good as mine. It doesn't look anywhere near as good. If I may, it is the BSV of hair streaks. So. And it needs a touch up. So, like, now that you know that, hopefully you still do it, because I still want to be known as there is no second best. Mr. Dave Hardman, longtime friend of 24 years. Yeah. So we've been around for some time. I will say that honestly, you were kinder to me than you should have been. So I appreciate that. You won some friend points there. So Dave was grudgingly anti-Bitcoin back in the day. In fact, when I first got into Bitcoin, I started kind of doing my research. I spent a few months. I started buying a little bit of Bitcoin. And, as Bitcoiners do, you got to fucking tell every person you know once you get into Bitcoin. And then, of course, shortly after, the first week after I bought Bitcoin, they're all over the news, Mt. Gox had collapsed. Like the week after I started telling everybody how great Bitcoin was, it's like the biggest exchange on the planet, dead. And all the headlines were, Bitcoin has been hacked. And lo and behold, like I think it was like 3.5 seconds after that headline hit, I get a text message and it's Dave. And all it said was, it was a screenshot of the headline, and I hope you didn't buy any of this fucking shit. And that text message went on to haunt him for years afterwards because he neglected to get Bitcoin at like $200 a pop. Now, we did hear a little bit about Dave did get a little bit of Bitcoin at the BTC Sessions that we hosted in downtown Calgary here. And, you know, he was very standoffish about it. I got him to get a wallet. He put, you know, grudgingly put some cash into the ATM and, you know, got raked for like 30% from Adam. and then he got, you know, some of that Bitcoin back, and he had it on his phone. But I kept on telling him, dude, you got to back up your wallet. You got to write down these words. You got to back up your wallet. You got to write down these words. And I kept on saying, yeah, whatever, I'll do it. And then, of course, the hot tub incident where he just dropped his phone into the hot tub. But he couldn't own it. He couldn't leave well enough alone. Listen, I fucked up, dropped my phone in, my Bitcoin's gone. No, the Chinese hackers got it, didn't they, Dave? Didn't they? Now, low key, unbeknownst to Dave, I actually swept that shit way before, and I finished my basement with it. So, all right, Mr. Dave Bradley, the man, the reason we're all here today. So let's give him a round of applause. What do I have to say about Dave? So, funny story. I was just backstage earlier, and well, actually, I was out in the lobby, and Dave comes up and he's like, "Yo, we're about to. There's a panel going on." I'm like, "I'm not on it." He's like, "Yeah, but are you going to announce it?" I'm like, "I can. What's going on?" And he's like, "Well, you're the MC." And I was like, "Thanks for telling me." And so what I've learned about Dave is that he's one of the least organized, successful people I've ever met. Somehow, he just gets to this free pass of coasting through, and people are picking up the pieces behind him as he says what he would like to do, and then gets other people to do it. And case in point, even just backstage, lovely Lanny here. We need to give her a round of applause. Listen, come take a bow, Lanny. Please take a bow. She's the magician in the backstage doing all the work. You should have seen, again, Dave has this tendency of when we ask, should we do something? Should we handle this? Should we plan this in advance? Should we maybe work on this? He often says, yeah, it'll probably be fine. And more often than not, it actually is fine. But the reason that it typically is fine is because Lanny's in the background going, fuck, and fixing shit. So my toast here is to Lanny. Cheers to Lanny. Fuck you, Dave. And then, of course, we have Mr. JP Sears down at the end here. He was gracious enough to come up to Calgary, brave the cold, but it is, I mean, I feel like it's relatively familiar to you. It is kind of the Texas of Canada. You've been greeted very warmly through your sets. It's been wonderful. And I just got to say, like, it really touches my heart to see, again, the reemergence, the return to form of Carrot Top. I've really enjoyed seeing this. It's like your redemption arc. I'm very happy about it. So I'm very happy you could be here. And I want to jump to Adam here. And I just want to say, you know, before I even say anything to you, it's been an honor to have you as a sponsor, and I'm sad to lose you. But again, Adam, if you haven't known, he's been actually making online content for quite some time. He's been doing a ton of different videos. I've seen, like, you did videos like, flaunting your Tesla, doing all kinds of great stuff. He's always trying to crack the code of internet fame. He's been doing it for years. He's been trying to figure out exactly what to do. And more recently, he started a channel with Julian, aka Kinetic Finance, who's awesome and super talented, and the beautiful Isabella. She's incredible, and yourself. And it seems like you may have actually cracked the code, and I think I figured out exactly what the code is. And the channel is Get Based. You should check it out. So the code for Adam to crack here was simply to surround himself with people much more attractive, talented, and tolerable than himself. It seems to have worked swimmingly. Now, I'm typically not a person to poke fun of others. I'm much more familiar with self-deprecation, and so I'm going to finish with a little bit of that. And so I want to. People always ask me, "What is up with the hair?" And so you guys today get to learn the origin story of the streak. And so let's go. This features the lovely Mrs. Sessions, who's been cringing through this entire thing. And so this was a few years back. It would have been somewhere around 2017, I think. After I locked that shit down and we got married, so she couldn't leave me. We were sitting and we were watching some TV at night, and we had some music videos on. And of course, a boy band came on the TV. I definitely didn't pre-program that into the playlist. And it was One Direction. And one member of them, I can tell you their names because I know all of them, Zayn Malik himself had a streak in his hair. And I looked at that, and in my brain I was like, that's pretty sweet. And then I leaned over to Lisa and I was like, you know, I could totally pull that shit off. And I think her words to me were, please don't. Fast forward about 3 days later, the door to the house opens. I triumphantly step inside. She looks at me, and I just see a shade of disappointment that I've not seen in quite some time. And I go, and you know, it took a while for her to warm up to it, but now she realizes that this pays the bills, and she recognizes that you can't get rid of it now. It's kind of your thing, for better or worse. So here we are, and now I think her way of dealing with it is just bestowing that upon other people so that other wives can feel the exact same pain. So Nico, say a nice regards to your wife, Sophie. They're just gonna have to keep dealing with it. But with that, I do wanna say to the entire panel here, to everybody that has joined in today, to everybody that's joining on the live stream, and to everybody in the audience, you know, everybody kind of mentioned that it is an honor to be roasted, and I do feel that despite what total assholes all of you are. But I thoroughly enjoy sharing the stage with all of you and building this bright orange future that we're all striving towards. I think that in the age of nihilism and everyone that we know having not a lot of hope, we've found the thing that has given us hope, and I don't think it's a mirage. I think it's as tangible as anything could ever be, and I think that we're seeing it in real time. We are living in that future we want to build, and it's just a matter of bringing everybody along with us. So thank you guys very much, and thank you all. Are we just wrapping here? All right, we're out. Thank you guys very much. I don't know if anybody has anything else to say, but we'll see you out there.
We'll see you tomorrow.
We will see you tomorrow. What time are we starting tomorrow? 9:30. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you all.